Cat Rizzler is a good one, buddy. I downloaded the thing. Okay, basically, are you the guy? Wait, Rizzler. It's so funny, Landon. What's up, Hollow Husk? Transfo arc yet? Not for a little bit. Are you though? I don't know, man. Oh shit. What the fuck? Fuck. I would have gone in a mini one, but my Sigma nuggets. But me and the boss turned out to actually agree on all the trans stuff, so. Third brain teaser was 1980. You're getting married. Your parents invited 100 guests to the wedding. The reception costs $100 per person and 10,000 total. Fast forward to 2018. Now it's your turn to throw a wedding reception for a child. The guest list has increased 72%. Some of the old folk are no longer around, but the cousins have grown in number. This means you're now catering for 172 people. If the price per guest had remained the same, your bill would amount to $17,200. Instead, the bill comes to $4,816, which is less than half of what your parents paid for you. You ask the caterer how this is possible. The caterer responds that for every 1% increase in attendance, the bill fell by 1%. Well, the number of guests rose by 72%, your bills declined by 72%. Surely things don't like to happen in real life. Fucking hell. This ebook reader is horrible, but it's, I don't know. No transphobic arc ever? I'm sure we'll go on one eventually. I'm sure before this election I'll end up going on one. Or do they, in fact, exactly what happened to the abundance of 50 basic commodities between 1980 and 2018? Over that period, the world's population rose by 71.2%, yet the average working time required to earn enough money to buy 50 kinds of energy, food, raw materials, and metals fell by 71.6%. Put differently, the amount of effort required to buy one basket of commodities in 1980 bought 3.5 baskets in 2018. So they aren't actually using CPI. They're using their own. I think the reason I said CPI was because I think they probably compared it to CPI because they probably called it a fixed basket of goods because that's what they were measuring. They were measuring
this is what Donald
a fixed basket of goods, but it's not actually the CPI. Anyway, I have to fucking finish clearing this out.
When or if she's elected to office. What do we think, gang? I want to start with Portland, actually.
In all honesty, I think she'll probably work to revive the legislation that was recently killed in the Senate. And I think that Senate bill, if it passes, will alleviate some of the problems with the infrastructure necessary to process asylum claims and get us into a slightly better position, but that there will still be a significant enough presence of migrants at the border and border crossings that happen illegally that Republicans will still be making the same argument
monster again, by the way.
when it's time to return to campaign season, and we'll probably see the can kick down the road significantly beyond that Senate bill.
Bro's playing Bedrock? Dude, yeah. This version sucks, dude. I was building this like just underwater base thing, and doors don't give you air. I put a door down and it didn't block the water. The water just flows right through it. So like I'm just fucked. I built this whole thing. You agree that Bedrock sucks?
I don't play that much Minecraft, but yeah. In Bedrock, the doors don't give you air underwater. That's dumb. That's dumb.
I know it is dumb. It's crazy, dude. My friends just want to get all the achievements on Bedrock.
To be fair, I mean, doors giving you air underwater is kind of OP. I mean, because like there are very little mobs. I mean, now there are the water zombies, okay, but before that there were like insanely few mobs. Oh, hey, yeah. Isaac. Like underwater, so like you could just like mine.
Oh, Isaac, you're gonna get bored out of your mind. We're doing econ talk.
Yeah, we are.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Why did I?
Oh no, sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to chat about two things. One, well, I mean, the time prices. Both of them are about time prices. The one that's just like, okay, look, Cato says 79% drop since 1979. I just, that sounds so like insanely good. I don't believe that. When I look, you would imagine the quality doesn't improve that much that you would like. Okay, in a period of like more than 20 years, you see a decline of like 10%. Okay, oh, I'm sorry, 7%, 10%, something like that, right? At least without adjusting for quality that I did. You would imagine that like the quality didn't like change that drastically to change it into 80
Yeah.
years, 80% over like I don't know what is it since 1980, so like 40 years. That's just not believable. But maybe
I
I'm
remember
not-
writing that down in my notes one time. I was reading like one of their articles, and I was like, "This seems way too high. I think they're adjusting for product quality like way too much."
Yeah, yeah. Like, look, maybe it's a different basket of goods. Maybe I don't know. Maybe some of them did
No,
decline dramatically. I don't know.
I found out what
maybe.
they cited. It is like a different basket of goods. It's like a
Yeah,
basket
I
of
know.
like
They had the 50 basket of goods with cotton,
Yeah.
with like uranium, wood, all that. Yeah, well, I know it's a different basket of goods. I just don't know if it would differ that drastically, like kind of regression towards the mean type shit, like where it's like if you take a basket of it should like reasonably track with CPI. Like there is no reason it should like dramatically deviate in its decline from CPI.
Yeah, well, a lot of these goods are like inputs. It's fucking like fish oil and stuff. Yeah.
Or like well, a lot of it was also like wool. I mean, coffee maybe not, but like uranium. I don't think the average person eats a lot of uranium. I think that's just purely input. So yeah, I get that. So like, look, maybe there's quality adjustment. Also, PCE should reasonably like take like for example the go-to example of quality differences is like let's say have I don't know a snack, right, and it has like I don't know 100 grams, and it's for $10, right, and then they cut it to like 50 grams, right, but the cost stays like at $10. So like you shouldn't just look at the sticker price, you should or the normal price, whatever. You should look at like the adjusted for the quality. Yeah, I get that, but like you would imagine that if that happened, maybe the price wouldn't change, but like the amount of people, the amount of money people spend on it would double, right? So it's equivalent to a price doubling. So you would imagine in PCE, you would expect to see a reasonable
set up my stream deck.
matching increase, right? If that makes sense, right?
You know what's funny? Honestly, in my fucking macro class that indoctrinated me, okay, they don't actually teach PCE, so I don't know. I actually don't know the specifics of how PCE works. All I know is it tends to give a lower inflation measure than CPI.
I mean, it's kind of in the name, right? Personal consumption
expenditure. Yeah.
You would expect people to expenditure. Is that a verb, whatever? To expend it, yeah. To spend twice as much if the quality was like halved. But whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, even if I adjust for quality, I strongly doubt it. That would expect to see like. Look, if they had like an almost 80% decline in 40 years, you would imagine it would be 7% without adjusting for quality over 20 years. Like it's just not. Yeah, it's just not reasonable.
Well, what I think what they're actually trying to measure of this stuff. Usually, they're trying to measure abundance. Cato Institute has their like. Or I think it's an organization associated with them, like their Simon Abundance Index stuff.
Yes, exactly. And it uses time prices in the calculation. Also, like the change from whatever. Yeah, I've read that. And yeah, whatever. I mean, the book, the Super Abundance book, is about the like a lot of the graphs are about the abundance index. Sure, whatever. I don't know about that. I didn't fully get the math, but that's not my point. I'm just talking about time prices because it's a pretty reasonable measurement. Like, so some other points. Well, one. In the it shouldn't matter much, right? But like they say in the articles or in the book, like the way they calculate time prices is no. In the Simon Abundance Index article, they say the way you calculate time prices is taking nominal prices divided by GDP deflator, and then that's real prices, which I've never heard that term before, but okay. Real prices, and then you divide that by real wages. Fine, that's cool. But then like in other articles and in I think in the book too, in their appendix, they say it's like nominal prices divided by nominal wages. It's exactly the same, right? Real prices divided by real wages and nominal prices divided by nominal wages. It should be the same. So whatever. That's what I did, right? CPI is a basket of goods divided that by like the employment cost index, which should it's like the employment cost. I used employment cost index instead of average hourly compensation, although they don't. They basically are the same index because ECI takes into account the composition effects. So like if like under COVID, right, a bunch of low income people got fired, That made average hourly compensation increase because now they're not included in the sum, but ECI stayed basically the same because there were other effects, whatever. Whatever. So I don't know. They basically look the same. Regardless, I found like between a 10% to 7% decline, but maybe I don't adjust for quality. Maybe if I, although it didn't really change when I used PCE. So I mean, it only became worse, right? PCE decreases, or no, maybe not. I don't know. It's nowhere near 80%. That's what I'm saying. But maybe another interesting thing. So the first interesting thing is if you just take time prices to be nominal prices divided by nominal wages, that's like basically the opposite of not the opposite, like the reciprocal of real wages, right? Real wages are nominal wages divided by the price level. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how unique this insight is, right? Because like, okay, real wages increasing, we want that, and if the reciprocal is time prices, we want time prices to decrease. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Right? It should basically be the same thing. That's the other thing. The third thing that's really interesting. That's really funny to me, and I didn't look much into it. I'm just saying I saw like this one sentence in the book. So they have the superabundance book, but this George Gilbert guy was probably like a total liar fraud because like he has like he's one of the co-founders of the Discovery Institute. I don't know if you know about them.
I don't think so. I don't think I've heard of them. No.
They're just like total liars about like evolution and abiogenesis and whatnot.
Oh, phenomenal!
Propaganda, like institute about like Darwin and whatnot. They also advocate some free market stuff, but that's not their major. That's not what like they have a bunch of people who lie about like evolution and whatnot too. They're like a little more sophisticated than the average creationist, but they are basically just peddling intelligent design, which is creationism. So yeah, he's the co-founder of that. So I don't trust a word he's saying.
Yeah,
but he does have this book called Life After Capitalism. Yeah, he has this book, Life After Capitalism. He wrote the foreword to the superabundance book. That's why I'm mentioning him. He has another book, Life After Capitalism, where he mentions a lot about time prices. He says it's the greatest insight of the 21st century. He has some lies about Darwin there too in one line. But one interesting thing in some passage in the book, he says like when we look at time prices, we can debunk some 7 or 5 whatever points that doomers say about life improvement. So some of the points are like globalization doesn't help anyone, and it's like when we look at time prices, we see it helps everyone. Okay, cool, whatever. One of the funny points was that doomers say that central banks like artificially manipulate like the interest rate and thus create bubbles and recessions. And when we look at time prices, we find that like the central bank doesn't really impact the natural rate. So if anything, according to him, which I don't trust him, and I didn't look at his calculation, I didn't look at what data he's using or whatever. If he's correct in that claim, then time prices provide evidence against Austrian business cycle theory.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's based. I just wanted to schizo out about that because I literally spent like all night yesterday just like together.
I could tell. Yeah, it's kind of wild that you saw a non-fun video and did this much research to.
Yeah. No, I mean it is funny. Look, you did. There was this dumbfuck Austrian guy with like, oh, the dollar lasts 90%, 97%.
One of my
viewers. And you did kind of like say, I don't care about the nominal value of the dollar. I care about time prices. Like, look, I understand, but you should not expect people to know what time prices were. So I didn't know what time prices were. So I was like, I felt kind of bad, and then I looked into it. So yeah. But yeah, look, that's all my insight. I don't know if you have any. Do you have like a special entry about that in your Notion library or whatnot?
I basically read, so when I was like first starting to lean more away from socialism, I think I started reading into more like the real wage stuff, and I was like, it seems like there's quite a bit of stuff that shows real wages have not fully stagnated like some people tend to suggest. And I think I read a lot of the Cato Institute studies on that, and one of the big things that they do is time prices. So I think in my real wage notes sections, which I never finished, what the fuck?
Yeah, so
I
that's
read some Cato articles in there.
Time prices to be just reciprocals of real wages.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Although, like, I don't know, Cato Institute has also this Human Progress website or whatnot, and they have supposedly an entry about time prices, which they should develop further, I think. Yeah. I wanted to say something, I forgot. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, well, how do you think Malay is doing? You following that at all?
Who is Malay?
Javier Milei? Javier Milei?
Oh,
Argentina guy?
the Argentina guy. I don't. I mean, I see like right wingers post. Oh look, inflation's down, and then I see SDL reply, but poverty's up, and that's
No,
and,
SDL sucks. SDL sucks. Total liar. No, I don't
Yeah.
know if he's a liar.
True.
Look, poverty didn't really. No. It's based on this one study by this. I couldn't find them. The Catholic University of Buenos Aires, but they're like the poverty metrics are all over the place. I don't. There is no consistent increase in poverty that I could find. I found like if you look at Bloomberg, some like 1% increase, but it's not like this dramatic increase in poverty. And real wages have gone up, so you wouldn't expect that. But yeah, I don't know if we should just Frankenstein different like poverty indices to make an argument. Just like not a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know,
don't know.
I challenged 3 different people to a debate on wealth taxes that I have to get more prepared for.
Ooh, let's go. The Tax Foundation has an interesting paper with what's his name? Carl Smith, I think. That's his name, Carl Smith. He's like a Keynesian macro economist guy. He debated Bob Murphy. I don't know if you know who that is. But yeah, so yeah, he's in the Tax Foundation. They have a paper on wealth taxes. You might want to check that out.
Yeah. What was
Let
his
me
name?
see how much I have. Also, I mean, maybe check the 3 wonks. You know.
Yeah, I've already seen.
Yeah, you know. You're a real one.
Yeah,
But
the Kana boy was in my chat the other day. I finally got him in my chat.
let's
I know, it was
go.
wild. Dude,
Yes,
he didn't like my pickup line that I sent in the 3 wonks. I said, "Girl must be the labor market because her friction makes me real rigid," which is a fucking killer
Horrible.
pickup line. Okay.
That's horrible.
Horrible. And he didn't like
Oh, I
it.
remember what I wanted to say. You said, "Look,
he came in my chat, so-
I hate admit. Look, that's a garbage pickup line. Sorry. It's basic Econoboy.
It's an awesome
I don't
pickup
know.
line.
Look, I cannot have an opinion on it. Maybe Econoboy offered his opinion on it, but I cannot form an opinion
He
until
said if I
Micah.
sent another one, I'm banned.
Let's go. No, look, I mean, that's Econoboy's opinion, but I cannot form an opinion on it until like Micah gives his verdict. Okay, I just
Oh, okay. You need to wait till the new liberals. Yeah.
That's right. And did you ever see this graph? The like rents versus incomes graph. You know what I'm talking
Yes.
about?
Oh my god.
That's another one. Makes me want to kill myself.
Yeah, I know.
That is so bad. Look, when I don't adjust for inflation, I see a disparity. Oh, I'm so smart.
I know, it's wild.
The only such abuse of data that I've ever seen was like some commies cite this graph about like, oh look, the gulags post Tsar Russia, like in the USSR versus Tsarist Russia were way better. And for the data they use for like the USSR, they say it's like they use there's in this book, it's a pretty reliable book. He gives like data for like per capita, right? Per 1,000 or 10,000 people, like death rates or something, but they interpret it as percentages or something.
Oh.
Interpret it completely backwards. So I don't know. It's pathetic. I know that fucking rents incomes graph drives me.
I know, yeah. I saw it on my Instagram Reels page, and like I saw it and I was like, there's literally no way this is true. Like housing prices have gone up, but there's literally no way anyone could ever buy a house if this is true, and people are still buying houses.
Wait,
And,
do you want me
you
to
look into
improve
it?
your quality of life, like double it right now?
Yeah, sure.
There's this guy called Econ Chris Clark. You know?
I think so. I think I saw his video debunking it. Is he
Yeah,
have a long
yeah.
beard?
Yeah, the econ guy with the beard. Yeah, that guy. He's based. He debunks all this stuff. So yeah, he's based. You should watch him.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yep.
Yeah. A lot of misinfo. There's also, look, non-fun.
I know.
You're talking about real wages and whatnot. Don't you know that wages have separated from?
From productivity. Oh, am
Don't
I
you know
aware?
that? Don't you know that? Yeah.
If I use
Dude.
2 different deflators, then
or when I exclude a bunch of services when the U.S. moved into a service economy. Yeah, I mean, I just
Yeah.
you know. There's an interesting article saying that's like basically just measures inequality. So that's not what the people make the claim think. The claim they're not making the claim they think they're making. Which is interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Do you have any good resources against like this claim that like, oh, corporations are buying all the fucking housing and my, whatever?
I think I saw Econ Cliff or whoever, the guy we just mentioned. I fucking forget his name already. I think he made a short video about it that was just like, there was this one claim that was just like 44% of homes that were bought were from BlackRock or whatever, and it was like 44% of homes were bought by large or small, or 44% of flipped homes were bought by large or small investors in one specific state. It was a much less radical claim.
I mean, it makes sense because, like, think about it. The average person cannot really buy a home because, like, a gorillion % of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So.
Oh yeah,
yep. Yeah. That makes sense, right?
Yep. Everyone at 80%. Yep.
And they're all like super worked because like peasants used to work negative hours. They used to work negative hours like a trillion years ago. Don't you know that?
Yeah. Dude, it's another thing, like I housing is actually probably the area where like America's the worst and things have gotten way more expensive for people, but it's just like I can't have that conversation with people because people just keep like way overstating the case.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Or it's just like they want to either it's some like they stick to this like government policy where it's like we want when it's good, they will say like something like social housing, and they will focus way too much on social housing, which like whatever, it's fine, it's not the worst, but whatever. That's not going to be the most impactful thing, but sure. But if they're like really retarded, there will be like rent control.
Rent
and
control.
Then
yeah. Did you see Biden proposed rent control?
Look, we don't talk about that and tariffs and whatever.
Yeah,
we're still.
Biden was. To be fair, I think it was a deal with progressives because they wanted him to step down initially, and he was like, if you tell people I don't need to step down, then I'll do your rent control shit. But he stepped down anyway, so hopefully it won't end up happening. But
yeah, thank God. Maybe we'll get like Supreme Court stuff. Like, I think the tariffs were not the worst thing in the world because, like, China is a threat with like chip manufacturing, or but like no, I don't think that was good at all. The CHIPS tax was like slightly bad. Like I'm not a manufacturing pill like in the domestic manufacturing.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I don't think we need domestic manufacturing for a lot of stuff, but chips, I think the chip situation is hard because of Taiwan. Yeah, national security. We don't want all our chips there.
I get that. I'm just dogmatically like free trade. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, listen, that beast lives inside me too. Okay.
Hey, let's go. No, but I mean, I don't know. There were other things, but yeah, God, I just like the average person's epistemology sucks. Where they think like legit a gorillion % of Americans are paycheck to paycheck. I just don't know how to. How do you live in America? Do you know? It's like I don't know. People think that. I don't know. I don't know, man. But yeah. How are you doing? What's up?
I'm doing good. I've just been doing React farm stuff, as well as
Look,
I've been.
I don't know what's up. Did we stop paying you or something? Why are you covering Israel less? I mean, the alumni didn't stop.
I'm just like not. I mean, most of the conversations now are just like the developments of the war, and it's like I don't really have like a strong opinion of like, oh, well, did Israel do the right thing when it killed Hayini or whoever?
Always. Yeah.
It's just like it's probably justified, but like I don't have a strong opinion whether or not it's the most pragmatic thing to do. It's just like it's just like
and they're all
stuff
like,
I don't care about as much.
They're all like interchangeable cogs. I don't think he like maybe with Dave there was like a strong argument because he was like actually like a military mastermind for them, but I don't know if Hania was that. Like, look, I think I'm glad the dog died, but I don't know if now we're on the precipice of war with Iran. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I want to get bombed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, you guys build bomb shelters for a reason, okay? You guys got your Iron Dome. We
That's
send
right.
you money for a reason, okay? $3
That's
billion
right.
a year. You guys better use it.
Didn't AOC cry or something when she approved the Iron Dome money? I thought that was silly. I remember something like
She
that. I
might
could be
have. That
wrong.
would. That would.
I'm pretty sure she did. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Well.
Oh wait, what was the guy's name for the wealth tax stuff? The tax foundation.
Oh, I'll send you the thing. Give me a sec. Oh, let me.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Let me open my taxes and my not my tax the tax
Right.
entry in the first one. Wealth tax. Wait, give me a sec. I'll just copy paste my thing. Here are all my like sources on wealth tax. Message. Does it copy? Okay. Look, I don't know if this is formatted the best, but yeah, enjoy this. Oh, it did format well. Oh my god. Yeah, that's
Oh
nice.
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I didn't know Discord can do that. I didn't know Discord can do like custom links. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah. By the way. I'll tell you this because you're super based. Top secret sample secret, okay?
Okay.
Let me
Yeah.
give it to you, okay?
hmm
I'll send you DMs because yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I am streaming, so it can't be too secret.
Oh, the link? Okay, then fuck it, whatever. There's this you know there's like Notion, there's like also Gitbook and whatever.
Yeah.
It's a wiki.js. So there was this Gitbook library. I think they since shut down, but like I archived all of it. They were called like the Social Democrat Library, and they just
Yeah.
had a bunch of like sources on a bunch of things. So if I ever need sources for anything and I'm too lazy to look it up myself, and I want to confirm my priors, of course, because I'm super confirmation bias pilled, and like super lazy and nefarious. So I just go there and like but they have a lot of
Hell
sources
yeah.
on a bunch of good stuff like veganism or even like, a bunch of economic stuff. Some of it is like social stuff, veganism, LGBT stuff, whatever. But they also have like carbon dividend, social safety net, zoning, open
Yeah.
borders, land value tax, some land value tax stuff. So yeah, I don't
But
know. Maybe
dude,
check that out. But,
I don't know if you
that's
paid
how you-
attention to anything going on my server. YouTube recommends my videos to like the worst type of people possible, and like everyone that's joined from Twitch has been pretty cool. They're like
Fake.
normal people. Anyone that's joined from YouTube is like the most like homophobic, like
go,
conservative.
let's go.
Like there was such a long chat on my server today about whether gay sex was immoral, and it's like
It is. Well, it's not moral. Do you know this Alex O'Connor video where he's like saying homosexuality is
yeah.
not moral?
it's not in the moral
Yeah, that's-
sphere, so it's not neither
That's
moral
funny.
or
It's not immoral or yeah, exactly. That was funny. But yeah, I mean, no, that sucks. There's also like this you made the boomer video. It was good.
yeah.
But then all the comments are like, "Lol, you don't know anything," or like whatever, some the
Yeah,
dumbest shit. Like it had more dislikes than likes. Yeah, that's dumb.
A lot of my videos have more dislikes than likes.
That's dumb.
It's
That's dumb.
it's just
That's-
because like since I don't have like a very big like dedicated audience that's like a fan of me, so like YouTube recommends it to like a seed audience who's never seen my stuff before, and either it's just something they're not interested in, or it recommends it to people who just have different beliefs, in which case they are just gonna dislike. Yeah. But
Yeah,
eventually I'll build my own echo chamber, and it'll.
Oh, let's go. That's big. No, I mean, look, people want to believe what's comfortable. That's why people want to believe, like corporations are buying a gorillion houses a day, or like that a Borrellian people are paycheck to paycheck because things have to be bad. Reality must suck. Otherwise, I don't know. But yeah, so I don't know. That's people are dumb. Again, the average person's epistemology is like legit would want to make you kill yourself if you. You know this meme where it's like where you taught a monkey to understand
Thanks
the
for the
median
follow,
voters politics and he tried to kill himself.
Oh yeah.
Like yeah, this is kind of the case. That's kind of the case. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, AOC's Iron Dome vote left her crying.
Let's go. I'm also
Yeah.
crying, but tears of joy. I mean, look,
I don't
you could
think-
make an argument that it's like just substitution effect, right? Like, or I don't know if that's the term, but you know, like you pay for Iron Dome, and now they can pay more money to kill a Borrelian children a day.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean,
'Cause
that
Iron
makes
Dome
sense.
is-
That's fine. I'm for that argument.
Well,
But,
don't you know the Iron Dome kills children too? Wasn't that? Don't you know the Iron Dome misfired and fell on that playground and killed
You know, it's like,
the 9 children
yeah,
or
even it
whatever?
was the Iron Dome both like it blew up that hospital, the entirety of the hospital, just all of the hospital, twice. It was crazy, and
Yeah.
then it killed like Borrelian children in the Golan, and then also it doesn't work at all if you read
And
Finkelstein.
Finkelstein, yeah, says it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. So yeah, I mean, it's just you know, it's Schrodinger's Iron Dome when it doesn't work, and also it kills people. So yeah, I guess. yeah. Makes total sense.
Yeah.
I mean, children kind of do look like missiles, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, they put out heat, you know, they got a heat signature, so
That's a horrible joke. That's a horrible. No. But yeah. Yeah, so I'm just saying. I think I copied all the sources for the wealth tax entry from that Social Democrat library thing. They also have another one for Wiki.js that is like half a year later they published it, and it's like more left wing. I don't know if I don't think it's as based, although it has like an entry against Austrian economics and MMT and whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can send you that too. But yeah.
yeah, I need the like prompt I set up was that like taxing unrealized gains is dumb, wealth taxes are dumb, and like high corporate taxes are probably dumb as well.
Yeah, I don't like
So
corporate
any-
taxes. DBCFT is based.
True.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm a three wonker. Gotta say. What can I say? It's true. But yeah.
Yeah, I need I read Micah's thing on a DBCFT, and I need to. There's probably other stuff I could read too, but like, it's just gonna be like this because nobody knows what it is. So I imagine during the debate, I can just like, I'll bring it up and it'll be like, well, you know, if you want to tax corporations, or whatever, you know, I'm not opposed to this tax, and that they're not gonna know what it is, and I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, well, it's just
yeah.
better in every
Be
way.
able to-
It's like,
Yeah, that's why. Like, look, there's so much esoteric policy I can throw, but like, you should introduce it to people because the average person, you know, just hears like, you know, the average person hears like price controls and they think, oh, lower prices for
Yeah.
everything, base, right? So it's like, you know, you should explain to people.
oh,
both the
tariffs,
mechanisms
tariffs on foreign products. China pays those
Yeah,
tariffs.
yeah, why would we want to?
Why wouldn't we
Just
want
like,
China
why
to
would
pay?
we want to give our jobs out or overseas or whatever? Like, you know, it's dumb populist rhetoric. So that's the average person. They're like populist brain. So you should just like be. It's very, very hard to both explain what the policies are and why they're good.
Yeah,
But they
Dude,
are.
I,
They are.
my dad, who like doesn't know much about economics, we were on like a vacation, and I brought some of my books with me, and he asked to read one at one point because there's no cell service where we were. The book that he started reading was The Deficit Man.
Oh no.
Apparently that was the most interesting book to him. So I don't think he got through very much of it, but I might have to deal with that at some point.
I didn't read it, but it's bad. I don't know. I don't have that strong of an opinion on Kelton. I don't like MMT that much. It's no mathematical model. It's kind of dumb. And I mean, you know, the usual take where it's like the fiscal, like the policy aspect of it, I don't like. The descriptive aspect of it is whatever. So I don't know. I'm not like gonna soy about it or be like, oh, it's literally socialism and the Democrats want like a gazillion deaths from socialism a day. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, Stephanie Kelton
Yeah.
did work for socialist Bernie Sanders for a little bit.
Whoa. That's big. And also, evil communist Sanders wants a wealth tax. Oof.
I know,
A lot of
yeah.
things.
Ooh.
A lot of things. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, look, I don't know. Bottom line, Milei's based. As far as I can tell, Milei's based. And I mean, that surprised me. Although he's not being that Austrian, he's just cutting a lot of government spending, which in Argentina, that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have you? Do you follow the boss at all?
The bots. What are the bots?
boss?
On Twitter?
No, the boss, the Twitch streamer.
Oh.
I don't know. If you watch
Oh,
some of
no,
my
no, no.
streams, you probably see me in one of his panels, or like or some of the YouTube content has been in like some of the panels. Basically, any debate has been on one of the panels that he does.
Mhm.
A lot of the debates there recently have been about the IMF and U.S. versus China, and it makes me want to shoot myself.
Yeah. They're,
I
like,
need to read more into. I need to read that. I think you sent me this paper, and I still have it saved. There's the Washington Consensus Works. I need to read that paper.
I sent you this.
You might have. You might not have been you, but
Maybe, I don't know. I have some. Look, if I want to, it depends. Look, I'm an imperialist dog. I'm an imperialist dog. I'm a dog of the U.S. Empire. So it is imperialism and it's based. No, that's not the real take. The IMF is just, Washington Consensus is passed. Get over it. Grow up. And also, it was kind of shock therapy was kind of based. It was kind of based? Question mark. That's another take that people are not warm to. And if I really want to break their minds, I would cite an IMF study showing that IMF loans had like some positive impacts most of the time, or sometimes. So,
well, clearly
it's
they're
like
just lying,
I'm citing the IMF to prove my point. But it's like it's a study. I mean, a study's a study, but it like breaks their brain if they even like bother to open it. So, I don't know.
Dude, there's people that won't even like trust just data from the IMF because they're like, don't you know the IMF is like imperialist? And I'm like, dude, this is just like an economist who is like collecting data on GDP. Do you think this guy who wrote this collected this data is like evil? Do you think he's doing the working of the US empire by just collecting data on fucking Argentina's GDP? Really?
Yeah. No. He's like finding data to be a dog of the U.S. empire. That's like me, just like me. That's why I like it, and then they don't. Although you should know some stuff like, Lenin's theory of imperialism, where it's like international finance or whatever. It's retarded.
Dude, I read that book. I read Imperialism: The Highest Stage of Capitalism. I honestly don't remember most of it.
Good.
Fucking I need to read like a summary of it and jog my memory. I read State and Revolution too, and I only remember about half of it.
Look, if it depends. There are two different types of conversations. Talking to like an average person who just like hears price controls and thinks, oh, lower prices, that's good. And then like talking with commies who are like misinformed, right? Like there's like uninformed and disinformed, right? So these are two different convos. In one of them, you like when you're talking to an average person, you should just be nice and like open and kind, and like try to like be very careful because like they have negative IQ. And when we're talking to disinformed people, they also have negative IQ, but you have to be like super firm and aggressive, and like just be like, no, you're like, I don't know, I don't care if it will make them hate me. It's just like these people are, I don't know, I kind of give up on them.
Yeah,
like I was arguing, you know the study where it's like the Princeton 2014 study that found like the U.S. is an oligarchy and working class interests don't matter at all.
I feel like I've heard of this, but I've never read it or anything. No.
Here, let me show you this. It's funny. Give me a second.
No, the U.S. is an oligarchy, not a democracy. You know what I keep hearing quoted though is that 95% of the candidates who PAC spend money on win.
Whoa! Oh,
I hear that.
That what? Do what? That do what?
That like the 95% of the candidates that PAC spend money donating to win. Which is like,
yeah, that's gotta be causal. That's gotta be causal.
I know, yeah. And I would assume there are plenty of PACs that donate to both candidates just because they want to have more leeway over their policy. So like, there's literally no way.
If I'm a PAC, surely I'm not gonna spend more on the candidate that's likely to win. I'm not. Why would I do that? Yeah. Why would I do that? Yeah, no, that sounds like a causal relationship. I like causal inference is my passion. I do that. You know that tweet? There's this Matt Darling tweet where it's like causal inference is my passion. But here, check this out. Check this study out. Okay, so people cite this all the fucking time. To say, oh, the U.S. is like just a total like oligarchy, always, ever. And you open the study, and the R squared. Do you know what an R squared is?
I don't know the exact definition, but it's how statistically significant the relationship is, or whatever. It's like how much.
No, it's like how much explanatory value it has, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
What percentage of the variance is explained? That's how you read it.
Okay.
And the R squared is 0.07. It's like only 7% of the variance is explained by this, and even then, it's like that's just trash, right? Usually,
Yeah.
an R squared of like 0.2 of like 20% of the variance is also trash. This was like 0.7, 0.07. I'm sorry, 0.07. So here, look at the differences. I'm sending you. I made this graph or this chart. Okay, this kind of like helps explain the differences between R squared.
Yeah.
Or like what R squared is. So yeah, on the left you have like the R squared they had in that study where it's 0.07. Just drawing a regression line, it just doesn't explain shit. Sorry, it's just trash. And then like on the right you have like an R squared of 0.8, which is okay. So yeah, so it's just like there's so much misinfo. I don't know if I want to like. Sometimes I'll just open a Gravel Institute video or a PergerU video and just debunk it for fun. But damn, it's grim. It's grim. But yeah, I don't know. I also got to wake up in like 4 hours. I already slept for 3.
Awesome.
Don't worry.
Oh,
I already
okay.
slept. I just woke up at like 1 a.m. and I was like, okay, let me just do stuff now.
Yeah. Oh,
But
these
yeah.
people keep fucking having panels. They go from like 4 a.m. my time to like 8 a.m. my time. And that's like, I want to be in bed by fucking 4 a.m., dude. Because otherwise my sleep
Yeah,
schedule just gets so fucked.
Yeah,
But-
so if it's like 4 a.m., you're gonna be like, okay, I'll stay up late. But then if they change it to 8 a.m., you're like, I can just sleep and wake up. But it's like, yeah,
Yeah, it's wild.
That's
I don't want to be
garbage.
sleeping from like 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. or whatever. And it just sucks.
yeah. Like tomorrow. I'm just dry. Like tomorrow, I'm just like, I only like go to my university for like 3 hours just for a lecture, and then I come back. I don't want to spend much time in the north, because of Lebanon. I don't want to. I don't want to be there when it happens, when shit goes down. So, you know. But yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm doing tomorrow.
That makes
But
sense.
How's your
I gotta
sleeping schedule?
fucking register for classes, dude. I'm gonna have to fix my sleep schedule when I go to college in like
Same.
3 weeks. But
I have like 3 days. Yeah, I have like 2 days, 3 days to register for like courses. I'm
I
lazy.
think I'm gonna sign up for online courses, and I'm gonna stream myself doing them.
Let's
that's the
go.
game
Is
plan.
that legal?
Well, maybe. I would assume there are probably some lectures that I probably can't share. But like, I don't know.
I mean,
If I'm
if you
just like
paid
doing
for it,
homework, I'm assuming I could stream it. Like,
It's like paying for a movie and then watching it on YouTube. I don't know if that's legal. But yeah, man, I don't know. Live your truth. Live your truth. You,
I don't
you
think they're
watched
gonna
the
care that much.
PragerU debate, right? The PragerU
I did,
Prager
yep.
debate. Oh my
Yep.
god, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god! He got crushed. Dennis.
Yeah.
He got. Look, remember when he made that point of like, Lenin had this newspaper called Truth, and that's like socialism, right? Remember
Yeah.
that point? I made
Yeah.
this meme. Okay, I couldn't believe Destiny didn't bring it up. He should have, but I made this point, like this meme.
Oh
Watch.
yeah, True Social, literally.
Truth Social. It's literally called Truth Social. How are you this not self-aware? This is insane, right? I just don't.
But Kamala is the illiberal one, and Trump isn't
Oh,
illiberal
yeah.
at all. You know.
He also didn't cite Kamala, or he said like the president of New Zealand or the prime minister of New Zealand. What the fuck? This is schizophrenic. It's also probably out of context or something. It's probably just like, oh, government data is reliable, and that's what she said, or something like that. She didn't say like, oh, government defines what truth is. I don't think that's what she said. I'll
Yeah.
look into it. Maybe I don't. Why should I? When Trump has literally Truth Social. Fuck that. Fuck that. You know. But yeah,
Yeah.
God, that was a terrible debate.
Dude,
for
there
them.
were so many. I hate that there are a lot of conservatives. Like I think Dave Rubin did it. I think Benny Johnson did it. Like they'll talk to Destiny and Piers Morgan when they need to actually set up debates. Like they need to set up like 2-hour-long debates on J6. There are so many conservatives that need to be dragged through the mud on J6, and because I think like any honest conservative should be able to. I don't know if they'll ever utter the words insurrection, but. There are so many conservatives that have like such a horrible view on J6 that are like mainstream conservatives, and they like literally should not. They should be fucking canceled, dude. We should bring cancel culture down on them. But they won't do it. They'll talk to Destiny for 2 minutes on Piers Morgan, but not an actual debate.
Am I? Hello?
Hello?
No. Wait, hello? Okay. Yeah, now I'm
Hello?
better. Now I'm better. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
there
yeah.
you
No,
go.
my ping dropped. My ping like totally flattened. No, you said this phrase. I just don't know what that means. You said honest conservative. What's that? Oh, never mind. Yeah. No, I mean, look, Piers Morgan sucks. You started talking about how they should like say the words in track. I just, Obama was the deporter in chief, right? You know that.
Oh, the deporter in chief. Yep, I'm aware.
Yeah, it's over for you. You lost. You lost.
Yeah. Biden, I mean, he actually deported more immigrants as a share who crossed the border than Trump did. But,
Yeah. He said he likes ice cream, and that's not vegan. He said that to donors. He said that. He said that. You
I
lost.
know.
You lost. Are you vegan? I'm gonna want to have
I'm
a
not
debate on
vegan. I'm vegetarian, but
that. Oh well, that's not good enough, but it's better. So
listen, I've heard.
Yeah,
Are
well-
you vegan?
yeah, I try.
I've heard. I've been talking to more vegans lately. I probably will go vegan at some point. I don't think I have good arguments against it. I think it's probably.
That's the thing I hate most about Destiny. He's like, he knows he's wrong about veganism. He's got to know. He's got to know. He debated in the past. And he was like, he admitted it in some past discussions, but nowadays he doesn't admit it anymore. Sucks. Whatever. He doesn't talk about it anymore.
I don't. For whatever reason, when I first started watching Destiny, I remember, it was a few years ago, and I was like a fucking Vosh convert, dude. I thought Destiny was just unhinged.
He is.
Like the first debate I ever thought he did bad in is I watched his old debate with Vegan Gains, and I was like, oh, I don't think his arguments actually work here.
No, he debated this girl, and I think he said something to the effect of like, "Look, I know I'm kind of wrong, but it like benefits me," or some shit. Maybe that was like one of his first debates about philosophy, so maybe it was weaker there. But I don't know. I think he was more honest. I can try to find the discussion. He has like a trillion bazillion discussions on everything, so I don't know if I can find it. But yeah. Why are you playing Bedrock? It just sucks. I don't get that.
Listen, I told you my friends want to vegans are gay in the discussion. Thank you, PPG. My friends want to get every achievement on Bedrock Edition so they can have their fucking Xbox show people that they're so good at Minecraft Bedrock. But
yeah, I mean, that's not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not that different. It just when you look without mods, I just really like mods.
oh yeah, Bedrock
I
sucks. It's not good.
There are a lot of good quality of life mods. But yeah, I don't know. Also, someone said in the chat that like vegans are gay. Well, I mean, I think it's
that's
worse
PPG.
to I think it's
Sorry,
worse
Bimmy.
I just think it's worse to slaughter an innocent being for like my tummy to feel nice, right? That's all I think.
Yeah. Well, Bimmy doesn't really have. I don't think Bimmy has any thought out argument. I think his literal argument is that vegans are gay.
Oh. Well, what's wrong with gay people?
Yeah, wait a second.
I'm trying to be annoying. But
Also, Bimmy, we need to DM still. Fuck, I have not DM'd you about the wealth tax debate.
Oh, that's the person you're gonna debate. Oh,
I set up 3 people to do it with.
I leaked your sources then.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, I don't mean to be rude to you, Bimmy. I'm just saying the only thing I've actually seen you do on stream is react to TYT and Noam Chomsky videos. I haven't actually seen you read anything. Like, you could be reading stuff and I just don't know about it. But like that's just all I've seen you do on stream.
Yeah. I mean, that's bad. Chomsky is peculiar. I used to like him, but then I yeah, No, oh, but that's so funny. Something funny here. Let me rant for a second. I'm taking this course, language, computation, and cognition. Right? It's about NLP and AI and psycholinguistics, basically. And sometimes the professor will just go on a spiel on how like Chomsky's theory of language is wrong, or like universal grammar or whatnot, and whatnot. And when he does like every 2 lectures or something, he just like talk for 5 minutes about how Chomsky's wrong. And then when Chomsky, like everyone thought he died, you follow that? Did you follow that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, when everyone thought Chomsky died, he like a week later he was in class and was saying like everyone thought Chomsky died, by the way, but he didn't. And then like ever since he like the lecture after that, he asked like, "Does anyone know if Chomsky is still alive?" And I was like, "Yeah." I wanted to say unfortunately, I didn't say unfortunately, but now ever since I'm like just his like updates on Chomsky. Every lecture he just asks me like, or like every lecture I tell him, I talk to him in like the break. I tell him, "Oh, by the way, Chomsky is still alive," and then he ends the lecture by saying, "Oh, by the way, important update from one of our students: Chomsky is indeed still alive." But I'm just scared it's gonna die like in a month, and then I have to tell him the like bad news or good news. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's bad news. I don't want him to die. I don't really want him to die. I'm just playing.
I
it out.
mean, yeah, he did have a stroke, but that might have actually increased his brain function. Who knows? So
Maybe. Yeah. But look, you can end the debate on wealth taxes by just saying like all rich people are gonna just disappear. They're just gonna move. It will happen. It will.
yeah,
No, I mean capital flight is a serious argument. I'm just
yeah.
kind of
I mean, that
no.
yeah.
Like I talked to a socialist once on it, and they were like, "Good, we want rich people to leave." But it's like, oh, okay, I don't know.
But then if they accept that, then any revenue argument they make is obviously going to have to be thrown out.
I mean, I don't think it's about
And then like
revenue.
you
I
just
think
you
it's
just
about
export the
punishing
problem
rich
to a different country. Like
I just
that's
don't-
the real form of imperialism. Are you kidding me? You're sending all the billionaires to the Bahamas, like,
True.
and now the billionaires are going to have to deal, or the Bahamas are going to have to deal with them, the oppressive
Look,
billionaires.
it depends on the person, right? So for the maybe average person, I don't know if you can do the average person versus misinformed person dichotomy, but some people wanted to like they think it's actually going to be good policy that increases revenue and blah 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 whatever. Some people just want to punish rich people. And
Yeah.
that's their rationale. Whatever. I don't think that's good. I love rich people. I love them. We gotta support them. Tip your landlord, guys. Tip your landlord.
Oh yeah.
Let's go. But yeah, I don't know. Do you have any other resources on the time prices, or is it just like the super abundance book?
I mean, somewhere in my notes there's a little bit of stuff on it because like the Cato Institute, or no, it's all from the abundance index stuff. I think they
Yeah.
go over 6 reasons why they like time prices, and it's like, oh, it's always it's always equal. You can compare time prices for a French peasant in 1800s France to a modern guy in Germany. Yeah, everyone has 24 hours in a day, so it's all always equal. Yeah, stuff like that.
I mean,
but-
you probably should adjust it somewhat for life expectancy, right? Because that's kind of like
that's true. Yeah.
right? Maybe, right? Because like if I had only 20 years to live, my time is a lot more valuable.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's some diminishing marginal, like, or diminishing utility of time or of life expectancy.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah.
I mean, 1 year is worth a lot more when you're gonna live 20 versus 90 or something. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. We should tax time. Yeah, we should tax people in time prices. Like, yeah, that's gonna be base. Like, imagine the minimum. Yeah, I guess minimum wages can be in time prices. That's not entirely dumb. If anything, that makes sense. But it's just like saying real wages should be adjusted for inflation, because again, time prices are just the inverse of real prices, I think. So that's why that's something I didn't get in there. Like, I don't know what real prices are. I just never heard the term. I talked to an econ major, and they also never heard that term. So it's like,
Yeah, I've never heard it either, but
yeah, real prices, don't you just mean one? Like, CPI divided by CPI. I guess, right? It's just the number one. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any stuff on taxing unrealized gains? I read just like No Opinions short blog in it, but
Do I have anything on capital gains? I doubt it.
well, just
Let me see.
unrealized gains, not. I mean,
unrealized
unrealized.
capital gains. Yeah. There was the Three Wonks thing. They talked about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I write down what they say. Give me a second.
My source is what Micah said. That's
yeah.
That's my only source.
I
I
remember
believe
Micah
him.
mentioning unrealized capital gains tax when they talked about, was it the Republican Party platform? Was it 2025? I don't remember. They talked about something. Wow, I know, so informative. Let me see. So my land value tax, income tax, DB50, value added. No, I don't have unrealized capital gain.
Damn.
But Micah does have an article about how it's a double. Oh, or maybe it's just capital gains. I don't know. If
That was just capital gains. Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a double tax, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything special on that.
Although unrealized gains can be like can be an infinite tax, because if you just tax the value of the stock every time it goes up and down, if you don't compensate people for their losses, then you can tax the same gains over and over again as the stock bounces up and down. So, there's that.
Yeah, but here's something I didn't get. It's like, is it just like a one-time? Is it a yearly thing? Because let's say I have a stock. Let's say I buy a stock at $1,000, then it shoots up to 2,000. And then I pay for like 5 years the tax, and let's say it's a 25% tax, like buy it in once or something, right? Then I lose money, right? I lose money. It's like I pay 1,250 in taxes over 5 years on the unrealized capital gain, but I only make 1,000 in the capital gain, right? Like I pay over 5 years more than the capital gain. So I don't know if that makes sense, right?
What? Sorry, you're paying.
Imagine you
Wait,
buy stock ABC, right? And it's $1,000, something, I don't know, and then it shoots up to 2,000, right? So you have a capital gain of 1,000, right?
Yep.
And then let's say there's a 25% unrealized capital gains tax, and let's say you do make over 100 million, okay, or whatever.
Yeah.
You have.
Yeah.
So the tax affects you. Also, it's dumb to have like a tax start affecting people once they make a certain amount of money, or like once they have a certain amount of, it should be like, you know that though, it should be like, it shouldn't be a step, that creates probably some stuff. But whatever. Let's say you're under the tax, so you have 1,000 in capital gains, and then you pay 25% a year, I guess. So
Yeah.
the first year you pay 250, then the second year you pay 250, third year, fourth year, fifth year. But by the fifth year, you pay more than $1,000 in total into taxes, right? So that's more than the unrealized capital gain. All right, isn't that like just a little dumb? I don't know. It encourages people probably. I don't know. I mean, I'm maybe being retarded because I'm assuming the stock stays constant, which it probably won't. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't you know
Wait,
stocks
so you
are
don't want
just
any
fake
corporate taxes? Well, Bimmy, I'm sure we'll get to talk about it in the debate, but
yeah, you should debate
yeah,
non-quant. Don't run away. Don't run away.
well, he already agreed to it. He's have to set up a time, and I probably want to read a little bit of stuff, even though I think I've read more than him. But
read a bajillion Cato papers. Read only stuff that confirms your priors.
Exactly.
Okay? Only
confirmation bias stuff. Yep.
Let's go. Total. That's how you achieve truth. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
Kind of though, unironically. No.
I mean, like,
No.
really. I mean, if I'm preparing for a debate, I am going to read mostly stuff that I've collected that confirms my prior. But like, then in theory, if I'm wrong, shouldn't they be able to present stuff that shows I'm wrong?
Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. That's how courts work, right? Like.
Yeah. What are we arguing about exactly, though? This is the prompt I came up with, and you agreed to. We can amend it if we want. Taxing unrealized gains, implementing wealth taxes, and raising high corporate taxes are detrimental economic policies.
Let's go. I don't know if corporate. Look, I don't know if I wouldn't say corporate taxes are detrimental policy. I would say they're just not optimal. Right? Probably
suboptimal.
better to have a corporate tax than not.
Yeah.
So
I think I phrased that as raising high corporate taxes.
Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. If you really want to be funny, look, I do that when I'm really bad faith. When I just want to troll someone, I don't do that usually. But when I troll someone and I talk about taxes, I just say Laffer curve about whatever.
Oh yeah.
Even though it's like a totally fake point, it's totally dumb. There's totally zero. I'm not saying do that person. I don't know that person. I don't know them. They're probably good faith. They're probably nice. Don't do that to them. But sometimes I'll debate like a dumb fuck, and I'll be like, "Look, but what about the Laffer curve? Don't you know about the Laffer curve? You want to tax carbon? Don't you know about the Laffer curve?" I'll just troll them. But yeah.
I mean, all right. Listen, I think there was that one paper that estimated like 5 OECD countries were probably taxing rich people over the point of the Laffer curve, but it was like some of the Scandinavian countries that have super high marginal rates on the very rich,
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure
When
they
they
even
said that,
reduced
do they
them.
mean,
There are a
like,
lot
they
of
tax
European
them
countries that
on-
got rid of their wealth taxes.
When they said that, do they mean like in effective rates or like in just like some of the top marginal tax? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like someone can
I think it
have
was
like a
the
top marginal tax rate of like a trillion% or like 1,000%, or I'm sorry, 100%. You know, and then like maybe that's but that's like not the entire tax, right? Just like the top. So maybe I don't know what this study was. I probably should read it.
in 2017, Jacob Lundberg of Uppsala University estimated Laffer curves for 27 OECD countries with top income tax rates maximizing tax revenue ranging from 60 to 61%. From 70, okay, that just goes through all the countries. Most countries appear to have set their highest tax rate below the peak rate, with 5 countries exceeding it. So it's just what the highest marginal rate is. But
Okay, yeah, I don't know if that's the most informative thing, but yeah, sure. I just think Laffer curve is funny because that's like the average conservative argument against like any tax. So I just do it to say I'm not a conservative, of course, but yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I'll troll conservatives too. Okay, but sometimes it's funny to troll dumb people.
I think I did
Look,
write the Laffer curve as just a bullet point. I don't know if I'll probably mention it in my opening statement, but I'm not like super interested.
No, you should. I don't think Laffer curve impacts fucking corporate taxes that much. I've never heard it. It's only income.
In the wealth tax part, I have the Laffer curve written down, but I also have I have other points I need to add. But
yeah, I don't know if Laffer curve is the strongest one because people want a wealth tax of like not high. What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
I don't remember.
I don't know what was it.
I'm pretty sure
Also,
the maximum
another thing
ever proposed was like 9%.
In your Notion library, you should not paste links. You should give them a title. Don't just paste links. That's ugly. That's yucky.
Paste links? What do you mean?
When you just open your Notion for a second.
Yeah. Where do I?
I don't want to see HTTP column / whatever Micah blah blah blah. I want to see a title and I want to see.
Well,
I
mean, like this is just stuff I like haven't read yet. So like I just like paste the links in here and it's like I'll get back to them later.
Yeah, but how do you know what
some of the things have the title?
Maybe in these links, you can find like that you can find the title. But sometimes the links will just be like 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5, something like that, and then it's like what I do.
Some of my more organized pages have that. They have a title and they have the link underneath them, and it's like marked red, so I know I haven't read it. But sometimes I'm just lazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in my taxes, I say in my taxes, in my tax entry, my entry about taxes. I just have a list of all taxes, and each one has its own page, and then I just dump resources. Whenever I do want to just paste links, I still give them a title, but I just have in like half my Notion pages, there's just I'm gonna do a header 1. I'm doing a divider, and then below that a header 1 toggle header, whatever it's called, and toggle title, and I just just dump resources there for future use. I just hate losing links. You probably know what I'm talking about, right? Like you'll see something saying. You'll see something saying XYZ talking about is total bullshit, and then you'll not save it. You'll see it on Twitter. You're not gonna save it, and then like 5 years later, you see someone say XYZ, and you're like spending 40 minutes to find that link, and then you don't find it. That's just like my nightmare.
I know. I gotta get better at that because sometimes I still like just see something and I bookmark it on Twitter, and then I need it later, and it's not on my Notion. I have to go through all my Twitter bookmarks, and I don't remember what to search to find it. It's like.
I did that recently, and it was therapeutic. I gotta say, I went over all my like bookmarks. And whatever wasn't just like Israeli stuff, but whatever was about like econ stuff, I just saved. That's how I found like a lot of stuff against like the peasants used to work like negative hours a trillion years ago. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're talking about there.
Talking point that peasants and the what was it, Dark Age or something, used to work like only 150 hours, and that's kind of total bullshit.
Well, what were they?
Look it up. Like peasants worked 150 hours. Look that up.
Peasant in medieval era worked just 150 days a year on average. The church believed it was crucial to keep them content by making
hours,
frequent holidays.
I'm retarded as fuck. Not hours, days. That talking point is total bullshit. But yeah, I hear it often, but it's bullshit. But yeah, I can send you a mini thread debunking it if you want.
Oh yeah, I'm on a Reddit comment debunking it right now, but
Oh, let's go. Yeah, Reddit. I love Reddit.
oh, Jeremy
am.
adjusted for inflation. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
I mean,
Beetle?
it's like they were working. They couldn't work on the winter much, and also the author of that claim took it back, and it's just kind of total bullshit. And also, their labor was more harsh than like
Yeah.
some coder in LA, probably. So it's just and it was mostly for like church stuff. It's just total bullshit, and a lot of labor was undocumented, and all that stuff, all that good stuff. By the way, I'm so happy Deepak is doing debates now. Like not doing debates, like hosting debates. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't think so. What do you mean?
Yeah, David Pacman hosted that like Destiny.
Oh,
and then
that's what you mean by Deepak. Yeah, David Pacman.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about like Deepak Chopra or something. Yeah, no. I call him Deepak. David Deepak Pacman. Yeah, no, that's based. He did like one with Brianna Wu. It was funny. It wasn't funny. It was just boring.
What did he debate Brianna Wu on, or did he
So
just have her
didn't
come
debate
on?
Brianna Wu. He did he hosted a debate between Brianna Wu, or maybe it was like a panel or something. Brianna Wu and like two other socialists, or like one of them was a socialist, the other one was forgot. Yeah, look it up. Look it up.
Yeah. Progressive
this
civil war
one.
explodes over Israel Gaza. Oh no.
Yeah, this one.
Today
Yeah,
we'll be
just-
having
It's dumb. It's dumb. It's like from a month ago or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like that he's doing panels now. I like it, or like hosting debate. He's a good debater, but like it's fun to see. He has a good platform, so I thought like the Dennis debate was really good. Like he hosted it pretty well. Although sometimes he'll be like a biased moderator. He'll be like, "Oh, Dennis, by the way, this is wrong, but I'll let Destiny correct that or something." Like, that's,
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Like that's funny.
I mean, unfortunately, I mean, you're calling. I mean, if you're going on David Pacman's show, you should know that like he's probably gonna lean liberal, right? But
Yeah.
listen, the truth kind of has a liberal bias in many respects, so it's hard to.
Oh well, I agree because the truth is the government, and the government has a liberal
the
bias. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what New Zealand said, so I have to believe it. I'm still not over that. I really like dropped my mouth when I heard him say, "Oh, he called the truth. That's socialist propaganda," and then like actually not realize that Trump has like truth social. It's called the truth fucking. If anything, that's more like Marxist because like truth socialism or something. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, true. Yeah.
What a fucking retard. What a fucking dumb fucking retard. Oh my god. But yeah, kill me. Well, it's not a newspaper, so it's not analogous. But yeah. Well, what's your goal in this Minecraft world? Just achieve achievements?
I mean, I just play it when I stream. It's just something for me to do in the background. But my friends want to get every achievement in the game.
You should
Yeah,
play
for me,
Killer
though, it's just-
Sudoku. You should not play Minecraft.
Sudoku.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
Yeah, because you're. A
Why are you
nerd,
digging
okay.
clay with the pick? Whatever.
Shut up, dude. I wasn't thinking, bro.
Yeah, I can tell. You also forgot one of the ceilings things. It's like
Oh,
instead
goddamn
of
it.
four blocks on it, it's 3 now. Yeah, you messed up. Big time.
Yeah. Cave, no way.
Yeah. But yeah, no. I like Killer Sudoku. It's like Sudoku, but like without initial numbers. It just gives you cages and the sums. Whatever. It's schizo stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But,
He's so even more nerdy. Okay, got you.
also, why you when you debate taxes, right? You said they're gonna be like detrimental to economic growth and what? Don't you know that like the planet has finite resources? Don't you know that though?
Oh yeah, there's finite resources and yeah.
So you want like
And you
infinite growth?
You can't expect
That's
infinite
like-
growth on
yeah.
a finite planet.
Yeah, and it's like just the second law of thermodynamics, right? Like
Yeah.
So yeah, you got owned, I think.
Yeah. What do
You
what
get
do you say
debunked.
to that? Because usually I just say, well, ideally
I
we'll
just concede
eventually get to
usually.
post scarcity, but
I usually just concede.
Oh, okay.
no. I mean, what do you say to dumb talking points? I guess I'm just like, well, no, right? Like if I could increase everyone's incomes, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can, and that's the good thing. That's the good part. You can do that. So yeah, dude, I was like, you want to know? I was actually. Oh wait, is that diamonds? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to someone like a week ago, and I was telling them like, fuck, what was it? I was telling them like, oh, the government cannot just print money because like then, inflation, and then they're just, why can't the government just like adjust
Not have
everyone's
inflation.
income for inflation? No, just adjust everyone's income for
Oh.
inflation. And I was trying to explain to them it's a spiral, and it's like, okay, well, if it's a spiral and now inflation increases again, then adjust it again. I was like,
Do you not
May-
see
maybe,
that?
but then in like 3 years, you have like you need to pay a gorillion bajillion dollars to buy like bread, and then, and then they were like, and then they told me it was crazy not fun. They told me I don't care about the nominal value of the dollar. I care about time. No, I'm
Oh.
joking. I'm
That's
joking.
great.
I'm joking. No. The last part's fake, but no, the other part was real. I just like, I don't know. I was like losing my mind. I don't know how to explain to people like, no, you cannot just like adjust everything for inflation and then make the economy constant. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of in 2020, which is kind of an ironic time to do it, considering we were printing a lot of money in 2020. There was this TikTok movement called "Print More Money 2020,"
Oh,
and they were all just arguing that we could print money and not have inflation because money's just made up. We made it, so like, why did just make it so there's no inflation because we made money. So like,
yeah,
just add a patch and remove the inflation from the game. Just do that.
Yeah, you print a gorillion billion dollars, and then like everyone's incomes are just like cut by 1,000, but then you multiply it by 1,000 and it's the same.
Yeah,
You just
exactly.
print more. Yeah, base. I support that. Not only that, they could just like do like, okay, maybe now maybe now you need a gorillion bajillion dollars to buy one bread. But then just change the dollar to be equal to a gorillion bajillion old dollars, and now you fixed it. And you just need $1 to buy bread. And
Exactly. Didn't
think
Israel
that's
literally
really-
do that? It wasn't that the point of the new shekel? Didn't you guys fuck up your currency?
Yeah, we did. No, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the 80s. We don't talk about the 80s. Okay, we literally had, dude, my dad, when he talks about the 80s, he's just like, he always says the same thing. He's like, we went to the grocery store and then we went back again after like a couple hours and the prices were different. And I'm like, wow. By the way, we have like a non-money printing law or something. I think the law says, don't quote me on it. I think the law says like the government cannot print money to like pay for debts or something. Fuck, I forgot the exact formulation of the law.
You have an anti-MMT law, yeah.
It's a strong restriction on the government printing money, which I think it's overall good. I need to look into that again. But yeah, no, the 80s were wild. The 80s were funny. That's why if you look at a graph of Israel's inflation historically, it's like you cannot see any differences because we have just like this one insane peak in the 80s. So it's just like,
Yeah.
even if inflation becomes like tomorrow 10%, you're not gonna see it because it was like 500% in 1982. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah. Well,
But
we had an dude. I might make a short video about this. There's this graph that's like looking at CPI, and it's like, oh, inflation's much higher than it actually is. It's actually triple what the government's telling us because if you use the pre 1983 methodology, then inflation's actually triple what it is. And like the first issue you can look at, it says inflation is higher now than it was like in the 70s, and it's like, well, that's not true. It's like it's almost no way that could be the case.
What is it? Is it not shadow stats?
No, it's I don't. Maybe it is shadow stats actually, but I don't think it's a shadow stats thing.
Yeah, I know. Shadow stats is retarded, and a lot of Austrians types would use that instead. Where it's like actually inflation is a gorillion percent. You don't know that.
Yeah.
Though. But yeah, that's shadow stats. This graph is shadow stats.
But there's another one. I think I have it bookmarked on Twitter. It basically shows the same graph.
Oh. Yeah, that's
but it's
dumb.
it's dumb.
Yeah, super dumb. By the way, wait. If you want some like really useful thing on debating housing ever, or like Did you ever talk to someone who denies like supply and demand or something?
Not deny supply and demand, but I have I have talked to people who deny that corporate taxes reduce wages even at all, which is interesting. But
That's dumb. But yeah, look at this. Oh my god, I'm doing the Nickelback thing. Look at this graph, okay? Just check out the first graph, okay? And this Fed notes.
months of
Just
supply
look at
left
the-
scale, price change
Yeah,
right
it's just like
scale.
They're just inverses. They're just inverses. You build more housing, prices maybe not decline, but the rate of increase declines. So it's just like obviously obvious. But this graph is trash. It's total trash. I made it again in Tableau. Let me send you because this graph is formatted horribly, so I made it again. And they use good data. It's from Zillow and whatever. But yeah. Wait. You should remove that image and use the one I sent you. This is my reformulation. It looks better. Right?
Yeah.
Better. This graph sucks. I don't know how that got posted on the Fed website, but yeah. But yeah. I think Chris Clark has a video on shadow stats. If you ever want that, but yeah.
Yeah, this isn't the shadow stats graph, but it's using basically the same thing where they used a pre-1983 methodology, which instead of doing the owner's equivalent rent for CPI, which owner's equivalent rent has issues, they were looking at like actual expenditures, but like the big issue with this, which is actually what these people are doing, the reason they change it is so people like aren't retarded like this person is that like when interest rates go up to slow inflation, that makes the mortgage rate goes up. And now we're measuring like mortgage rates going up, so it like makes inflation look super high, which you can actually like see that here. Like this big spike is from mortgage rates going up because the interest rates were so high at the peak of inflation.
Yeah. Oh, that makes total sense. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah. But that's why. Yeah, that explains. I never thought about that. Right? Like, what should you not see it then a decrease during COVID or something because interest rates were like zero?
Well,
like
I don't know how much that affected people's. Well, no, it should have, but
maybe I don't know. Either way, look again, official CPI, then it's government approved and government defines truth. So yeah. But yeah, I don't trust any like unorthodox stat or maybe for like dumb countries or something. That's a bad phrase, but yeah, for Argentina, people again, everyone talks about the poverty rate in Argentina, but they always like cite this one university study estimate or whatever. But the official estimates, I don't think changed much. So yeah, I don't know. People, I'm very incredulous of. Is that the term, incredulous? I'm very skeptical of any, like estimate or unapproved thing for an official metric.
Yeah, this is the extent of my knowledge. I see people post something about Argentina, and then I see SDL reply. He boosted poverty rate over 50%. He raised the unemployment from 6 to 8%. The economy is shrinking. He cut dozens of essential services. Argentina's reward really successfully reduced inflation from 210% down to 270%. But I don't know. I've seen so many conflicting things.
What a retarded talking point. He's less than a year in office. What the fuck do you expect to happen, retard? What the fuck? Yeah, I think inflation rate was like literally 2, or like in some foods it was like literally decreasing or 0, but like in some months it was like 2. Yeah, inflation is still gonna be high. Wait, what did he say about the economy shrinking? What's the source for that? The economy shrinking?
He just says the economy is shrinking, but I don't know what he means by that. And also, he mentions that like he cut dozens of essential services, which just means cutting government spending and government services, and also that the unemployment rate increased, and those two things are probably related.
Yeah, I expect unemployment to increase. Like I don't know if there's this website Malay Reform Tracking or something. Let me find it. SDL is like, look. SDL is kind of like a mini Ben Burgess. The way I interpret what he says is just like what the left wing position should be, or like how much left can I go? That's like what I interpret him to say most of the time. No offense. If SDL, if you're watching this, I like you. You're cool, you're funny, but this ain't it. Let me find it.
I said I can't have you burning my bridges, okay?
Whoa.
Econoboy
that's
is a
right.
certified non-font fan now.
That's
so.
right. Econoboy's based. Econoboy is like super based. But Micah's better. Micah's goated. Sorry. Here, Malay Reform Watch. This website. Let me find it. Is it loading? It tracks a bunch of like indices about Malay and whatnot. I don't know if they have any papers yet. But yeah, let me here. Labor Monitor. Maybe that's gonna be the one. They have a labor monitor and macroecon monitor. And yeah, I don't think unemployment increased that much. GDP definitely did not decrease, I think. Maybe it did. Wait, let me look. Real GDP is lower. But that's because of inflation. Whereas okay, I don't know. Like you would expect, let me try to find stuff. Like you would expect real GDP to decline for the government spending part of it. And but yeah, I don't know. I should look into that. But yeah, no, inflation dramatically decreased. I don't know why he's like citing yearly rates. I don't know. Give him 4 years, okay? You'll get to see that. And real wages have increased. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And housing. He's doing a lot of good stuff on housing. I should organize all the data in once. But yeah, I don't know. This Malay denialism, I'm not here for it. I'm not going to stand. I'm not going to. Send me the SDL tweet, by the way, if you can.
Yeah.
Let me kill this fly. I know I'm vegan, but I do kill flies.
Wow.
Sorry, not sorry. Whoa, I got a new DM from Nonfont. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
From Nonfont, the YouTuber?
Let's go.
The Nonfont,
Let's
the
go.
YouTuber.
Let's go.
I got a DM from this dude the other day that just said, "Are you Nonfont, the YouTuber?"
Whoa.
And he like,
Whoa.
he's like some weird right-wing guy that like barely speaks English, and he's like, "Can you come on my show?"
Let's go.
And I was like, "What's your show?" And he was like, "Well, I had to temporarily abolish my show because of difficulties."
Let's go.
So I don't really know. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know if I'm gonna go on his show.
I mean, maybe. Why not? I mean, you should watch an episode of the show and judge for yourself.
Well, he's
yeah.
abolished the show, so I don't like.
Oh.
He used the word abolish. I don't know why he used that word, but
It's the people's show. But yeah. Aye. Why can't SDL just hand it to Malay? Just give it, give him the credit he deserves. Crazy guy. But yeah.
yeah. Also, Kinley, you're in the fucking YouTube Shorts chat again. Okay, just know I do stream horizontally. Okay. Libertarianism is mid, localism is better. We've had this conversation so many times, localist, so many times. I don't want to grow my own food. I don't want to do it. I want to go to the grocery store and have my based globalish, grown in Argentina, packaged in Thailand pear fruit cup, okay? Okay?
One world government. One world Zionist occupied government. Let's go. Total victory. Total victory. Yeah. Let's go. That's my ideology. Yeah, I don't know what localism is much, but it sounds either like federalism versus localism, which then maybe, or just like stuff when that's done.
Some of his points are like fine and could be interesting. Like he supports like nullification, states being able to nullify laws they believe is unconstitutional. Maybe there's an argument to be had there, and he wants decisions to be made on like the lowest level possible. So he basically thinks states and local governments should have more rights or whatever, and they should make more decisions. But then he also has this like really cringe point of like, well, I think we should have no big farms, or I don't think he says no big farms, but like local communities should own their own farms and grow their own food and build their own houses, and we shouldn't have construction companies building them. We should just have the local community do it. We shouldn't have big farms. The local community should just do it.
I think the people who live in like the north or like in very cold areas should like grow their own tropic fruits or tropical fruits, whatever the term. Yeah, I think
Yeah, exactly.
to me. Yeah. I think people in the desert should grow their own like fruit. I agree with that.
He believes in local self-sufficiency, he says.
I mean, just trade is based. I mean, just
Exactly. I've gone over
where's
so many,
the
so many times, you
game
know,
where
like
comparative advantage?
competitive advantage, Tiger Woods shouldn't mow his own lawn, like
There's this book I was reading. I stopped in the middle to read another book. I do that all the time. But it was like wait, fuck, what's the name of the book? Hold on, I don't want to get it wrong. 1 second. Free wait. Oh my god. Zotero is giving me a problem. Here, what's wrong with protectionism? It's by I think it's a Mercato Center, you know that one?
yeah.
Yeah. I think either that or George Mason University. I forgot which one.
Yeah, Arcade Center.
Here, yeah. Published in partnership with the Mercato Center at George Mason University. Okay. Yeah, that's a good book. It debunks like protectionist stuff. It's I think the author is semi-libertarian. I don't care. I try to read people who like with different viewpoints. I know I'm like that. I'm like that. But yeah, I don't know.
You
Free
believe in
trade
local
space.
self-sufficiency, you're often going to also believe in local control of government, but not always vice versa. Okay, well that doesn't address the points, but
Oh,
I
you
will
should
never
debate
be
more
as
Trump.
good as
I
you
mean,
at
I don't-
gathering
I don't-
fruits. I can trade you moose. Oh, but they're just talking about trade. Okay. What'd you say?
You should just I don't want to. You shouldn't really waste time on like people with like, I think you should grow your own medicine or whatever. You should debate Trumpists. You should find Trumpists and debate them because that's more important now. I think.
Yeah, there
Maybe.
aren't many of them on the Twitch politics
Good.
scene really, but
Good. Yeah.
there's Minar, but
Oh God. Yeah.
but I think I've exhausted most of the Trump talking points I can get from him.
No, it's funny. People will be like, "Oh, I want to lower taxes," and then, "Oh, what do you think of tariffs?" I love tariffs. I was like, okay, whatever.
I know, yeah, which are literally just a regressive tax, but you know that's
Yep.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. No, I mean,
But China
I love-
pesos.
That's right. They do. The U.S. taxes Chinese businesses. It does. It
Yeah.
really does. Have
And they pay them.
jurisdiction.
It's wild. You would think we wouldn't have like the enforcement mechanisms to, go after people who don't pay them, but it's so nice of them that they somehow pay them. Yeah.
Are you doing wait, I sent you the Trump research book, right?
Yeah.
Bro, that's like that website is so based, so epic.
Yeah.
I think it was made with Wiki.js, yeah. It's a base website. The UI is trash, but yeah. I don't know. Thank you for you did a lot of January 6th reading. That I listened to that. That was based.
Yeah, I need to do
was,
more. I think I'm
article
gonna read a lot of the J6 report, which would take a
Ooh,
while, but I don't think it wouldn't take
Did you
that
read
long.
maybe, I don't know how thick that report is, but you read that thing where it's like a comprehensive timeline of the electorate,
Yeah.
or whatever. that was a good article. But yeah. Oh, that's bad. Wait, what about NGDP targeting? You have a lot of sources on that, right?
Yeah, a lot of the Cato Institute stuff. I never finished reading it because other things came up, but I need to go back to reading them.
Fuck, I was talking, but Cato
I need to
Institute has this website called like Downsize the Federal Government or something.
Yeah.
Actually, they're all over the place. Like, well, they're not all over the place in terms of like ideology. They're pretty consistently libertarian, but it's just one website will be like human progress, and it looks like based and progressive, like Revel Institute esque. The other one is like
Yeah.
literally destroy the government. It's like okay, whatever. It's both Cato. It's like okay, whatever. They have like a whole blog post about privatization and whatnot. And I sometimes when I argue with the like socialists, I'll just cite random things from that blog post. I don't know if I believe all of it. I like trolling people. Look. I like the truth, but I like finding it on. I don't think talking to random people online is the best way to find it. So and random people online are just ones and zeros on my computer to entertain me. So I'll just troll a
exactly,
lot. But yeah. But yeah. Like what does it even mean to find the truth? Like how do you find the government, right? I just don't.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you contact Kamala Harris to figure it out?
That's right. She said that though. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was the New Zealand.
I have not played
Prime
Base
Minister.
Engineer.
I don't know. I don't want to fly to New Zealand to talk to her. No. Social distancing, right? Did you get
Yeah.
your 12th boost shot?
Yep, obviously. So I can be strong enough to go out and vote for Kamala. Dude, she
Total
didn't pick our
Democrat.
fucking or no, he withdrew. One of the people who could have been vice president was from my state, and he withdrew because he's dumb and stupid. But
Oh, Cooper.
yeah, Roy Cooper.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
man.
Are you Waltz pilled? Are you a Shapiro pilled?
I mean, I haven't followed it really since since Roy Cooper dropped out. But
okay.
I don't have strong opinions. I saw someone sent that apparently Shapiro maybe covered up a murder somehow. I need to read that, but it
what?
covered up a murder apparently somehow.
Murder.
Yeah, when he was like district attorney, he like argued somebody who was stabbed 2 times after they died somehow killed themselves.
Based.
But I don't remember. I haven't read into the
I
specifics,
just
and also
support him because he said, like the Palestine protests are KKK and like yeah. So no, I mean no. I'm leaning Shapiro, but Waltz is also based. I'm ambivalent, and probably you should be too. I don't know.
yeah, I don't care that
Yeah.
much, but
I didn't follow Cooper that closely. I don't know what Micah is posting on Twitter about like how it should be Buttigieg. He's tripping. He's insane. He's completely derailed. I don't
what's wrong
know.
with Buttigieg?
He's not gonna be VP ever. He's not a good pick. He's just not gonna be popular.
I don't think he wants to be VP. I don't think he's ever expressed interest in it. But like I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. There's a bunch of progressives that I talk to who don't want to vote for Kamala but would vote for Buttigieg. So there's that.
Really? What progressives?
Yeah.
The wonky gay guy? I don't know. Maybe.
There's
It should be Jared Polis. That the moment
true.
Jared Polis was like, I don't want to be VP. I knew it's like over. I bet 80 shekels with a friend that Trump's gonna win. I think Trump's gonna win, but I'm way less confident now. I bet like a week ago. I'm way less confident.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the
Can
polls
you
for
believe
Kamala
that
have been
Biden
pretty
dropped
good.
out only like 12 Biden dropped out only 12 days ago. Wait, that's insane.
I know, yeah, it's been so fast. And nobody has talked about him since. It's wild. The only
Yeah, good,
like-
good. They should. They should look.
But I like
Well,
Biden. I
he's
feel
like-
bad. Like no one talks about him anymore. And like
Yeah, but get with the plan. Get with the. Yeah, I mean,
but I
get
did.
with
But
the
I
full plan.
read so many no opinion blog posts about Biden and how he's good. And now
And you're gonna read so much more about Kamala. That's exciting.
she hasn't even done anything, bro. Well, that's
Don't
not
be
true. She's
burdened
done.
by what has been. Okay, don't be burdened by
Oh
what
yeah, I
has been.
need to think about what can be. You're right. You're right.
That's right. That's right. That's the spirit. Dude, I'm investing in all the coconut stocks. I'm a good investor. I'm rational.
Dude, she needs to start selling coconut merch. Like
Yeah.
Biden on
No,
their
no.
shop
I
had.
think one of the best things he did was like own the dark Brandon meme.
Yeah,
But
Kamala
yeah.
isn't selling like coconut merch yet, but
she should. She should like sell coconut merch. She should be like I don't know, some like broken chains and it's like unburdened by what has been or something. But now it's all just like boring stuff like basically I'm with her 2.0 or some shit. I don't like it. She also
and
should
she
pull-
does have she does have pride flags made of her different color suits, which is
really?
odd, but cool.
Damn. Oh yeah. I guess yeah, that's dumb. But whatever. If people are gonna buy it, then buy it. Let's go. Buy Pride. Let's go. Where's straight Pride? Trump should sell straight Pride. I'll buy that.
He sold his sneakers and he sold a Bible, so I mean,
NFTs and whatnot. Yeah.
oh, and
That was so dumb. That was obviously a scam. I don't know how Trump gets the nation still. He just scammed his fucking base. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
crazy. It'll be like, it'll be over the. I don't know. He'll be like, it'll be like a court finds him like criminal and guilty of murder and like whatever, and then it'll be like donate to me, and then everyone donates to him. I
Yeah.
don't get it.
I need to
get
do
it.
more reading on the Trump University thing because I'm pretty sure he got it might have been just civilly sued for it, but I'm pretty sure he like literally defrauded people with Trump University, which was not a real university, but somehow
Based in Pragerfield. Let's go.
yeah.
Trump University. Where?
There was like some defamation claim that he could set.
Is there anything in the Trump research book on the Trump University?
It was before he was ever president, so there might not be, but
They have some personal stuff. It's not just about his record. But I can find it. I don't know if that's the most important thing. I don't know if the marginal.
no, it's
returns
definitely
from
not
that
the
are-
most important thing.
Right.
But
But with how schizophrenic the average conservative is, it might be like you need to be ready for everything. Oh, you use Perplexity a lot? I don't know if I trust Perplexity a lot. It just like it gives me just like the Google search with headlines.
yeah.
Good.
Trump University marketed itself as a legitimate educational institution, promising to teach students Donald Trump's real estate secrets and strategies for success. However, it was not an accredited university and did not offer any official recognized degrees or qualifications. I think he got in trouble for this before he got in trouble for all the things he did as president. But people
And
don't
people
care.
will donate for that shit. It will be again. It will be like Trump defrauded, murdered, and like just I don't know, kicked a puppy or something, and be like, donate to me. They're
Yeah.
persecuting me.
Well, I
And he
mean,
gets
it's
donated.
just proof that he's fighting against the deep state, because they wouldn't be indicting him if he wasn't fighting against them. So
True. They want to make you eat bugs and not kick puppies. That's where we're gonna like murder cows and like kick puppies. That's base. That I don't know. It's dumb. It's all dumb.
yep, we voted him. But
Well, I agree.
anything else?
Whoa, I got on. Yeah, it's over for me. It's over. Yeah, I'm tired. It's almost 6 a.m. I'm probably gonna sleep for like 2 hours or something. But talk
Yeah,
to you
I gotta
later.
read.
It was fun.
But it was
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you have perms to join us anytime. I gave you them a while ago. You can, I'm not always in it when I stream, but you can just DM me.
Yeah, if I have something, I'll hop in. But I just wanted I wanted to talk about the time prices thing because did you read the superabundance thing or did you read their article about like the nostalgia?
I read their like nostalgia globalization article, and then once you mentioned it, I looked into it, and I saw the.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I only looked at it once you told me. So yeah.
So that might be something interesting if you ever debate Austrians or something. You should look into it more than I have. But like the George Gilbert or Gilder, I don't know his name. In his book says the time prices are evidence against like central banks fucking up shit. That's funny. But
Yeah.
I don't know if he's truthful. Again, he's like one of the founders of the Discovery Institute who are just like total fraud liars. So I don't know if I put any stock in what he's saying. In the book, he's literally like saying something like, just as Darwin thought that the theory of evolution he could disprove God or something, the same people think that like their theory of degrowth or something can debunk the gains of capitalism. Some dumb shit. That's like retarded. Like actual fucking zero IQ. But yeah.
The postmodern
Some-
neo-Darwinist.
Let's go. Yeah, they want to push on you science. It's bad. But yeah. Well, talk to you later. Oh, wait. Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I have a cat and a dog and a
Can I
turtle.
see it? Can I see the cat?
I don't know where he is right now. He's probably upstairs or something. I don't think he's in my room.
If you have a photo,
know.
send it my way.
No, I have a lot of photos I can send. Yeah.
Oh. I have my cat here. She's sleeping. I'm vegan. She's not. Okay, it's I'm rarely home. Okay, it's not my family who feeds her. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't push it on other people. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, it was fun. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Bye bye. Talk to you later.
Bye bye. Yep. Thanks. Well, I gotta find a picture of my cat. I have a lot on my phone. I don't know how many I have on my computer. Okay, well, I have this one. There's a ton more on my phone of him looking real dumb. Or I could go to my Instagram story and take some from there, but let me see my phone as webcam, so I can't just use my phone to send them. All right, well, I did what I wanted to do in Minecraft, which is make this ocean home that because Bedrock is stupid, normal doors don't block water, but iron doors do, but iron doors have the drawback of that. So there is that issue. Oh wait, I'm dumb. Holy shit, I'm dumb. I can just use fence gates, can't I? How do I make fence gates? Oh wait, shit. Oh no, I'm good. Okay. God, I hate that. I'm not used to the Bedrock fucking layout for this shit. Okay. Okay, I think I can just use a fence gate. Hell yeah. Okay, we're good. God damn it, I left it open. Okay, let me break these so they can't fucking... Well, I can leave the one inside, I guess, but... Aha, get fucked, dude. Get fucked. Get fucked. Fire. Okay. Hold on, let me DM Jimmy real quick.
A panel discussion on the progressive movement. Is it succeeding? Is it failing? Where is it going wrong? Where is it going right? We'll be joined by Brianna Wu, Executive Director of Rebellion PAC and former candidate for U.S. House in Massachusetts, Claudia Dela Cruz, community organizer, currently running for president as a third-party candidate with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and Nomiki Kantz, the progressive activist and co-director of Losing Puerto Rico, a coalition campaign seeking to abolish a tax cut available in Puerto Rico. Let's discuss. So we are starting to look back at and think about next steps when it comes to the candidacy of President Joe Biden. We've all seen the debate, and this conversation about November is now sort of happening concurrently and interwoven with the conversation about the future of the progressive movement and whether the Democratic Party is the venue for that. We saw some interesting losses last week, including that in the primary for Jamal Bowman, which maybe we will talk about. So just to start somewhere, I'll start with you, Brianna, because Zoom put you in the leftmost box. So we'll just start there. You've made some criticisms of the state of the progressive movement. You've some quite pointed, in fact, with regard to some of the attitudes. You used the words cannibalistic and abusive in some viral tweets. Assess where you think this movement is right now and to what degree Biden is a good shepherd of that movement.
So, I was so happy that Nomiki was going to be on the show with me today because, I feel like you faced a lot of these same forces. When I got into progressive politics a decade ago, it was really focused on women's rights. Today, it feels like the progressive movement just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Today, I think those same women getting harassed online would be called Karens. I think we are chopping off every single part of our coalition in ways that are making very hard for us to win elections. I think what you're seeing right now with the war in Gaza is I think you're seeing progressivism unfortunately veer into straight anti-Semitism. And this entire time, the progressive movement has not done the bread and butter work that you need to do to win elections. Making fundraising lists, building up data infrastructure, building up candidates, and really building the coalition that we need to build in order to win elections. So
PPG's never responded to my DM before, so we'll see if he does this time.
Unfortunately, I think progressives are kind of giving into our worst instincts in ways that very tragically are making us unable to govern and unable to win elections.
What do you think about that, Nomiki, as far as Brianna sees it?
I think the premise is pretty correct. I mean, it seems like somewhere around, I don't know, 2019, 2020, in the lead up to the presidential election where Bernie Sanders ran again, there were plenty of groups. There was a lot of hope. Obviously, the squad got elected. There were progressive wins all over the country. DSA was growing, which I was a member of. And then something started to change internally. And, I briefly kind of talked about this a lot behind the scenes, probably not so much publicly, but I think it is a time where we have to say, we as a left need to learn from history. And, we're not killing progressives, unless you're from Black and brown communities, but I mean, organized in terms of, let's say the 60s, we're not killing the progressive movement physically anymore. They're eating it up. And I'm of the belief it doesn't necessarily mean that progressives are going after each other intentionally. I think that we're falling for strategies. I'm being very careful with my words, I'm sorry. We're falling for something that is being led by folks that are intentionally setting up debates so that we eat each other alive. It's not just—
Can you give a couple of examples of that?
Yeah. So, I mean, okay, let's just get there. In 2020, suddenly you had this group of so-called progressive online, folks all echoing force the vote, not understanding how Congress worked. And then basically, if you challenged them, you were being annihilated online. And anytime you called it out or you went into, the comment section and you looked into who was, echoing them, there were a lot of bots. It doesn't mean that everybody was a bot. There are influencers. There are folks who, are paid to, this is not a secret out there, a lot of people are paid to tweet a certain way professionally and sometimes from other folks. There are other folks who are incentivized, suddenly their followings grew out of nowhere.
We need a second Mueller report too. People don't like the Russiagate Mueller report stuff for some reason. Liberals are for some reason ashamed of it. Just because they couldn't prove collusion. But I'm pretty sure, I haven't read the Mueller report, but they talk in there. I'm pretty sure they talk just about Facebook pages that were taken out by Russia. Yeah, IRA spent over $100,000 for 3,500 Facebook advertisements, which included anti-Clinton and pro-Trump advertisements. The reports list IRA created groups on Facebook to include purported conservative groups, Tea Party News, and purported black social justice groups, black activists, LGBTQ groups, and religious groups. Several Trump campaign members linked to reposted material from IRA's at 10 GOP Twitter account. I'm sure there's people trying to track it. I'm sure Twitter and Facebook try to track it, and they may even release some of their stuff. But there needs to be, and maybe there is. People just don't talk about it. Maybe there needs to be another big report like this. I don't care. Let's tell you, I do care that if the Trump campaign is colluding with Russia or whatever. But I just want to know. I want a big report about the prevalence of Russia funded pages on Twitter or Facebook, probably mainly Twitter. And maybe China as well. China and Iran could be getting involved as well, although it's probably mostly Russia.
Or their YouTube shows, we're getting tips from who knows where, and then they're just straight up bots. And they all boost narratives. And then simultaneously, Brianna knows this very well because she was a victim of Gamergate. That was the incubator for this kind of operation. So that's one side of it. And then on the other side, you saw the left kind of beating each other alive. And some of these people are who were, by the way, some of these people were even on the left in 2016. It's comical to me that there's some people who jump online and character assassinate others based on falsehoods. I've had everything going. I'm NATO, I'm CIA, I'm this, I'm that. You name it, it's come after me. But I also know that's because, my bread and butter was investigating finances. Or you're in bed with DNC. Last time, look, I was in trouble with the DNC for investigating finances.
But Nomiki, if I can just jump in for 2 seconds here. I think you yourself have been a victim of the same forces that I'm talking about. You ran for office in New York, right? And I saw you get the mean progressive cannibal treatment from our own side. Now, I'm not saying I agree with every one of your stances in that race, but I think it's honorable to try to run for office. And you were treated like a traitor, like an enemy. You had personal
viewers on. That's the website links have really gotten worse. Okay, sick, dude.
I've suffered this exact same thing standing up for Israel, right? And not even Israel, but American Jews. So I think there's something fundamentally broken that we can't blame on bots. There's something we decided to make ourselves the enemy.
Let me bring in Claudia, if I can, just briefly, just because there's a lot here, and I want to make sure before we get beyond it, you get an opportunity to react. So a couple things there, and of course, Claudia, anything you heard there that you want to react to, absolutely go ahead. But a couple specific things. Do you agree that, to some degree, with what's been said, that the apparent fracturing is being made to seem bigger than it is through manipulation, bots, astroturfing, whatever, or do you think that it is all genuine discontent? And number two, to Brianna's earlier comment, do you think that anti-Semitism has become, I don't know if I would use the word growing, let's call it a notable problem within the progressive left?
Well, I'm going to jump in as an organizer of over 30 years, and as someone who continues to do grassroots organizing and a lot of political education. I think it's fundamental to understand that the Democratic Party as an institution has historically buried progressive voices. It's not new. It has historically done that. And, you know,
don't you know the 2020 primary is rigged? Fuck, we got to read that Vox article too. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. I don't know how that probably won't be super relevant to the wealth tax debate. Okay, and we should read some of this book too. Okay, shit. We got a lot of reading to do. Okay, fuck. Hold on. I need to check. He's not streaming. Okay. Oh.
Monster Hunter now is a.
Maybe I should challenge NRK Live to the wealth tax debate too. Maybe I'll do it after whenever. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Hold on. Let me finish setting this one thing up, and then I'll. Fuck, but I want to farm this video. Okay. Hold on. I'm drawing a complaint. Okay. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that's like that I need to react to? This is a lot of this stuff is just gonna be like background stuff. If I'm ever just playing video games and need something to. Can't even, that's irrelevant by now. Because they were talking about Biden versus Trump, and then Biden dropped out and they had to rename it. Also, what is Alex Stein in it? And I don't want to watch him. And also, Jubilee copy strikes me for watching this stuff on YouTube. So, okay. I think we'll react to this. Okay. This is not that long. If I watch it on 2x speed, it's like 30 minutes. Okay. And then we'll start reading this stuff. Okay. We're good. Okay. I can finish coordinating people later. The Israel notes. Get my Destiny copy stream layout. Okay, I don't know, fuck, but if I want to make a YouTube video out of it, I should probably start at the beginning, and I need to milk the YouTube views, so I am gonna restart. Hold on, give me that, guys. All right, I'm gonna put my jacket on, and then we'll be good. Okay, all right. Then let's tell this person. Maybe if I do 12 a.m. tomorrow, what time does the boss do stuff? Okay. Especially with the YouTube React mode. I will. There's still like some Discord games I have to respond to. All right, David Packman. Progressive civil war explodes over Israel Gaza. This will be interesting. I think it has Brianna Wu and like some other random socialist people that I don't know about. Although Brianna Wu is not necessarily a socialist. She's a progressive, but Yeah.
Today, we'll be having a panel discussion on the progressive movement. Is it succeeding? Is it failing? Where is it going wrong? Where is it going right? We'll be joined by Brianna Wu, Executive Director of Rebellion PAC and former candidate for U.S. House in Massachusetts, Claudia Dela Cruz, community organizer, currently running for president as a third-party candidate with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and Nomiki Kunst, the progressive activist and co-director of Losing Puerto Rico, a coalition campaign seeking to abolish a tax cut available in Puerto Rico. Let's discuss. So we are starting to look back at and think about next steps when it comes to...
Oh, they don't want rich people. Okay, I was really confused. Why do they... Because I was like, why the fuck do they want to get rid of taxes in Puerto Rico? They don't want fucking rich people moving to Puerto Rico with the tax cuts. Okay.
The candidacy of President Joe Biden, we've all seen the debate. And this conversation about November is now sort of happening concurrently and interwoven with the conversation about the future of the progressive movement and whether the Democratic Party is the venue for that. We saw some interesting losses last week, including that in the primary for Jamal Bowman, which maybe we will talk about. So just to start somewhere, I'll start with you, Brianna, because Zoom put you in the leftmost box. So we'll just start there. You've made some criticisms of the state of the progressive movement. You've some quite pointed, in fact, with regard to some of the attitudes. You used the words cannibalistic and abusive in some viral tweets. Assess where you think this movement is right now and to what degree Biden is a good shepherd of that movement.
So, I was so happy that Nomiki was going to be on the show with me today because, I feel like you faced a lot of these same forces. When I got into progressive politics a decade ago, it was really focused on women's rights. Today, it feels like the progressive movement just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Today, I think those same women getting harassed online would be called Karens. I think we are chopping off every single part of our coalition in ways that are making it very hard for us to win elections. I think what you're seeing right now with the war in Gaza is I think you're seeing progressivism, unfortunately, veer into straight anti-Semitism. And this entire time, the progressive movement has not done the bread and butter work that you need to do to win elections. Making fundraising lists, building up data infrastructure, building up candidates, and really building the coalition that we need to build in order to win elections. So, unfortunately, I think progressives are kind of giving into our worst instincts in ways that very tragically are making us unable to govern and unable to win elections.
What do you think about that, Nomiki, as far as Brianna sees it?
I think the premise is pretty correct. I mean, it seems like somewhere around, 2019, 2020, in the lead up to the presidential election where Bernie Sanders ran again, there were plenty of groups. There was a lot of hope. Obviously, the Squad got elected. There were progressive wins all over the country. DSA was growing, which I was a member of. And then something started to change internally. And, I've briefly kind of talked about this a lot behind the scenes, probably not so much publicly, but I think it is a time where we have to say, we as a left need to learn from history. And, we're not killing progressives unless you're from Black and brown communities, but organized in terms of let's say the 60s, we're not killing the progressive movement physically anymore. They're eating it up. And I'm of the belief it doesn't necessarily mean that progressives are going after each other intentionally. I think that we're falling for strategies. I'm being very careful with my words. I'm sorry. We're falling for something that is being led by folks that are intentionally setting up debates so that we eat each other alive. It's not just.
Can you give a couple of examples of that?
Yeah. So, okay, let's just get there. In 2020, suddenly you had this group of so-called progressive online.
If you're in any progressive community, you should know the purity testing that goes on in some of these progressive communities is insane. If you disagree with them the slightest bit, I'm banned from r/late stage capitalism and r/socialism. I was banned from them 3 or 4 years ago when I was still a socialist, right? I disagree with them a little bit. I think the thing that got me banned from r/socialism was I was maybe guys, just maybe we shouldn't celebrate the violent reunification of Vietnam, even if it was under your whatever socialist regime that you like to fucking support or whatever. They didn't like that one. I forget exactly what I did in late stage capitalism to get banned, but
folks all echoing force the vote, not understanding how Congress worked. And then basically, if you challenged them, you were being annihilated online. And anytime you called that out or you went into, the comment section and you looked into who was, echoing them, there were a lot of bots. It doesn't mean that everybody was a bot. There are influencers. There are folks who, are paid to, this is not a secret out there. There are a lot of people who are paid to tweet a certain way professionally and sometimes from other folks. There are other folks who are incentivized, suddenly their followings grew out of nowhere or their YouTube shows were getting tips from who knows where. And then they're just straight up bots. And they all boost narratives. And then simultaneously, Brianna knows this very well because she was a victim of Gamergate. That was the incubator for this kind of operation. So that's one side of it. And then on the other side, you saw the left kind of beating each other alive, and suddenly these people are who were, by the way, some of these people weren't even on the left in 2016. I mean, it's comical to me that there's some people who jump online and character assassinate others based on falsehoods. Like, I've had everything thrown at me. I'm NATO, I'm CIA, I'm this, I'm that. Like, you name it, it's come after me. But I also know that's because my bread and butter was investigating
just like
finances.
Brianna Wu.
Or like you're in bed with DNC. I'm like, last I looked, I was in trouble with the DNC for investigating.
But Nomiki, if I can just jump in for 2 seconds here. I mean, I think you yourself have been a victim of the same forces that I'm talking about. You ran for office in New York, right? And I saw you get the mean, progressive, cannibal treatment from our own side. Now, I'm not saying I agreed with every one of your stances in that race, but I think it's honorable to try to run for office. And you were treated like a traitor, like an enemy. You had personal stuff thrown at you. I've suffered this exact same thing standing up for Israel, right? And not even Israel, but American Jews. So I think there's something fundamentally broken that we can't blame on bots. There's something we've decided to make ourselves the enemy.
Let me bring in Claudia, if I can, just briefly, just because there's a lot here, and I want to make sure before we get beyond it, you get an opportunity to react. So a couple things there, and of course, Claudia, anything you heard there that you want to react to, absolutely go ahead. But a couple specific things. Do you agree that, to some degree, with what's been said, that the apparent fracturing is being made to seem bigger than it is through manipulation, bots, astroturfing, whatever? Or do you think that it is all genuine discontent? And number two, to Brianna's earlier comment, do you think that anti-Semitism has become, I don't know if I would use the word growing, let's call it a notable problem within the progressive left?
Well, I'm going to jump in as an organizer of over 30 years. And as someone who continues to do grassroots organizing and a lot of political education, I think it's fundamental to understand that the Democratic Party as an institution has historically very progressive voices. It's not new. It has historically done that. And, and this is something going back to the 1940s with Henry Wallace, Jesse Jackson in the 1980s. Bernie Sanders is a great example in 2016 and 2020.
When they rigged the primary.
Bowman's campaign is so revealing of just how unwilling the Democratic Party is willing to allow opposition, even the discussion of opposition within its own party. And I think
maybe, it's possible that people just aren't as progressive as you think. It's possible. Maybe the reason Jamal Bowman lost or whatever, it's just because he had a lot of pro-Israel constituents. Maybe that could be the case. I'm just saying that, that's within the realm of possibility, right? Like that could, maybe that's the case. Maybe
it's important to highlight that because it's part of the fabric of the Democratic Party. It's not something that's currently happening right now. And I want to put it in that context because I think it's important. The Democratic Party rather have someone like Biden, who obviously has showed us over and over again does not have the backbone to go toe-to-toe with Trump or the far right, instead of allowing any progressive voices to rise as the representation of the party. And so the Democratic Party, in my sense, is where progressive movements go die. That's the first piece. The second piece, in terms of the question of anti-Semitism, I think it's important to also think about the relationship of the United States, which is a historic relationship, with the state of Israel. And it's not something that started October 7th. That relationship has been there for over 76 years. The reality that Palestinians have experienced in terms of displacement, which is real, is factual, is there, has been happening for 76 years. I think it's very troubling and irresponsible to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Two very different things. There are Jews who are very much opposed to the occupation of the occupation that is currently existing in Palestine. And so I think for the sake of clarity and for the sake of historical context, those two things need to be put into the conversation.
I mean, we can separate them. Okay, that is the thing you can do. Okay, there's plenty of anti-Zionism that you could do without being too anti-Semitic, but also there are just some things that we can look at. Some signs that say go back to Poland. Maybe it wasn't at UCLA, but there were some signs. Fucking, where is it? Also solidarity encampment. I know for sure there's at least one image of a sign that I've seen that says Jews go back to Europe. Protesters taunt go back to Poland is grotesque. It was maybe it was we'll leave when Israel leaves. Jesus, when Israel leaves. God damn it. Okay, I can find it later. But point is, plenty genuine anti-Semitism that we could talk about.
I think that we are witnessing the political crisis that has been brewing for a long time in this country. Everything that is happening right now is a reflection of that political crisis, and also the crisis of legitimacy that the Democratic Party is actually facing. and it's not only an online problem, is a real on the grassroots problem. I mean, when you see the majority of people in this country that could engage in voting, not voting, is not a matter of apathy. It's not a matter of people being apolitical. It's a matter of people feeling betrayed by the Democratic Party. Broken promises. And so it's a structural issue, it's a systemic issue, it's a historical
anti-Semitism, and on the left, let me talk about Israel instead of answering. Yeah.
issue. And I think we need to look at it in that way if we're really trying to solve, in any way, shape, or form, the political crisis in which this country is in. And so, there was a mention of social media, there was a mention, and honestly, like, there's a whole world outside of social media. There's so many people in the United States that don't even have access.
This girl's avoiding the question. Well, I mean, she did, to be fair, she did at least say that we should separate anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism.
To social media. And those people are not even counted in debates or conversations about politics.
It's not actually talking about if the left has done that or not, but
these are people like a lot of folks in the South who are low-wage workers, who are homeless, who have to literally sleep in their cars to go in and work the next day, who are getting paid less than minimum wage. And so I think we need to kind of touch grass a little bit and understand that there's a huge divorce that has happened between the so-called lesser of two evils and the people that they're supposed to be representing.
Brianna, what do you think about that? And a couple specific things that Claudia said there. The distinction that some on the left make between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, is that important to you, or do you think that that is actually a problematic distinction? And then as far as burying, whether it's Bernie or Jamal Bowman, did the Democratic Party bury them, or is it a reflection of voter preferences at the end of the day?
Okay, so let's go through this one at a time. I want to be really clear. I think that, this game that a lot of progressives are saying, like, oh, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm just anti-Zionist. I think this is a game. I think this is nearly synonymous to what the Republicans do when they kind of have contempt for Black people and hide it with some language. I don't think this is true. I think anyone that believes that Jewish people are believing this should go to a temple sometime and just talk to your Jewish neighbors. I cannot begin to tell you how many progressives that are Jewish here in Massachusetts that I know that will never vote for another progressive candidate again because they feel under attack every single day. They've been there for Black Lives Matter. They've been there for Me Too. They've been there for trans people, and they don't feel like progressives have their back, and they don't feel like Jewish people count. So I completely reject that argument. There are ways to talk about Israel and to talk about the foreign policy there and to talk about the aggression that's out of proportion with the issue at hand in Gaza, but we are not interested in doing that. We are leaning into crazy town, talking about dismantling Israel. You had a viral tweet a few days ago with someone talking about building a UN coalition to go in and forcibly dismantle Israel. So I just don't think that has credibility. Claudia, I also want to come back to some points that you said that I agree with, where you're talking about, poor people that just don't show up in social media in debates in the South. I'm from Mississippi. I saw this over and over and over again. This is where I just cannot close my eyes and pretend that progressivism does not have a problem. I would really love an answer.
You also, most people are not on, neither of my parents, they might have Twitter accounts, but they never post anything on Twitter. They almost never post anything on Facebook. And when they do, it's not political. Most people are not online. The median voter is not terminally online. I hate to break it to you. So that's why the median voter is still pretty pro-Israel. It's just that progressives never see that because they're all in their terminally online space where everyone is either hyper pro-Palestine because you have a community where you have purity tested everyone, and if they're not hyper pro-Palestine, then you immediately kick them out, or they're in a different evil Zionist circle, which is everyone else not in the progressive community.
Answer to this. What is the damn plan to do that? Because I've spent a decade in progressive politics trying to get data together, trying to get a data strategy together to just identify those people, to try to get a credible organization together, to go canvass, to try to raise money so we can get candidates and resources out there so they can actually win elections. The core problem with progressivism is we've got beautiful ideas and we have our finger on the pulse and we understand what isn't working in American politics, but there's almost no
This generation is just lazy. They're mad to that day. Thought after working one night shift at the gas station, 1960.
no one that's serious about doing the work and specifically the fundraising to go get this done. You can yell about AIPAC until you're blue in the face, but the reality is everything AIPAC is doing is legal. They're playing a game, and progressives are just simply uninterested in playing that same game to get the policy that we want. So until we grow up, until we start cultivating a fundraising base, until we stop this fringe identity politics playbook that is just making us smaller and smaller, and get really serious about building coalitions and putting together the same tools that the Republicans and the Democrats and other organizations put together to win elections, we are going to lose. And the evidence that we are failing is the DSA is broke, Justice Democrats are broke, and we are losing right and left on the progressive side.
Claudia, I want to go back to you. If we can, okay, let's go to you. I want to go to Nomiki and get her thoughts, but go ahead, Claudia.
I want to jump in on two things. I think it's important again because the conflation comes back to Zionism is an economic, political, colonial project. And
economic, political, colonial project.
Just as U.S. imperialism is that in the global South. And so
and we're immediately comparing it to U.S. imperialism in the global South. Like if you say stuff like this, like I don't think you actually know. Like if you say stuff like this, I just immediately assume that you don't actually know. You don't actually know, like who did Israel negotiate with for the land of peace? What Egyptian prime minister? Like, can you answer that? Can you answer that? Like I don't think anyone who talks like this, I don't think they know very much. Not that like I know everything, but like holy shit.
Plays a particular role. It's not the same thing as Judaism. It's not the same thing as Jewish people. And I do have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends that have historically stood against the extermination campaign of Palestinian people. Like there are diplomatic solutions that do not necessitate bombing entire community. And so I wanted to say that because I think it's also necessary to say that.
What does that look like? What is a diplomatic solution with Hamas in power? Because I'm assuming if you're not in favor of bombing a whole country, you're in support of some type of like immediate ceasefire. What's a diplomatic solution look like there? Tell me, please.
The second piece in terms of like, where do you find these people? Fundraising. Why don't we not play? I think we need to define progressive because there's a progressive portion of people in electoral politics. And electoral politics is a piece of the pie. It's not the whole pie. Nothing that has been advanced in this country in history has been advanced solely through electoral politics. There have been social movements that have been historically annihilated by the state. Democrats and Republicans have done that job. And so I think it's important to say that as well, because when you say the left, you can not only subscribe that title to the left in electoral politics or to the progressives in electoral politics. There's a whole world outside of that. And I will bring it back to the majority of people who have, the possibility of voting that do not vote, and they do not engage in voting because they don't see their interest in either of the two parties. Right? Even with those that are progressive, who have come into the Democratic Party, whose voices have been shot, whose campaigns have been dismantled, and they have not delivered for the people they supposedly represent because the Democratic Party, those who are in leadership, do not allow for any of these things to move forward. There is an inherent agenda that is political and is economic that sustains the Democratic Party and sustains the Republican Party. And that is Wall Street money, that is corporate money, that is super PAC money. And if that's part of the equation, there's no way that the people will ever win. And so when you share about
who's all controlled by? It's all controlled by the Zionist cabal.
Playing the same game, you're asking people to go into a rigged game in politics where voices like mine are shone. Bernie Sanders was not the most radical leftist. He was talking about things that could be gained under a capitalist system without minimally doing any type of tearing up to the capitalist system that sustains the Democratic Party. He was talking about universal healthcare. That is possible in the capitalist society. UK has it, and other countries have it as well. Access to free education, they have it. Why are people traveling to their native lands to get healthcare when they could get it here? If we were to stop financing war in many different fronts across the globe. And so I understand, you mentioned you were part of the progressive movement, but I also come from a left progressive movement since I was 13 years old that has very different politics.
Hey, Nomiki, I'm curious, without putting words in anyone's mouth, to kind of sum up as I understood the last two things we heard, Claudia, for example, on the issue of Israel, Claudia laid out the view of seeing Israel as this colonial power related to the issues of the global South, whereas Brianna laid out that sort of rhetoric she thinks is not pragmatically useful to the progressive movement. What's your sense? Is that sort of language around something like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is it useful in the goal of electing progressives into positions of power, or is it counterproductive?
It depends on where you're running and what you're doing. I think we're making really broad statements about things. I live in New York. I happen to be in Europe right now seeking medical care, as Claudia mentioned. So I personally feel that deep in my heart. I was also on Bernie 2016 and 2020 and saw the vast differences in how those campaigns were structured, partially because of what Claudia said. The Democratic Party eats our movements alive. And in New York, specifically, we don't have really a Republican Party. Okay, there's some Republicans here and there. Obviously, you've got the crazies that run upstate. I grew up in Buffalo, straight out of Buffalo, or met several of them. But for the most part, it's a Democratic state and a Democratic city. Okay, so you have the Democratic Party, which was Cuomo's party for a long time, and you have the WFP, which I think nationally people think, oh, WFP, they're progressive. But historically, the WFP in New York State, if you've been around for longer than 5 years, you know how complicated that party was. It was born out of a right party in New York. And so suddenly they attached themselves to the DSA. And again, I'm a member of the DSA. I was very close to WFP. I was in the inner circles. I was representing our revolution in New York. I was there at the table when these organizations were taken over by certain leaders. And they started this table called the Progressive Table. And every single progressive group was at this table. And they were all asked to support the same candidates and support the same issues. And suddenly who was spearheading everything? It was the WFP. So we no longer were talking about things like Medicare for all, Wall Street reform, accountability, taking on real estate, which is a big part of this. Suddenly it was about hashtag tax the rich, okay? New York taxes the rich more than anybody else. What about taxing real estate, which is displacing people? Suddenly it was no longer about bread and butter issues that people care about. It was these divisive issues. And I think in the case of Jamal Bowman's race, where, and this has been reported now, I think it was quiet for a while, but he had a massive, in the last 6 months of his campaign, he went through
WFP, New York. Working Families Party. It was born out of a right-wing party, and they told the DSA to only focus on those issues, not talking about Medicare for all. Okay.
several campaign managers, his team was pushed out, and then WFP took it over. And so I asked, why was there a rally outside of his district, a GOTV rally? Why was it that AOC was collecting data and not Jamal Bowman? These are these are decisions that have a big impact on a race. And of course, AIPAC spent more money than possible on Jamal Bowman, symbolically trying to make AIPAC specifically, the progressive movement specifically about this divide that you guys are having right now. But that is now what the progressive movement has become. Justice Democrats had to lay off a ton of people because online fundraising is down, the algorithms have shifted. Justice Democrat staff was taken over by WFP staff. I mean, these are real things to talk about. So when I ran 2 years ago, as Brianna mentioned, and everyone came after me, I ran in my district in a redistricting year, the only person that ran in my district, and DSA did not have nominations for the new districts in our district. Someone from outside of our district who had no experience in left movement, who worked for Amex, was the DSA darling. It's somebody who actually lived in the district, worked in progressive politics, was part of DSA, was shunned. Well, maybe that's because the DSC political committee was now taken over by WFP. And I'm saying this because this is how decisions are made. A lot of people know me from reforming the Democratic Party, being on that commission. What we had to do on that commission for 2 years was dismantle how the Democratic Party made decisions. We had to go through finances. We had to figure out who the consultants were on the steering committees. Shocker, the committee that oversees all of the Democratic Party is full of consultants who are not elected by the Democratic Party, but making decisions on behalf of the entire DNC. And many of them are representing weapons manufacturers. Many of them are representing, think tanks that are fairly conservative, bipartisan. So you have to look at these institutions in a very detailed way. So when I was smeared online for being a traitor, it's like a traitor for what? You guys didn't have an actual debate about who's the DSA candidate. There are people from outside of our district.
I'm so lost what this person's on about anymore.
It
literally just seems like they're complaining that the DSA didn't do things that they like.
I'm just one example of many. So in the case of Jamal Bowman, yes, AIPAC threw a crap ton of money at that district, but also internally, their campaign was overtaken and in dysfunction. And he, 5,000 votes divided? So AIPAC, all of that money, I believe that those 5,000 votes could have been overcome had there been actual detailed structural organizing in that district. And I feel really sad to see that because we've seen that with plenty of other candidates. Cori Bush has been pretty much abandoned, my dear friend, and she's like a real deal fighter. And they're waiting now for the last month to help out her campaign. August is her election, early August. So if we want to have progressive institutions, we have to understand how institutions work. We have to understand how people co-opt institutions. We have to understand how money flows.
Let's talk about that.
Online says something. Yeah.
Brianna, I mean, the Bowman case is an interesting one as a lens through which we can think about some of these things. Mm-hmm. What resonates more with you? Is it the AIPAC stuff? Because as far as I know, AIPAC has also funded opponents to some other squad members, but have failed, arguably because they were maybe better candidates than Bowman. Is it about Bowman as a candidate? Is it about some other thing? Is it the organizing, as Nomiki points out? What do you make of the Bowman case?
So I'm going to answer your question, but I just want to pause respectfully for a moment and say I asked Claudia and Nomiki a very direct question. And that question, to repeat, was where are we getting the money from and why can't we build a coalition? And I did not get an answer to either of those. Claudia, coming back to your answer a minute ago, respectfully, you talked very vaguely about past social justice movements. I come from Mississippi. We had the very famous murders in the civil rights era, just like very near my house, where Mississippi sheriff took out a service revolver and executed 3 people trying to register Black people to vote. 2 of those people were Jewish. You're talking about building movements of a lot of different people as an answer for the money. But the truth is the progressive coalition is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I know you can't see it, but there are a lot of Jews in this country that are never going to, we have so much work to do to regain Jewish trust. And I don't know if it's even possible. I think there are a lot of other groups out there that we are losing trust with because they don't think we have their back. They feel like they are cannibalized and attacked every single time they have a very slight difference of opinion. And I think that without money, without people, without data, without a strategy, I don't see how we succeed. David, coming back to your question there, I want to answer it very directly. Bowman was a very flawed candidate, and it's very easy to blame AIPAC, but Bowman did not take care of stuff at home. If you go read the quotes of people that were talking about why they didn't support him, it was things like school teachers in the district that talked about how they would see Latimer every few weeks. and they'd only seen Bowman like 1 or 2 times over the entire time he had served as their congressman. So I think that AIPAC, it's very, very easy to blame AIPAC, but the reality is Bowman was down before the race and he finished down after the race. AIPAC just basically made sure there was not a change there. We cannot like AIPAC. We cannot like money in politics. I agree with that. I work with Cenk all the time, and we agree the core problem with American politics is this corruptive influence of money. But to change the policy on that, we've got to change the game. That means fundraising. It means building candidates. It means data infrastructure. We've had a decade to get serious about all of those things. Nomiki, I've talked to you about this in private more times than I can count, the desperate need to do this work. And there's just no one on the progressive side that's serious about this. Until we get serious, we are going to continue losing.
Can I counter that just for a second?
Sure.
And then I want to go back to Claudia.
But all the people who are serious about it, actually, the fucking WFP apparently coerces them to not being as progressive, not talking about Medicare for all anymore.
If we can, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
That's why I brought up the progressive table.
Sure.
Progressive table happened. At first, you thought, oh, this is a great idea. You're bringing the families together. You're all going to have this, but there was no debate. Lists are very valuable in campaigns. People started to take over lists. Simultaneously, I think people in this space, I have really good friends who did this with Bernie. They said that the power of email, the power of texting has been going down. It has for campaigns all over the country because of algorithms, because people are annoyed. So it's not just about data. It's not just about fundraising. You don't have, the vehicles aren't operating the same way they used to. This is getting very technical, but this is the reality of how this stuff works. I run Matriarch, as you know, Brianna. Matriarch has trained these candidates. We're working with all these races across the country, and these are working people. And everyone's trying to crowdsource. The difference between what we were able to fundraise 2 years ago and what we are now, same data infrastructure, is 80% down across the board. It's like raising money. Add to it these divisions. Add to it this online conflict. Add to it, and this is separate from the Democratic Party. We're just talking about progressive organizations across the board. So it's nice to say we have to fundraise. We do have those vehicles to do so. It's just they're not operating the same way anymore. And that is where I point at the right wing and the tech, the right wing tech overlords who have completely obliterated progressive ability to do that kind of grassroots work. I mean, look at how Twitter functions now. I mean, this is not the same world we were living in 2016 at all. And it's not that people haven't tried; they have. And where they've been successful, they've been overtaken. Justice Democrats, as you know very well, operated in its own way a few years ago, changed leadership, people were pushed out. Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016 was very different than Bernie Sanders 2020. The people who won you Iowa and Michigan and all these states were pushed out or sidelined. And there was a campaign manager who, lovely guy, had no experience in politics.
So a couple things, Claudia. On Bowman, I mean, there's other things I want to ask you about and get your perspective on. Do you think to some degree Bowman was a flawed candidate, or do you not buy that at all?
I mean, I'm not a fan of Bowman. I'm not. And so I'm not going to sit here and defend Bowman and what he didn't do. Because again, I'm talking about the betrayal of some of these candidates to their own people, to their own constituency, and not delivering on their promises. But in addition to that factor, there's the money factor.
This isn't. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, damn. Yeah, he was down 35 to 52. He's leading in. This was in March by the Upswing Research Group.
Factor that Brianna's talking about, which I think is important because we can't talk about anything in the world if we don't talk about money and how to make things happen. I'm not being vague. Whoever finances a campaign has influence in the politics that are being shaped. That is real. And if we continue to say that only billionaires and super PACs, people with money, are the ones that are influencing politics, they're not going to influence politics for the interest of the majority of people who don't have money. It is not true. And so we need to get really real about what money is it that is coming into politics with Bowman's
Okay. How do we do that?
raise.
Okay.
It was over $15 million that were raised. And that didn't only come from AIPAC. They came also from Republican donors. Like, if we don't see the farce of what this democracy is, I don't know, like Republicans financing a primary for Democrats? That is ludicrous.
This thing that happens, like, it's probably not good, but like, parties. Remember when every Democrat was rightfully mad that Democrats were funding like far right candidates in primaries because they thought they'd be easier to run against. Like, which I mean, arguably that actually kind of did work. Like, there were probably candidates that won the primary that shouldn't have won and then went on to win the general. But like, that probably was the reason why there was no red wave in 2022 when everyone was predicting it, was because funding those bad candidates in the primary made the Democrats look more appealing to people. But this is a thing that happens. It's not like,
I get what you're saying, Nomiki, in terms of being outed as a enemy, as a traitor for putting the truth out. I mean, Julian Assange just came out of prison for putting out the truth of warmongering. And so I think, again, if we don't learn from history and if we don't learn from context.
I mean, he oh no, they're talking about Julian Assange. Fuck, I don't know the details of him. I don't remember. God damn it. I was thinking of Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden leaked a bunch of shit that he probably shouldn't have because he just gave like everything to Glenn Greenwald. He leaked a bunch of shit he haven't even read that probably did expose secrets that probably shouldn't have been out there. But
if we don't learn about what has happened historically in any institution, we will lack reality. And I understand in terms of coalition building as well, because coalition building, again, doesn't only happen in electoral politics. It's happening in politics generally. And there's a very, very key aspect of coalition building, and that's principle. That's unified basis of principle and basis of alignment. And I think if we can agree that there is a genocide happening, that people are being exterminated, that the United States government is financing that with taxpayer money, we could probably engage in a conversation. But I think the essence of our perspectives are very different. And so
Brianna,
oh no!
Okay, I see you shaking your head, Brianna, at the idea that I think the wording was from Claudia, all agreeing about a genocide happening, and you shook your head. I'm guessing you don't agree with that.
I know this
is literally like the progressives fucking purity testing in real time here. We have to all agree that there's a genocide happening in Gaza, and then we can have a conversation.
Maybe unpopular opinion. I think it's a conventional war. I don't think it's a genocide. I think there's a reason these numbers keep getting revised down. I think there's a reason that the number of women and children killed was, shot so far up, and now that's been retracted. Over and over, there's this narrative that's out there. Al-Shifa Hospital being a great example that people are out there making wild claims, and then you look into it after the fact and it's not true. But I'm willing to put all of that aside because I'm not a fan of Netanyahu. I think this war is disproportionate. I don't think it's helping Israeli security. And ultimately, my goal is not to help Israel, it's to help the United States. I know what you can't see is that the Jews that have been the backbone of the progressive movement, the Jews that have been there for Me Too and Black Lives Matter and wrote big checks and helped gay marriage get funded and have been there every step of the way, they are furious and they are hurt. And the way you're talking about, hold on, no. The way you're talking about Bowman is like AIPAC came in and spent a bunch of money and then stole democracy. And I need to tell you that is not true. I was in New York last weekend, and the reality is Bowman said many things, including denying the rapes of October 7th, that I found disgusting and a lot of Jewish people found disgusting. And it was people power showing up to hold him accountable and get out there and mobilize the vote and win. And the way you're talking about this makes it sound like Jews don't count. And it's just not true. If we are serious about building people power, if your theory that we don't need money and we need people is true,
that's not my theory. We've
got to go rebuild that trust with Jewish people. We've got to revisit the bread and butter politics with women. We've got to revisit and rebuild the coalition from the ground up because it is disintegrating from this cannibalism and this sanctimony.
Brianna, you're literally in your argument, you are affirming that the big checks come from the Jewish community. That's the first thing. That's what you've been saying. And I want to clarify this. I'm not saying that movements don't need funding. What I am saying is that the funding determines the politics. And that is
Hold on a second. Let me just jump in because I think I misunderstood something. I just want to make, before we get past
it,
you said, Claudia, that Brianna said big checks come from the Jewish community. Did you say or imply that? I just didn't hear that. If I missed it,
I certainly did not. I said people for the Jewish community got organized and went out there to work that race, and I was part of that.
No, before that was my statement. Before that.
You did say before that. Gay marriage.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure she did say Jews have been out there. They've given big checks. They helped fight for gay marriage. They helped do like a lot of things in the progressive movement.
Before that, there was a statement, and you can go back to the tape and verify it. There was a statement that was made in terms of the big checks and how the Jewish community necessarily feels betrayed. Like
Jewish people are a big part of the progressive movement. They always have been.
And all I have to say is that I know that they have been. Jewish people, like many other people, have been part of many movements, not only here in the United States, but all across the globe. Wherever they are, they are those progressive, conscious, like many other different identities, nationalities have been there. And what I am trying to say, and what I am saying, I'm going to go back to this question of essence. There is a difference in your perspective and mine. We have different politics. And so while I understand the point in terms of many Jewish people feeling a sense of betrayal, that does not in any way erase the fact that there are so many other people that feel betrayed as well. You talked about here in the United States and the Black Lives Matter movement. The Black Lives Matter movement has solved the issue of police brutality. It hasn't solved it. In fact, the Democratic Party pumped in more money into policing last year than they did before. And
we're still on the defund the police stuff. Oh no! Oh no, guys, we've moved past it. This isn't 2020 anymore. Okay, it's 4 years later. It was a dumb idea then. It's an even dumber idea now. Oh no! We can't still be hung up on this.
Historic numbers of police brutality increased in 2023 under Biden. And so again, I don't deny the involvement, the engagement of Jewish people. I mean, there's Jewish Voices for Peace. There's many different organizations at the ground doing real work in relationship to what's happening in the world, not solely around Palestine. And that is valid. However, to say
2023 saw record killings by U.S. police.
That somehow this would economically also impact the support and the growing of a movement, that's kind of like, it makes me feel a certain type of way. Yes, fundraising is important, but where it's coming from is important. I don't think AIPAC, my honest opinion, I don't think AIPAC is necessarily the representation of the Jewish community. I don't believe that.
Okay, there's a lot there. So, Brianna, do you think Jewish Voices for Peace is the representation of the Jewish community? Because that's another group Claudia mentioned.
I'm not Jewish. I can't say for sure. What I can say is when I go visit, when I go to temple or I talk to my Jewish friends that are progressive, by the way, right here in Massachusetts, we have the 8th highest number of Jews. I can say they don't feel that really represents them. And I think if you look at the leadership, it's not a lot of Jewish people there. So I don't.
I mean, listen, I was not going to interject anything of mine here, but just because this seems relevant, I'll mention, as a Jewish progressive myself, I don't feel represented by Jewish Voices for Peace nor by AIPAC.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you a couple anecdotes in the last few years that have made me, as someone who has been part of this movement for a long time, feel like, whoa, do they want me in this movement? Number one was around the time of the Women's March and some of the statements that came out about Jewish women aren't intersectional or oppressed enough to be on the leadership of Women's March. As a Jewish progressive myself, I thought, whoa, hold on a second. So do they want my help? I don't know, because this is a group this is a movement I've been supporting for a long time. And I recently went to a Pride parade. It was Pride Month as a straight ally myself. And there was a float in the parade I went to that was Queers for Palestine, which is fine. And they had these puppets that were the stereotypical Jewish long-nosed money-grubbing thing.
Oh, no.
And I said, holy crap, I can't think of a bigger straight ally for the LGBTQ community. I've been doing it 18 years on this show. It's making me feel pushed out, and I don't know that they want me. So maybe to talk a little bit about this identity thing that Brianna is bringing up, does anyone on the panel...
My example went to bed, but yeah, I remember when Petamillo came in to do our debate, and it was the first, as soon as he found out Sample was Israeli, he was only like, "Oh, you're Israeli? That tells me everything I need to know about you." That was so funny, dude. He probably, this first thing that comes up, we just look him up. Oh no, it comes up with all this stuff. Petamillo. Oh, here it is.
I think Israel shouldn't even be a state. Really.
Yeah. There's defenders from that Gaza was probably
took hostages.
Gaza for I think if you. Oh,
Yeah.
damn it. I might not have put it in the intro. Damn. Fuck it. Well.
Worry that there is a way, Brianna called it a reduction in size of who gets to be in the progressive movement. Some call it litmus tests, some call it use of identity politics.
It's
is anybody on the
testing.
panel concerned about that other than Brianna?
I mean, I wouldn't even, some of it's litmus tests and some of it's just targets. If someone doesn't fall in line with a specific thing that a leader or a group says, you're on the enemies list without any real understanding of what might be happening behind the scenes. I mean, this has happened with countless people who've been erased, canceled, whatever, because they made one comment or did this, or it was a misinterpretation. And then there's actual litmus tests. But what I'm concerned, this dynamic that we're talking about right now is exactly what the strategy is, to take two very unique arguments. I'm not saying that it's radical because there's perspectives all over the place on these issues. My partner's Jewish. We've had these conversations, very tense conversations over the last, 9-10 months about this. Incredibly tense conversations, frankly. And, I think what I would say, and David, what you just illustrated is an example of that is, on one side, the Jewish community is not this blanket community. And to even think that all Jews think the same way and feel the same way is reductionist. And that's exactly what they're trying to set up. On the other side, I also think I've seen a lot of progressives online, and I'm not sure all of it's real, to be honest.
I mean, not all Jews think the same way, but like the number of Jews who support Israel, at least Israel existing, is like, it's in like the 90s%. Like, Jewish support for Israel poll America. Jews 18 to 34 divided. This is about Israel's response. Moss, I agree. Most Jews say Israel's reasons for fighting are valid. 16% say the same about Hamas. Divided about the Israeli government. I mean, yeah, majority support for their actions even after October 7th. Although, this is young people. Young people are obviously going to be especially divided, but it's down to 52% here. But at least the support for like Israel existing. Okay, give me a graph. I don't want to read a table.
Be honest. Or sometimes people fall in and don't have an education of the tropes of stuff that is actually anti-Semitic. But again, it doesn't mean every single Palestinian activist has the same beliefs. Of course, there are people out there who, might be right-wing, listen, Roger Stone is famous for this kind of stuff, going to protest and putting things out there. And then what happens is it's like an influence campaign. There's someone who may not be as educated, younger, falls for it, doesn't know that that's anti-Semitic, doesn't know the history, says the wrong word. And then there are people who just straight up, are anti-Semitic for sure, but maybe aren't.
8 in 10 USU say caring about Israel is an important or essential part of what being Jewish means to them.
On the left. It's complicated is what I'm saying, is we can't just put everybody in one spot and the other spot and be reductionist about this. I have learned so much in the last 9 months from my partner and dear friends about being a progressive Jew and what it means. And also the history of even the more progressive Jewish organizations and what their backgrounds are historically. I mean, Claudia, you brought this up. Movements have complicated histories. I've also learned about how foreign influence campaigns are absolutely weaponizing this debate right now. And now they want it to be not complicated. They want it to be, you're either this or you're this, because it's easy to move people that way. But this is why this conversation is, I think, really helpful and uncomfortable at times. You're getting into the weeds, David. And I think that's powerful, but we as progressives also have a responsibility. Pro-Palestine progressives have a responsibility to understand the history of anti-Semitism, just as, I think many Jewish activists have to have an understanding of the oppression that other communities have faced and how they've always been pitted against each other. And, that's gone on for, at this point, 70 years.
Claudia, if you had to assess, or go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I agree with a lot of what Nomiki just mentioned in terms of identity politics. I'm not a fan of identity politics. I feel like in so many different ways, identity politics are a construction of academia, which is basically also connected to many other types of funding. And it has sipped into movement to categorize and fragment. So that's my understanding of it. However, I say that, and I also say that it is important to center and to be able to know, as you mentioned, the histories of historically marginalized communities and find a certain level of commonality as we potentially can to be able to form these coalitions. But it does take very difficult conversations and the ability to be able to have a certain level of compassion. In terms of
you don't want to have conversations. You literally already said, oh, we have a different in politics. You probably think there is no genocide happening in Gaza. I do.
Anti-Semitic reality, the reality of many Jewish people. And David, you could speak to it more than anyone else here. There is huge amounts of suffering through generations, but we cannot deny the suffering of the Palestinian people either. And so we need to have that conversation, and it's uncomfortable. We need to have a conversation about the role of the United States, not only in Palestine, but also in Africa, also in Asia, also in Latin America. I'm Caribbean. The United States has backed many different occupations in countries from where I come from. And so these are things that we need to know, because if we want to have an informed sense of what actually happens and how our money, taxpayers' money, that could be invested here to deal with the issues of healthcare, to deal with the issues of housing, to deal with the multiple levels of crises that we experience, and how those are being divested into doing all sorts of things across the globe. We need to have a sense of history. And that is all I'm saying. I think identity politics historically, well, at least for the last 10 years, there's a lot of people that don't find their space in movement. There's a lot of people that feel they are canceled, they are shut
what
out.
What exactly does she want the U.S. to
not
do?
Only on the,
she probably wants the U.S. to impose sanctions on Israel and stop giving them any military aid. And she wants businesses to divest, and presumably she wants a one-state solution, judging based off her necklace, which is a singular Palestinian
the identity
state
of gender, or the identity of race, but also the identity of age, where some people may feel that older folks have nothing to bring into the table because this is a new generation, and all that does is weaken movements. And so we need to find ways of strengthening movements, but we also need to be able to touch grass, and we also need to be able to have a sense of history.
As we start entering the last chapter of the conversation, I would love to go, maybe we'll go left to right as I see the three of you. Brianna, feel free to react to anything that's just been said that you haven't yet been able to react to, but also in thinking about the last element of this, what do you think the progressive movement should absolutely not do over the next 3 to 5 years if the goal is to actually get some wins and gain some power?
So that's such a good question. Claudia, I hope at some point we can go out and get some coffee or something. I don't want this. I feel like I'm disagreeing with you more than I want to today, so I apologize about that in advance. But it kind of leads into David's questions. I want to propose a counter perspective to what you just said. You're talking about the United States foreign policy, and talking about this is something that progressives need to really get involved with and make it a core value, right? I really disagree with this. I think that Nomiki was talking about this foreign interference that has really crept in and made it difficult for us to get our message out with bots. Something I agree with. And I think part of this is this anti-Western, anti-American bias has unfortunately seeped in and come to be a core part of the progressive movement.
Part of half of progressive just America bad. Everything America does is bad. Ukraine is bad. Israel bad. Anything America touches is bad.
100% against the Iraq War. That was how I got my start in American politics and progressive politics. But at the same time, I don't think progressives have ever given Obama credit for the fight against ISIS and the good things we did with that. I think
don't you know we made ISIS? Don't you know we made ISIS? ISIS.
Now, when you're seeing this operation to stop Houthis from attacking union workers on shipping vessels and just make sure
they're only attacking them because Israel's committing a genocide. They're just defending it. Innocent Palestinian children. 17,000 children have been killed.
our global supply chains is operating normally. I don't think that we see. I think progressives are on the wrong side of this. So, David, to come back to your question, like, what do progressives fundamentally need to not do in the next 5 years? This is my core message. Progressives have a much, much, much harder job than Republicans or Democrats do, because we want really big structural change. We want things like healthcare reform. We want real structural reform to racism in this country. And the only way we can do that is by getting this really broad buy-in from the right and the left and normal people, normal working class people. And I think a really core component of that is we've got to exile this anti-American, anti-West sentiment.
We have
here.
to bring
I think America is a
patriotism
really
back.
fantastic country. I'm proud to live here. I'm proud of my friends that serve in the armed forces.
Unironically too, because the Republican Party is the fucking anti-patriotic party now. They're the ones that are supporting a fucking insurrection. They're the ones who don't want to support our allies, Israel and Ukraine. Like, or they're more in support of Israel than progressives are. But I mean, even there are like some like isolationists in the Republican Party who don't want to support Ukraine or Israel. But yeah.
I think when we talk about America, like it's this colonialist evil empire, I think we are driving away the normal people that we fundamentally need to bring into our fold.
I just think that we should have a sense of history. She's going to say that. She's going to say, I think we should have a sense of history. And obviously the U.S. is evil and colonial. Obviously, everything the U.S. does is bad.
So we can have a criticism of American foreign policy, and I will always help lead that discussion. But I'm tired of talking about our own country like it's the enemy. It's not. America is one of the very best countries in the world, and we should be proud of it.
Claudia, let me go to you next, and then we'll go to Nomiki. What do you think that the progressive movement needs to avoid over the next 3 to 5 years if the goal is to get some wins?
Can I also react?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that saying American is also monolithic. I don't think it's like all Americans are the same. There are very, very huge differences. And there's actually a divide between those who own it all and those who don't have anything. And so I think that that's important to be mentioned, because being anti-war or being anti-imperialist, for that matter, doesn't mean that you are anti-American. Actually, there is a long history of Americans who love America and who've loved and written amazing things who are anti-imperialist. So I just want to share that. And so I would really welcome a coffee, especially because I love coffee with you at any point. So if I find myself in Massachusetts, I will definitely make sure to look out for you, because I think there's a lot of confusion. Again, Americans come in many different sizes, in many different colors, and with many different realities and experiences, even of migration, even of those who have centuries of and generations of being here, who are designated to be in the most dire and terrible conditions. In terms of what we shouldn't do, I want to go back to how I started. I said I come into the space as an organizer from the grassroots.
Brianna Wu made some very dumb tweets in Israel. Really? I like most of the tweets I've seen from Israel has been fighting the progressives, the super hardcore pro-Palestine people. I mean,
I am not part of the Democratic Party. I am part of a left that is a traditional left in this country. And I think in terms of what we should not do, there's many things that we shouldn't do. But I could humbly share what I think we should do. I think that there's a dire need to have more conversations like this at all levels. At all levels. I think that there is a huge necessity to be able to take over the question of education in our communities, to be able to politicize and actually make meaning of the moment in which we're in. There's a lot of people that are asking many questions that neither the Democrats or the Republicans have actual answers to. A lot of people left the debate with a sense of despair, a sense of doom, because it shows, again, just how deep the political crisis and the crisis of legitimacy of the ruling class is in this country. And so there is a need to be able to engage in educational conversations where we are able to shape some sort of analysis that is collective. And the other aspect of it, I think that we need to be able to invest a lot.
I think half of that that last sentence was like an actual word. I don't know, word salad. I don't know what she means by that. Maybe it just went past me. Maybe it was just dumb. But what?
Time outside of our comfort spaces. So electoral politics is one piece, but there's no way politics can actually be moved without social movements, people that are outside of these parties, people that are actually doing the work, people that are actually mobilizing, that are educating, that are agitating. There's time and space that needs to be invested in that space. Because for as long as we think that the ones that should be having some sort of influence are those who have money, this country is going to continue to go backwards and more towards the right.
Nomiki, your thoughts? I'll give you the same prompt. What should progressives avoid doing in order to get some wins?
Maybe spend a little less time online.
Less time on X, right?
Yes. But really, it's not that, on one hand, yes, the majority of working people out there who we want to bring into our movement, that were probably part of our movement a few years ago, multi-generational, multiracial, multi-economic working people was the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2016. We remember it was historic. And we wanted it to grow, and it should have grown. But simultaneously, we do have this online infrastructure that is very influential. It's very noisy and it does steer things. It is not everybody. It is nowhere near everybody. It's nowhere near a small portion, but it does steer things. It steers conversation. It steers think pieces. It steers the newspapers. It steers, how money is being poured into politics. For example, the Jamal Bowman race. I mean, a lot of these narratives, these fights are being established in this very unequal algorithmic universe that we're talking about. It's not everything, but it is a lot. So, maybe not take everything you see online at face value. There's a lot of operations that go behind that. And, as someone who's worked on campaigns, yeah, influencers out there, you have surrogates, you have like group chats, and there's a million other things. So that's just one aspect of it. I think what I find really valuable about this conversation is that we've talked about how infrastructure works in different organizations. We've talked about how fundraising works. We've talked about how electoral politics works. We've talked about history, and we've talked about touching the grass. And I think there's a
what she's saying is the state of political climate is messy and confusing. There's no straight answers coming from politicians, supposedly. Well, I understood that part, but I don't understand whatever fucking history shit she was talking about. By the way, is my stream, how delayed is my stream? Like my Wi-Fi is just fucking up, and I don't know why. Because like if I run a speed test, it's fine, but I think my live stream is delayed because OBS shows my connection's really bad. I don't know.
Formula for understanding and moving forward as progressive individuals to work critically and think critically. And you kind of need to have a little bit of all of that, have a deeper understanding of your history, the methods that have hurt our
what service do you have? I have Spectrum.
Progressive movements in the past and killed them.
Why does the title of your stream say always gooning? Because I'm always gooning, bro.
And the methods they're using moving forward.
Progressivism is dead as country, low look of a squad. Nobody is surprised every day when Americans reject socialism and hating our country.
It's important for us
Brianna talked about that, how like that America bad is fucking just part of the progressive mindset now.
Out there and do the work organizing. No offense, not you, David. I've known you for years. But
by the way, no, you know what we can read later now that I actually have now that I bought No Opinions subscription to a Substack, so I could read his stuff on unrealized gains. Palestine is the end of the road.
There's a whole lot of podcasters out there who've never stepped one foot on any campaign, whether it's an issue-based campaign of movement organizing or actual electoral politics.
They running service updates tonight? Oh, they are? Okay.
And yet they're the end-all be-all deciders of what's right and wrong. That's just not, you need to do the work. And it doesn't mean that if you don't have time to do the work, you can't be part of the movement. Everybody has a role, but also understanding how these movements operate and how to communicate with voters. I mean, one thing I think all of us have discussed here is there are people out there who feel totally left out of the community, whose needs and concerns are not being addressed, whose pain is not being felt, whether you agree with it or not, that we need to understand. And we learn to understand by having conversations. We learn to understand by going out there and doing the work in community and volunteering. Showing up and protesting is one thing, and that's great, showing up in the streets. But doing the deep organizing is where it's like your DNA shifts as a movement worker. Suddenly you go on, you see the chat, and you're like, this is so meaningless compared to the elderly woman that I met with, Olga, in Puerto Rico, whose roof was ripped off, 78, in Hurricane Maria, still isn't there from Hurricane Fiona, and now is being priced out of her community. Do you think she cares about what's happening with Brianna Joy Gray and Glenn Greenwald online? No. She cares about whether or not she's going to be able to get the FEMA money under Joe Biden, whether or not she's going to be able to find new housing, given the fact that properties have gone up so much on the island. And this is happening in communities across the country. This is our movement. And we need to get down on the ground and real with what the implications are of these conversations we're having in this theoretical web space. It has real consequences. And, this presidential election, as uncomfortable as it is, there are real consequences if you don't do anything. We may not like it.
That's for sure. Yeah. Listen, we are at the end of our time. Brianna,
okay.
Claudia, Nomiki, so great to see you and really appreciate your time and your insights today.
Thanks for having us.
I already answered that, Chunky Monkey, bro.
Thank you for having us, Stephen.
All right. How long? This is not that long. I don't think I need to take notes on anything. It'll just be fun to read. Fuck, hold on. I got a DM. Monday, Tuesday, definitely Wednesday. It's hard. Maybe a Thursday, Friday for sure. Is today Monday now? Today is Monday. Thursday and Friday. Okay, so 10 p.m. Cal time, which is like 7 or 10 p.m. 10 p.m. ES or 10 p.m. PST to EST. Is that 7 my time or is that? Oh, that's 1 a.m. my time. I can do that. Okay. So 10 p.m. EST. Say good. Palestine is the end of the road for the new left. Whatever you think of Israel, there's just no future in global intifada and death to America. Ostensibly, this is supposed to be an economic blog, so how are leftist protests, like the ones currently happening at Columbia University, related to economics? Unfortunately, there are several connections. First of all, leftists are potentially an important vector by which economic ideas enter our discourse, and if it weren't for the Bernie Sanders movement, we probably wouldn't be talking about things like student debt relief, universal basic income, national health insurance, and so on. Oh wait, fuck, I should... The Seattle WTO protests highlighted a bunch of problems with the way globalization was being done in the 90s, Occupy Wall Street made financial reforms more urgent, and so on. Second of all, leftists can affect electoral politics, which has a huge impact on economic ideas getting implemented. Right now, Palestine protests are occurring on college campuses and on urban freeways, but this summer there will probably be major protests at the DNC in Chicago, which could affect the 10-year media coverage of Biden's re-election campaign. Well, that's gone. Much like the protests in 1968, although Trump is more pro-Israel than Biden, Palestine protesters fear that Biden has betrayed them and focus all their ire against him and other Democrats. Thus, it's not impossible to imagine that leftists could ultimately tip a very close election of Trump. Hold on, Thursday, August 8th. So yes, leftists in a Palestine protest campaign. Progressivism requires radical change to be palatable to everyday Americans. Unfortunately, progressive movements hate changing to be more inclusive. Yeah, we just watched that debate. Yeah, the purity testing on the left is insane. There's purity testing on the right too. We just saw that with Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse said he wasn't pro-Trump, and they immediately started fucking transvestigating him, bro, saying that he was secretly a girl and like. Okay. Set up one well text debate Thursday, August 8th at 10 p.m. PST, which is 1 a.m. EST. I should probably add that. Bim bim. Thursday, August 8th, 1 a.m. EST. Basically, I think what we're seeing is the end of an arc of American leftism movement that began in the 1990s, gained strength in the Iraq War and a financial crisis, and reached its apex in the unrest of the late 2010s. Leftists would like to believe that the Palestine protests are reinvigorated the movement. Instead, I think they represent a dead end that the movement won't easily be able to recover from, no matter who wins the election in November. The reason in a nutshell is that the Palestine protests represent an unreasonable ideology. Even setting aside the extremists who show up to the protests and say anti-Semitic things and express support for Hamas and Iran, and it isn't all clear that we should set them aside, the Palestine protests embrace an unworkable ideology. They represent a distorted, fantastical view of foreign policy, and anti-Americanism can't possibly be appeased or mollified at a set of unworkable and often immoral policy demands. This is a movement that's going nowhere and serves to do little except to weaken the nation and misdirect the energies of the youth. Steel manning the Palestine protest. Before I bash the Palestine protest, I want to make sure I'm not being unfair to them. In some circles, this is called steel manning. Newspaper columnist Will Bunch recently tweeted out the following: "It's amazing how the protesters are always right 50 years ago and always wrong today. Bunch is wrong, of course. The Americans half a century ago had plenty of protesters who most Americans would regard as unreasonable today. Anti-nuclear protests in favor of population control. Protests in favor of population control. The Wetterman's days of range and other leftist days of rage. What is this? Other leftists at the time look misguided or just plain stupid in retrospect. And that's to say nothing of the right-wing protests that were happening at the same time. We tend to remember successful movements like the Vietnam War protests or the civil rights marches and forget the ones that failed. Students for Democratic Society. National action plans built around Jacob's slogan, bring the war home. The elections don't mean shit. Vote where the power is. Our power is in the street. Oh, this was about the DNC, right? Yeah. Anyway. Most protests are rooted in some type of real grievance, however tenuous. An unreasonable movement can usually be successful by some sort of lengthy chain of associations to a reasonable political proposition. In the case of the Palestine protests, it's not easy to see what the reasonable proposition would be. Israel is undeniably acting brutally in Gaza. Yes, there's a ton of misinformation and overheated rhetoric about Israel's action, but the truth is bad enough. In order to avoid ground casualties, IDF resorted to standoff attacks, basically blowing up buildings from afar when they contain someone they think might be a Hamas fighter. Those attacks end up killing a lot of innocent bystanders, and the IDF doesn't seem too concerned about that, or at least not nearly as concerned as the US would be in its place. What's this link? Sheen did it coldly. Israel uses AI. Oh, that's the AI shit. This kind of thing in the Syrian military, or hold on. Israel has also risked a humanitarian catastrophe by forcing the already extremely overcrowded Gaza population into a tiny area called Rafah in the south of the Strip. With insufficient food and medical supplies, the civilian population there is suffering enormously, despite playing no role in the October 7th attacks. And that's before a planned IDF military operation into the sole remaining refuge area. I mean, they did open up the dedicated humanitarian zone, and they wanted people from Rafah to go there. This is the kind of thing the Syrian military or Houthi militia might do. I don't agree with that. They would not warn them. The reason people are seeking refuge in Rafah is because Israel warned them to go there to avoid being attacked at other places. And like, I don't think Syria would do that. Or other brutal Middle East regimes. It's not the kind of thing the US would do. Even American writers who support Israel's existence and right to self-defense have been horrified by the brutality of the war. Overall support for Israel's action has fallen across the board in America. Biden is considering making aid to Israel conditional if it attacks Rafah. Nor has Israel been a particularly good ally to the United States under Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu has ignored America's leaders' concerns about the conflict war in Gaza, has brazenly and openly demanded that the U.S. vote the way he wants in the UN Security Council. Americans' leaders are getting fed up, and rightly so. And on top of that, the U.S. has very little to gain from being involved in the Gaza war, either morally or militarily. I mean, morally, I think we're protecting a liberal democracy against jihadists. And then militarily, I think there's probably some military intelligence and military cooperation that we get from Israel that we wouldn't get otherwise. It's a diversion of resources and attention from Asia, which is by far the most important theater of a conflict in the world today, and from Europe, where Ukraine's cause is infinitely more unambiguous than Israel's. A smart move in both terms of resources and international opinion would be for the U.S. to wash its hands of this conflict, offer to mediate peace talks, organize Arab states to help guard against Iranian meddling, and pivot entirely to Asia and Europe. All of this could have made for a more humane, reasonable, and just Palestine protest movement, decrying Israel's brutality on the battlefield, denouncing Netanyahu, and demanding that the U.S. adopt a position of neutrality in the conflict would make sense. In fact, I'm sure that a few Palestinian protesters believe this, and this is what they are, in fact, protesting for. On top of that, I don't think the Palestine protests are inherently anti-Semitic, just as criticism of China doesn't imply racism against Chinese Americans, and criticism of Iran and Saudi Arabia doesn't imply Islamophobia. Criticism of Israel doesn't imply anti-Semitism. That's true, but like the steelman here is going to be like, oh, well, Israel's probably the only like safe place for Jewish people. If really, it's the only Jewish majority state, and Jews have not historically been safe in many other places. So if you saying Israel doesn't exist anymore, you're basically advocating for the removal of the only safe place for Jews, right? That'd be the steelman. Some people fear that bashing Israel will lead to a rise in anti-Semitism among the American people more broadly, but I'm not worried, as Al-Grabi and Matt Yiannopoulos have pointed out. Or not Matt, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's last name. Who knows? Don't care. Most of the anti-Semitic attitudes in the U.S. are still come on the political right. So I can see an alternate world in which the Palestine protests were reasonable and good, and in which I support them, but this is simply not the actual world we live in, or the actual protest movement we got. Why the Palestine protests are unreasonable. The biggest problem with the Palestine protest movement is that despite sometimes calling for a ceasefire, it is not a peace movement in any meaningful sense of the term. It is, by and large, a movement in support of violent armed struggle against Israel and any country in support of Israel. Shortly after October 7th, I noted that many leftist protesters, including a bunch of DSA chapters, came out in support of violence even before Israel struck back. I find Noah's description of war incorrect. I agree. Particularly the part of IDF just blowing up buildings that might have Hamas fighters no warning. That honestly might be the part I most agree with him on, or I'm most likely to grant. I don't agree with his comparisons to the Syrian regime or the Houthis, and him talking about the stuff in Rafah. I think is dumb because it's ignoring the context of well, why are they all in Rafah, right? Oh, they're all in Rafah because Israel conducted this war in a pretty planned phase operation, right? Where they went into the north and warned everyone to leave. And then they warned everyone to leave from the central Gaza and went there. They've conducted a war pretty slow with all these phases. And yeah. What's the last plot? As Israel's campaign in Gaza intensified, the protest movement shifted for calls for ceasefire. But as Hamas rejected ceasefire proposals again and again, protesters gradually shifted away from the ceasefire messaging. As Houthis began attacking ships in the Red Sea, protesters in the U.S. began chanting, "Yemen, Yemen, make us proud, turn another ship around." Gaza, they have very little to gain from being at war with Hamas in Gaza. You're talking about Israel, or you're talking about the U.S.? His point was that the U.S. has very little to gain from a war with Hamas, but obviously Israel has a lot to gain, aka their existence. Now, with the new round of protests, even more warlike messaging has become the norm. The Yemen chant was modified to "Al-Qassam, make us proud, kill another soldier now." Another chant called "Burn Tel Aviv to the ground." Protesters danced to rap lyrics declaring Israel gonna die, bitch. Many protesters chant "Intifada revolution" or called a globalized intifada. One tent at Columbia had a sign addressed to the scum of the nations, the pigs of the earth, declaring that paradise lies in the shadows of swords. Others protesters declared October 7th would be the beginning of a global revolution. Here's a viral tweet that typifies the attitude I see coming from leftists. God, I am so happy about the conversation shifting in support of violent resistance and the outright dismantling of Israel. Fuck a two-state solution. Fuck coexistence with genocidal states. Free Palestine means all of Palestine. This is not a peace movement or an anti-war movement. This is a militant pro-war movement. Now, I'm not trying to claim that peace movements are the only good protest movements. Countries have the right to resist invasion, occupation, and destruction, just like Ukraine is resisting Russia's invasion. But the Palestine protesters want more than the expulsion of Israel's army from Gaza and the West Bank. They want Israel to be destroyed with armed force because they believe the land of Israel rightly belongs to the Palestinian people. A movement in favor of the armed destruction of an internationally recognized nation is at an inherent moral disadvantage. That destruction would doubtless involve the slaughter of a great many Israelis and ethnic cleansing of most of the remainder, and an even greater atrocity Israel is now wrecking upon Gaza. Yeah, I meant to say, yeah, the Syrian Houthi comparison is ridiculous, yeah. And would also overturn the internet. Also, my stream is so delayed, but apparently Spectrum's doing fucking service or whatever. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do to fix it. Multi-anti-Semitism comes from the right. Are there any stats showing this? It might be true, but the writer just say things factually not truth. He cites these two things. Republicans and older Americans are more positive. Israel. He cites this. Anti-Semitism. in this as well. Is he going to say that Israel's nothing to do with the war, nothing to gain from the war? I think he said the U.S. has nothing to gain from the war, not Israel. The U.S. has very little to gain from being involved in the Gaza war, either morally or militarily. It's about the U.S., not Israel. Obviously, Israel has a lot to gain. I don't think he would disagree with that. I think he's just arguing that the U.S. has not much to gain. Which I don't think is necessarily true. Probably, I don't think we have as much to gain there as Ukraine, but and then he talks about Asia as well. In the long run, I think Asia is going to be more important, but like, I don't know. It's probably, I think we should probably protect it. I think the war doesn't just involve Israel and Gaza, because it involves Iran too, right? So there's probably issues there. And Iran is somewhat aligned with China and Russia, right? They're the new axis. I'm not trying to claim that peace movements are the only good protest movements. Countries have the right to resist. A movement in favor of armed destruction is inherently more disadvantaged. That destruction would doubtless involve blah, blah, blah. Okay. And it would also overturn the international norm of territorial integrity that has largely prevailed since World War II. The idea that a country shouldn't be invaded and destroyed. Israel's undoubtedly violated that norm with its land grabs in the West Bank. True. But the destruction of Israel in the name of a iridescent Palestine land claim would violate the norm to an even greater degree. Palestine protesters are thus using one atrocity as an excuse to call for an even greater atrocity. That's not just inhumane, it's an invitation to global chaos. It's a call for the return of law of the jungle, where nations press ancient land claims with invasions, ethnic cleansings, and genocide. That's not a future most people in the world want, and insisting on it will ensure that Palestine protesters are widely discarded as extremists. On top of that, the Palestine protesters have made their movement an explicitly anti-American one. The Iranian government's chant of death to America, death to Israel has already made appearances at some rallies. Leftists regularly post on social media about how Palestine will ultimately cause the destruction of the U.S. They're cracking down on the speech about Palestine because the inevitable end of Israel means the inevitable end of America. At the University of Michigan, some protesters are now passing out flyers declaring that freedom of Palestine means death to America. Fire, dude. This is stupid. Almost no American is going to support the destruction of their country in the name of Palestine. By attaching their dreams of revolution and the destruction of the U.S. to a Palestinian cause, the protesters have condemned the latter to be permanently on the fringes. These fundamental problems are already enough to coincide to Palestine protesters to ignominy. But on top of that, the protesters seem to have no real idea how to get a tent encampment on the university lawn to the goal of destroying Israel. How to get from, I missed the word, from a tent encampment to the goal of destroying Israel. The Columbia protests apparently began because some students realized that the university's endowment owned shares of ETFs that include, among many other assets, shares in companies that sell equipment to the Israeli military. The idea that divesting from those ETFs would in any way inconvenience the IDF shows a deep and profound misunderstanding of how finance works. Meanwhile, other protest demands just come off confused, such as calls to end land grabs in Harlem, New York City. My camera's tilted, isn't it? I just realized. Whoopsie. It's not that tilted, but it's better. I need to get a level frame. In other words, Palestine processes have no idea what they're demanding why are, other than the destruction of Israel and possibly America too. Things that no university administrator to the council or tech company can provide them. And then, of course, there's anti-Semitism. Sure, opposing Israel is an inherently anti-Semitic, but these Palestine protesters have definitely performed a ton of anti-Semitism. They go back to Poland. Yes, one feature calls of go back to Poland. Thank you. Yes, I knew it was real. Yes. Okay. Another call for Jews to go back to Europe, claiming they have no culture. I knew Israel. I knew I remembered it. Yes. How to make your movement extremely popular among American youth. Step 1, call for destruction of America. Step 2, profit. True. Another call for Jews to go back to Europe, claiming they have no culture and that all they do is colonize. What have Jews from Middle East and Europeans. Meanwhile, there are a number of reports of students being assaulted for wearing Jewish religious hats, threatened for wearing a Jewish star necklace, and so on. There are then signs like this from Colombia. Fire. There are still some Jewish people in the protests, of course, and many of them protesters probably find anti-Semitic displays distasteful and unhelpful. But the degree to which anti-Semitism has found a safe space and a platform at these events shows that protesters have essentially no ability to police their tone or stand message, which suggests that the Palestine movement in the U.S. is kind of chaotic, disorganized movement that can never be appeased or negotiated with. In other words, the Palestine protest is so utterly unreasonable that it will probably never be able to win much, and it will probably not be remembered as one of the good movements 50 years from now. And all it will do is create a sad spectacle, cause minor inconvenience, and make a lot of people sad, discredit the American leftist movement of the early 20th century. My big thesis about the American age of unrest is that the 2020s are the new 1970s. After 1971, unrest in America began to ebb, terror attacks and protest marches became less common, and most of the American young people had been riled up by the late 60s, went back to normal life, and to find jobs and families. But even as the masses got exhausted and retreated from street politics, those who stayed in the activist scene got crazier and crazier. I'm talking about the Symbionese Liberation Army, Ray Lazer, and the Black Liberation Army, and various other crazies. For a good overview of the general mood enthusiasm, read The Invisible Bridge, and for a good overview of the extreme crazies of the 70s, read Days of Rage. Unrest has a sort of evaporated cooler property. As the moderates drift away from the movement, the extremists become more extreme. The American leftist movement feels like it's in a similar position. There's still a clear difference with the Floyd protests of 2020. Those drew tens of millions into the streets, including people from all walks of life. Leftists marched, but moderates marched right alongside them. And some recent research by Guinness and Pons finds that unlike most protest movements, the Floyd protests were persuasive. They actually created support for Democrats and a concern about racial discrimination in areas where they happen. Contrast with the Palestine protests, they've drawn tens of thousands of activists across the nation, but that's hundreds of times smaller than the Floyd protest. The country just isn't pouring into the streets in support of the Palestinian cause, nor is it going to. Part of that is because the issue is so morally mucky and complex. Part of that is because the Palestine protesters are so extreme. But most of these Americans aren't riled up about foreign affairs unless the U.S. itself is involved in fighting. Polls show that Palestine is far down on the issues that Americans, even young Americans, consider important. Due to a lack of popular enthusiasm, the Palestine protesters are going to spend essentially of their effort protesting Democrats instead of Republicans. Everyone is worried about the protests at the DNC, but no one is worried about the RNC. This is even though the GOP is generally more pro-Israel than the Dems. It reminds me a bit of when Bernie Sanders, no doubt the urging of his radicalized campaign staff, tried to make the 2020 campaign about topping the Democrats' establishment. I've got news for the Republican establishment. I've got news for the Democrat establishment. They can't top us. Being forced to fight your own side is a sign of a weak movement. The Floyd protests railed against police brutality, Donald Trump fascism. That was a cause that moderates and liberals felt comfortable joining in because they hated police brutality, Donald Trump, and fascism too. But the moderates and liberals aren't joining in a Palestine protest. They're the target of those protests. Perhaps if rightists, the Proud Boys, Charlottesville, alt-right, and so on, turned out in the streets to battle the Palestine protesters, then liberals and moderates would get involved. But rightists just don't care. In fact, when they see leftists smacking yarmulkes, I'm in VC. I don't care, JDR. Of the heads of the Jewish kids on college campuses, alt-right types are more waiting to talk about what we're reading this, and then I have to read stuff on wealth taxes. Okay, more likely to pop open a beer and grab some popcorn. In other words, the Palestine protests aren't actually activating the American broad, deep-rooted partisan instincts. Instead, they're one faction of extremists trying and inevitably failing to take over the center-left party that they've nominally affiliated with, but actually deeply despise. Asher, can you bring me in? Dude, we got a lot of fucking stuff to read, dude. I'm just reading. What do you want to talk about? If you want to talk about a wealth tax, then maybe we can do it, but we'd actually probably agree on a wealth tax. Palestine protests end the line from the left, not because the protests are not going to convince everyone that left is bad, but because they're going to bore the heck out of everyone in the country, while the painting leftists into an ideological corner. America just is very damn tired. A decade of fighting over race and gender, and Trump, fascism, etc., has left the vast majority of people without the energy to fight for to fight the cops over some grubby, nasty Middle Eastern conflict over half a world away, and they're certainly not going to get up off their couches to fight for death to America or global intifada. So here we are in the new 1970s. The new headlines are still full of revolution and unrest, but the actual set of people driving those headlines is shrinking fast, even as it becomes more strident and extreme. I won't be surprised at all if in 10, 15 years from now we look back and wonder what happened to the left. I want to talk about Carl. Yeah, see, I'm not doing that. I don't care. I'm still streaming, right? What? Huh? Guys, I think I know why I'm maybe so broken. What? How long has this been open? Should I? Guys, the answer was no, I should not have done that. The answer was no. Don't you're not supposed, it turns out you're not supposed to click that. You're not actually clicking that actually closes it, but yet even though I clicked no, I thought no would not close it, but I guess it did. Okay, we good on everything? I don't care, Panda. Okay. Are we good now? It hopefully doing that made it less laggy. I didn't mean to do that, but I think we're back on everything, right? Yeah, we're still on YouTube. The YouTube Shorts thing broke, but that's not that big of a deal. What do you mean you don't care? I mean, I don't care right now. You know what I mean. All right, I think we're okay. So turns out, guys, you're actually not supposed to hit that. Don't care about anything you want to talk about right now, dude. Okay, am I good on Rumble still? I am. Okay, well, we're good. Freeman button, oops, yeah. Well, okay. It told me OBS had crashed, but evidently OBS had not crashed because OBS was open. So I just hit no. I hit no to, do you want to save a log that OBS crashed? And it did not like that. That just it closed OBS. Okay. Oh wait, shit. Did we ever? I don't think did we finish reading the Trump tariff stuff? We might have to come back to that later. I don't remember. I don't remember if I finished reading the last thing. Yeah, we didn't read the tariff tracker thing, but I mean, I think we're good. I don't think we need to. I think we need to do that. This should also be over here, though. If it isn't already, it is. Tell me what specifically you don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about philosophy at all right now, dude. I'm just not something like. I don't care right now. I do care though? Wow, thank God I'm the streamer and you're not. Oh, hey, I'm live. Wow, that's crazy, dude. Okay. Who knows? Who knows why that happened? But you know what? We're rolling with it. We're good. I just gotta. So whoever the YouTube short chatter is, hold on. I gotta get the YouTube short chat working again. YouTube short chat working again. So don't need that, but then we do need the new ID. Okay. Yeah, I know, buddy. Was listening to Andrew Wilson Israel debate today. My brain almost melted at how little that guy knew. What's Andrew? Who did he debate? What is Andrew Wilson's position on Israel? Is he pro-Israel or is he not? Because I could see him going either way, really. Not that Andrew Wilson, the guy that... Oh! I don't think I did especially well on that because I hadn't done all my research yet, but yeah, I don't think he knew very much. I didn't do a good job of controlling the conversation. Thoughts on Charlie Kirk? He's neutral in Israel. I haven't seen that much from Charlie Kirk. I've seen a YouTube short of Charlie Kirk explaining why college is a scam because they didn't teach Thomas Sowell in an economics class, so I don't think he knows very much about economics. That is what I will say about Charlie Kirk. He definitely isn't Andrew Wilson part of Crucible. He is, yeah. But my former classmate is also named Andrew Wilson, and I debated him in Palestine like a while ago. Yeah, but. Okay. What a coincidence, yeah. The audio for that video is fucked too, because I didn't set up my microphone correctly, unfortunately. But Charlie Kirk is an inspiration if you can find employment. So get all of us through. I've literally, the thing I've seen of him, he was at like a college, people are like, how can, someone was just like, how can he say college is a scam? He's like, I'm here studying economics, and he's like, do they teach Thomas Sowell? Do they give it to Freeman? And he was like, no. And he was like, if they're teaching economics and they're not teaching Thomas Sowell, then you're not learning economics. If they're not teaching Milton Friedman, you're not learning economics. First of all, nobody respects Thomas Sowell, okay? He's not a very good economist. Second of all, Milton Friedman, even if they're not talking about him, they're talking about his ideas. Any economics class has monetarist ideas integrated into it. It has Keynesian ideas integrated into it. Even if they don't mention people themselves, all economics is like building on each other. So it's gonna have ideas inspired by Friedman in it. Any economics class, I've said this before, teaches about the Phillips curve and like the notion that like the Phillips curve is vertical in the long run. And there's only a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. That's like a monetarist idea that is very commonly taught in macro classes. That is and sometimes they even teach Milton Friedman's negative income tax as well, because they'll discuss like welfare policy and they'll go over different welfare policies, and a lot of times they actually specifically mention Milton Friedman's negative income tax. Okay, I need to start organizing these. Can I download a PDF still? Or... Oh, hell yeah. If you don't believe in free will, how would you blame me for bringing up philosophy when you don't believe I have a choice? I don't think I blamed you. I just think I've said I don't want to do it. Okay, so we have this. Free will is so obvious, true, dude. Okay, we should probably work on unrealized gains first, so... Do more tax stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Went to these planes. All you need to know about taxes. True. Okay, so taxing unrealized gains is I don't know if there's any like actual what if I look up administrative cost of taxes unrealized gains? Are there any like metrics that do this? Nobody gives a fuck about economic bullshit. Okay, taxing unrealized gains is... I want to say it's administratively difficult because you have to like evaluate the unrealized gains that people have, but I don't know. I don't have a source for that. No, wait, hold on. I have to open my chat again because it's gone. Hold on. New chat. Boom. How do you explain countries that have better social nets like Norway, Denmark, but much higher wait times for much higher wait times for admission / much higher taxes for hospitals? I don't think the some of your points are related to economics. All that matters. I don't think some of your points. So on the better social safety nets point, I would agree that they have better social safety nets, and I'm in favor of many of those social safety nets. I'm pretty sure Denmark doesn't even have a wealth tax. A lot of these countries don't even have wealth taxes anymore. A lot of them got rid of them. I know Norway has a wealth tax, but yeah. And then the added wait time stuff. I mean, I'm not in favor of some of the single payer plans. I think that we should basically have moderated competition. I think the government should probably do a public option for health insurance, and I don't see a good reason why that would increase wait times. Yeah. I don't think the higher taxes there is at all related to the higher wait times. I think that's just how they do their healthcare. I have no clue, Judy. Dude, I'm gonna ban you if you keep doing this, dude. Because it distracts me so much, and it just makes me angry. Just makes me mad. I think unrealized gains. It's always going to taxes away. Or money. Then realized taxes at the same rate. Or, I mean, even a higher rate it would, but at the same rate, since it doesn't allow... It's the money you pay on the unrealized gains every year. Cannot compound. I mean, people are just gonna argue. People are gonna argue in favor of that. This increases the disincentive. I'm in QXO social healthcare, and the main problem here is the wait times, and the public clinics don't have enough doctors per patient because of private competition. The public, I mean, I didn't know private competition was allowed in Canada. I thought you just had totally public healthcare. I didn't know you did private competition. But that's interesting. I don't know. I know Canada has a lot of healthcare problems that we probably don't want to replicate here. But we have like way more fucking medical debt. I mean, everything's about trade-off. High headphones brands. These are Bose Quiet Pods, Bose Quiet Comfort 35s. This is the second version. I have the first version. Nice, thanks. Well, welcome back to the stream. Thanks for coming in. I want new headphones. I bought the Sony WH-XM5s, but they're not as comfortable. I don't like them as much. And then I could sell them and sell these and get nicer Bose headphones, but because these are falling apart, dude. This I want to say increases the disincentive, but there's got to be a better way to phrase that. This disincentivizes saving greater than a regular capital gains tax. Meaning the disincentive okay, I'll mention a lock-in effect too. Realized gains taxes also have a lock-in effect. Disincentivizes people from selling stocks they already own. Taxing unrealized gains. Would decrease the incentive for saving, disincentivize saving more. Social healthcare needs to compete for doctors because the public options often pay less salary. That being said, some tweaking to taxes could fix that. Pay less taxes if you're a public doctor. Disincentivize saving. I was saying investing, really, but more than conventional, or more than a realized tax. Incentivize people. To hoard money. Save money with... Or I'll say to... Money under the mattress. What are you writing in this speech? I'm writing an opening statement for a debate. Or with lower return bonds. Or with low risk bonds, I should say. Or with. What debate? It's a debate on a few different types of taxes. This is a few different people. I don't know if you're into Twitch politics or too much, but with Bim Bim, PPG, this is the only one I've confirmed so far. Thursday, August 8th, 1 a.m. Maida, we're probably going to change the prompt a little bit because Maida's position is more nuanced, I think. And then Casey, I don't know. Or no, Bim Bim, I think. Yeah, and Casey, we haven't confirmed yet, but Casey, I imagine we're going to do the same prompt. He's political person guy. Twitch? Yeah. I mean, no, he's his brother, right? Private and market. Up financial capital. Particularly affecting. Volatile assets. Or volatile assets. I'll say like volatile startups and because the argument here is going to be like if you're de-incentivizing holding volatile assets, some of the most some of these like companies that are like, you know, tech startups are obviously going to be pretty volatile, and you're gonna rob them. You're gonna rob them of the financial capital that they otherwise would have gotten. That can't be. How do you spell financial? Okay. Taxing unrealized gains taxes away more money. I probably want to add something first, prefacing it, but taxing unrealized gains taxes away more money than a realized tax, since the money you pay on unrealized gains every year cannot compound. Realized gain taxes also have a lock-in effect, which disincentivizes people from selling stocks they own. Doesn't discourage buying volatile assets. Not only would the implementation of such tax likely decrease stock prices in the short term, as people and companies sell off stocks and sell off stocks to avoid paying future taxes. But long-run growth will also suffer. Okay. General rule of taxation. Is if you tax something, you get less of it. Taxing wealth, therefore, Linus framework to wealth. Tax wealth. You get less wealth. You directly disincentivize investment and wealth creation. Promoting long-run growth. If high enough, you may even, you probably, no, I don't know. I don't want to put too much in the opening statement because we'll like get into all these things, but well, taxes are also notoriously, I don't know how to spell it. Notoriously.
Here's the definition of
Oh,
notoriously,
fuck you, Google.
used to emphasize that equality
Oh,
or
don't care. Yes, notoriously. Hard to implement. Difficult to enforce. Not only will the government have to spend money on tax layers, to go after tax sheets, or I said notoriously difficult to enforce. Any rich people. Alright, I'll just say. Some level of capital flight is inevitable. Why is it fucking stuck on italics? I'm hitting Control I. What? Some level of capital flight is inevitable. And rich people. All the resources. Boy, an army, army. Tax lawyers. Die, rich people die? True. Thank you, Sean. Avoid paying as much tax as possible. Not only does this make them ineffective at raising less revenue, but increases deadweight loss as government tax lawyers, or government and private tax lawyers play a cat and mouse game. Evaluating billionaires' wealth. Their time could, in theory, could otherwise be spent in a more productive sector. Margin force that way lot, Laffer curve. Robbing the world. Valuable companies and ideas. And harming long-run growth. At some level, the Laffer curve does come into play. No, I won't mention it. I don't care that much. And then I had the corporate tax section here. Corporate taxes may actually be the worst of them all. Corporations are nothing but collections of people, and as such, the burden of these taxes falls on people, not corporations. The tax incidence of corporate taxes is divided between three groups: shareholders through lower returns and dividends, workers through lower wages and higher unemployment, and consumers through higher prices. Whoever you want to tax, a corporate tax is not the best way to do it. If you tax shareholder, if you want to tax If you want to tax shareholders, tax capital gains. If you want to tax workers, tax income. If you want to tax consumption, there are a number of better alternatives like a sales tax, value-added tax, or Bradford X tax. Corporate taxes also decrease long-run growth, which harms everyone. Corporate taxes also decrease. Okay. Corporate taxes also. Again, like I've mentioned, like the longer ago thing so many times. Corporate taxes also directly disincentivize investments in capital. Capital, it's not capital stock. In capital. I used the word capital stock once. Capital stock wasn't the right term. And capital investments. Investments in capital investment. I would say directly incentivize capital investments. Which again decreases long-run growth. Okay. I want to start off as just like I'm not opposed to decreasing inequality. Nor am I in favor of giving money to rich people and hopes benefits trickle down. And hopes that benefits trickle down. However, this does not preclude that some taxes aimed at decreasing inequality have more costs and benefits and harm the very people they're trying to help. Many taxes, like a land value tax, that would decrease inequality and are economically efficient. But for this debate, I'd like to focus on three taxes, on three taxes that are not so economically efficient. Okay, let's run this through. Okay. All right. I'm not opposed to decreasing inequality, nor am I in favor of giving money to the rich in in hopes. This is why we proofread. I'm not opposed to decreasing inequality, nor am I in favor of giving money to the rich in hopes that benefits trickle down. However, this does not preclude that some taxes aimed at decreasing inequality have more costs and benefits and actually harm the very people they're trying to help. There are many taxes, like a land value tax, that would decrease inequality and are economically efficient. But for this debate, I'd like to focus on 3 taxes that are not so economically efficient. First, taxing unrealized gains taxes away more money than realized gains at the same rate, since money you pay on unrealized gains every year cannot compound. Realized gain taxes also have a lock-in effect, which disincentivizes people from selling stocks they already own and doesn't discourage people from buying volatile assets. Therefore, taxing unrealized gains would disincentivize investment more than a realized gains tax and incentivize people to hoard money under the mattress or with low-risk bonds, depriving the market of financial capital, particularly affecting high-risk, high-reward startups. Not only would the implementation of such tax likely decrease stock prices in the short term, as people and companies sell off stocks to avoid paying future taxes, but long-run growth will also suffer. Second, the general rule of taxation is that if you tax something, you get less of it. If you tax wealth, you get less wealth. You directly disincentivize investment and wealth creation, robbing the world of valuable companies and ideas, harming long-run growth. Wealth taxes are also notoriously hard to implement and difficult to enforce. Some level of capital flight is inevitable, and rich people have all the resources to deploy an army of tax lawyers to avoid paying as much taxes as possible. Not only does this make them ineffective at raising much revenue, but it increases deadweight loss, as government and private tax lawyers play a cat and mouse game of evaluating billionaires' wealth when their time could otherwise be spent in a more productive sector. Thirdly, corporate taxes may actually be the worst of them all. Corporations are nothing but collections of people, and as such, the burden of these taxes falls on people, not corporations. The tax incidence of corporate taxes is divided between 3 groups: shareholders through lower returns and dividends, workers through lower wages and higher unemployment, and consumers through higher prices. Whoever you want to tax, a corporate tax is not the best way to do it. If you want to tax, I might do this. That makes it easier to read. I don't know if I need. I'm gonna do that. If you want to tax workers, tax income. I'm gonna say tax wages. There are multiple ways to tax wages. If you want to tax consumption, there's a number of better alternatives like sales tax, VAT, or Bradford tax. Corporate taxes also directly disincentivize capital investment, which again decreases long-run growth. By your all right, whoa. Okay. Okay. I don't think we need to read this one. These we all need to read though. These are just samples notes, which I'm just gonna put up here. This might be an interesting read. They don't even have that big of an effect on inequality. Like arguments, kind of. Decrease long-run GDP by 0.43% and also doubling the trade deficit. I don't care about the trade deficit that much, but I should be able to find it just by Googling it. Oh, wait, is it loading? Yeah, this is still up. Look exactly how I imagine a streamer like you would look like. Okay, thanks, dude. Thanks, okay. Okay, we'll start with this. Unrealized gain tax is an economic fallacy. Let me start my music. I don't have a good reading playlist. I need to make one. All right. Okay, I need to lock in. One torque, wait, the stream deck is not working. God damn it. Okay, fuck, I want to learn about the 5 session. Do you like vertical live streams? I mean, what do you mean, do I like them? The reason I do them is because it's a good way to like grow. Like a lot more people come in through the shorts feed than come in through the normal like YouTube feed, right? But I don't particularly dislike them. But can you show us your button for a donation? I mean, you can't donate on YouTube, but what do you mean? What do you mean a button through a donation or for the donation? You can look at Does this mean what happens if someone donates? I think I can do a test donation. It depends what you donate with. Through Streamlabs, show us your belly button. Oh, can you show us your belly button for a donation? I don't believe that you're going to donate, but I would do it. Or I test it. Show it. Don't do it's probably a weird fetish thing. Listen, I'll do it for a donate, but looks like that. I don't know why it doesn't.
This is a test donation for $91.
Oh, test. There you go.
This is a test donation for $54.
Oh, Kevin, thank you so much, Kevin. You can't even do it. You came through YouTube Shorts, so I just don't believe that you're going to do it. Okay. Unrealized gain tax is an economic fallacy. Taxing unrealized capital gains on property, stocks, and other assets is not just a bad idea, it's an economic fallacy. You should be like Fresh and Fit and do free donations. Show belly button. I don't believe that you're gonna do it. If you somehow prove that you're gonna do it. If you donate $1 first, and then more money, and then more money when I do it. But fuck. Okay. There's no way we can read all these, but like I'm just gonna keep adding more and more.
You guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Stewie Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben,
what's a big deal to show you about the belly button? If it's clean, you get $55. I don't believe that you're gonna donate that. What are your thoughts on stock buybacks? I don't have any strong opinion on them. They're probably not always bad, but I don't see a compelling reason for them to not necessarily be banned. But I would have to think about it more. Give it a try. Donate $1 for or 10 cents. I think the minimum is $1, but like donate $1 first, and then I'll do it, and then you can donate 54 later. How are you even gonna donate? You're on the YouTube Shorts chat, bro. I'm not monetized on YouTube. You can't donate through YouTube. Economic policy that undermines economic growth and personal liberty. I don't really care about the personal liberty arguments, but that's why I didn't bring them up. I'm hitting a front vent cart right now. That belly button guy is wild. Thank you, Jerb. Unfortunately, Biden's $7.3 billion budget proposes such a tax. Vermont and other states have made similar moves. Tax shouldn't just be rejected as fundamentally unjust, it's likely unconstitutional, and would hinder prosperity and individual freedom. Comes to stock buybacks, the logic I've heard is that a corporation is doing well, but doesn't see anywhere good to expand. The stock buybacks are a really good reward for good investors. Yeah, that's true. Which in theory, like corporations are going to do what's profitable, right? So if there is a good opportunity for them to expand, in theory they should always favor that long run growth over stock buybacks. Yeah. I think part of the issue is that sometimes CEO pay is like pegged to stock performance. So you could argue the CEO, although the CEO obviously doesn't have total control of the company, the CEO is incentivized to like order stock buybacks for his own pay. Like imagine Amazon expands everywhere and becomes a dominant force in America, then it can't expand anymore because a lot of something that company is by being hugely profitable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A tax on unrealized capital gains means that individuals are penalized for owning appreciating assets regardless of whether they have any actual income from selling them. Taxing unrealized gains penalizes people for holding, appreciating assets regardless of if there's no space for them to grow, so they have a bunch of money, nothing to do with it. Exactly. Regardless if they receive income from selling them. If you purchase a stock for $100 this year, for example, and it increased 110 to the next year, you would pay the assigned tax rate on a $10 capital gain. You didn't sell the asset, so you didn't realize $10 appreciation, but you must pay tax regardless. The following year, it dropped to $100, so that was a loss of $10. Would you be able to deduct that as a tax liability? The devil's in the details that approach this tax, but the devil is also in the tax itself. Adam Michael, the Cato Institute explained two types of unrealized taxes in President Biden's latest budget. Under current law, capital gains are taxed when the gain is realized. When the investment is solid, there's no actual profit to tax. When the investment is sold, and there's actual profit to tax. The budget proposes eliminating step up in basis, making death an inevitable taxable event. The change applies to unrealized capital gains over 5 million, or for single filers, 10 million if married. I'll add, it's also complicated to deal capital gains losses. All right, I'll just say capital losses on unrealized gains. Secondly, the budget proposed a new minimum tax of 25% on the income and unrealized capital gains for taxpayers with more than 100 million in total wealth. This minimum tax would be a third parallel income tax system, adding to the existing alternative minimum tax. The new minimum tax applies to two entirely new tax bases: wealth and unrealized capital gains. Defining and taxing wealth, unrealized capital gains poses numerous practical challenges and high economic cost. More stuff to read. Let's go. Keep adding more. An infinite amount of stuff to read. Thank you. Yes. Show booty hole. It doesn't show commands in chat, so I just now read that. Okay. Taxing unrealized capital gains contradicts the basic principles of fairness and property rights essential for a free and prosperous society. Don't care. Taxation, if we're going to have it on income, should be based on actual income earned, not paper gains that never materialize. Moreover, taxing unrealized gains hurts economic activity by discouraging investment and capital formation, the lifeblood of the dynamic economy. When individuals know that their unrealized gains will be taxed, they have less incentive to invest in productive assets such as stocks, real estate, and businesses. This leads to a misallocation of resources and slower economic growth. Knowing unrealized gains will be taxed will disincentivize people. Isn't it? I thought it was IZE for disincentivize. People from buying or from investing in productive assets leading to a misallocation of capital, slower economic growth. Oh wait, shoot, I had this idea earlier for my opening statement to like start off with like a brief like I'm gonna be appealing to like two types of arguments, like mechanistic and empirical. So I can apply something, I can say something that's like mechanistically true if like from a microeconomic foundation, like this is the result something's gonna have. So like I'll just say like, you know, it's sort of like a mechanistic explanation to say like increasing or having an unrealized capital gains tax will decrease the amount of financial capital, right? So that's something that's like a mechanistic explanation, I would say. Maybe there's a better word for that, but the word I would use is mechanistic, and then empirical. So I can use I can appeal to a mechanistic explanation, but on top of that, I can have the empirical evidence. So like for a wealth tax, we'll read these. I notice a lot of evidence that a wealth tax doesn't actually increase revenue that much. So that's like that'd be like an empirical thing. Yeah. I was thinking maybe there's a way to like have that in my opening statement and then like lay out for each of them. This is why mechanistically corporate taxes are bad, and this is why empirically corporate taxes fail in many areas. But maybe that'll just make it too long. I don't know. And also, I think there's got to be a better word than mechanistic for that, but I don't know what it would be. Because theoretical maybe this is why, but I don't. Theoretical doesn't get the full thing across. I don't know. Mechanistic sounds better. I don't know a better word there. Pizza face? Thank you, AI Music Galaxy. You're welcome. Thanks, dude. Thanks for stopping by. See ya. Appreciate you being here. Fucking hell, dude! I'm checking my YouTube analytics. I don't know. I'm doomed to be a reaction streamer, dude. I'm doomed to be one because I'm just checking like when I don't react to popular content, and I either debate people or react to less popular content that just doesn't get views. Listen, once I'm monetized on YouTube, then I can start doing more stuff I like. But, you know, whatever. Okay, I need to fucking lock in, dude, but I'm having a hard time locking in. Especially because usually, okay. Oh, fuck, but I do have stuff to edit, don't I? Because I could upload that conversation with sample text, and I could upload me reacting to David Pac-Man. I guess I could do that tomorrow if I read a lot tonight. Fucking hell. Okay, come on. Okay, lock in. We're locked in. Additionally, this tax reduces the capital available for entrepreneurship and innovation. Startups and small businesses rely on investment from individuals willing to take risk in the hopes of eventually earning a reward on their investment. By taxing unrealized capital gains, we discourage risk-taking and stifle innovation, essential elements for improving productivity and raising living standards. This tax also reduces the total amount financial capital available, particularly for entrepreneurship and innovation. So startups rely on investments from individuals, from people, investments from individuals willing to take big risk. Hopes of a big reward. Oh wait, also. Is there like a way? Can I do this actually? No. If I like copy that, if I hold this and hit Control C, do you think I can just Control V? Let's go. think we'll read this at some point too. Okay. The tax undermines personal liberty by infringing on individuals' property rights and financial privacy. It gives the government unprecedented control over people's assets and creates a powerful disincentive for individuals to save and invest. Take future owns you mine? True. This is particularly troublesome in an era of increasing government surveillance and intrusion in private affairs. Don't care, don't care. Proponents of taxing unrealized capital gains argue it's a way to address income inequality and raise revenue for social programs. This argument can't withstand scrutiny. This tax does not address the root cause of inequality, such as government failures in fiscal and monetary policies. Instead, this new tax would merely redistribute wealth from productive individuals to the government, thereby further misallocating hard-earned money. I don't really agree with this part, but I mean, the problem is redistributing wealth from productive individuals to the government is, in effect, redistributing wealth from rich people to poor people. I mean, in theory, the government would then spend it on, obviously the government isn't like poor, but I'm saying the government, in theory, is going to spend this money on supporting poor people. So there's the, how we work through that. Thereby further misallocating hard-earned money. Furthermore, the tax revenue raised from the tax would be far less than proponents anticipate, as individuals would work less, invest less, and find ways to avoid taxes through legal paths. Tax revenue raised from this tax. But also likely be lower than most predict, as people will save less. People will save, work, and invest less. This result in less economic prosperity, resulting from a decline in tax collections. I'll add capital flight. Might also occur, and people will save, work, invest less. Save less, work less, invest less. Find legal paths to avoid paying. This causes dead weight loss. Not only from the lack of investment. Alright, now I mentioned where I open it. Oh, good. Okay. From an economic and moral perspective, taxing unrealized capital gains from property, stocks, and other assets is a bad idea. It undermines economic growth, stifles innovation, and infringes on personal liberty. Instead of resorting to the misguided policies of the Biden administration, in some states, we should remove barriers created by government. These include reducing spending, taxes, regulations. We should impose fiscal and monetary rules. Achieving these goals and ending a bad idea of a new tax on unrealized capital gains will encourage investment, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity for all. Only then can we truly unleash the potential of a free and prosperous society. Yeah, we'll do toggle heading too. Nice gains. Okay, I think there were these two things. Or what stream software do you use? OBS, like everyone. What's up, the traveling clat? Bro, you're verified. Bro, you got 257k subscribers? What's up? I saw that check mark. I was like, who is this guy? Beautiful Zionist tells me the truth? Dude, this content's awesome. What the hell? Are you streaming vertical and horizontal at the same time on YouTube? Yep. You can see here I have my vertical layout, and here we need degrowth. Thanks, and here we have my horizontal layout. There's just an OBS plugin. Streaming vertically and horizontal on YouTube at the same time is a little annoying, because you have to schedule two different streams. So every time I want to stream, I have to like go here and I have to go live. Then I have to schedule two different streams, and then they'll both have different stream keys that I can use. It's a little annoying, but it works. And then it's also hard to get chat to work as well. The only program I found that can actually do both the YouTube Shorts and YouTube chat in the same chat and not two different chats. Or sometimes, like, some programs just connect to a YouTube channel and they don't know which chat to go in, so they'll randomly choose either the Shorts chat or live or horizontal chat, and you can't work it out. There's a program called Social Stream that lets you have the YouTube video ID for the chat. So in theory, you could have as many live streams as you want. Appreciate. Just sub to your channel. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Traveling Cat. I appreciate it, man. What truth did the beautiful Zionist tell you? I want to know. that sounds like an awesome video, dude. Too bad I came in on one of my boring economic streams and not a lot of my pro-Israel Hasbro streams. Will Iran go to war against Israel? My feelings they already are. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on it. I mean, I would full scale war. I don't know what a full scale war looks like between them. And my guess would be it depends if the U.S. can mediate a ceasefire in Gaza. I think if they mediate a ceasefire in Gaza, which is possible, but I don't think it's that likely, then it's unlikely that it'll ever go to a full-scale war. And then I would also think, I think if they don't, there's still opportunities to avoid it, but I just don't think Iran thinks it's worth it. I would like, I don't know. I'm in the nothing ever happens camp. I think they'll exchange rocket fire, but they'll. I don't like. What would full scale war look like? I just don't even know. Maybe I'm just America brain, but. It's destructive and unfair to tax unrealized capital gains. They reflect expected profits, which often fail to materialize, and the levy won't only hit the rich. President Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders have tested the share of the country's wealth held by the very well off, is unfair and the product of a rigged economic system. They say the U.S. needs a wealth tax starting with a levy on unrealized capital gains. These redistributionists are acting as if unrealized capital gains will be stored in vaults like gold and can be elected at Congress's will. They don't appreciate the ephemeral nature of stocks. A stock portfolio of $100 million is best approximated by the present discounted value of firms' future profit streams. Redistributionists point to wealthy people's portfolio gains, which they call unrealized and untaxed income. But current income and capital gains are conceptually different. Firms' future profits, the estimates of which cause portfolios to rise or fall, haven't yet been realized. A tax on unrealized gains thus amounts to a tax on unrealized future profits that in many cases will never be realized except at losses, especially if added taxation increases the likelihood of unrealized profits. Okay, so current income and unrealized gains are conceptually different. Firms' expected future profits are what cause portfolios to rise or fall in value. A tax on unrealized capital gains thus amounts to an indirect tax on future profits that in many cases will never even be realized. Current profits are only one factor investors use to appraise a company's value. Investors' expectations of future profitability often account for far more. How much more depends on the intangible. Investors' evaluations of interacting future market forces, including hunches and speculations based partially on other speculations. An investor's unrealized capital gains can be inflated by the eager bids of overly optimistic buyers, which could make a wealth tax a tax on phantom gains. Unrealized gains can be inflated by overly optimistic buyers. To inflate stock prices based on gains or expected gains. They are already at war, kind of. They're not like, I mean, they've exchanged rocket fire, and Israel did one airstrike, but like that's not full scale war. That's more intense than anything before, but never materialize. In effect, taxing phantom gains. Well, subject to taxation, it's fraught with risk because profit streams unfold differently as a result of ever-changing market, social, geopolitical, and atmospheric forces over which companies have no influence. Bank stockholders recently rediscovered the risk embedded in presumed safe investments that result from untethered fiscal and monetary forces. Did misers, Biden, and Sanders anticipate how much their policies charted a path towards high interest rates leading to capital losses in banks holding a federal securities? I think not. Wait, sorry. How their policies started a path to higher interest rates, leading to capital losses in banks holding of federal securities. I don't understand how this last part necessarily follows. Bank stockholders, people who own shares in banks, have recently been reminded that investments considered safe can be risky. The statement suggests government fiscal policies, monetary policies, particularly mentions implying that policies can produce situations. High interest rates. This doesn't. Okay. Explain how taxing unrealized gains could lead to. Could lead to higher interest rates, can result in capital losses for banks holding federal securities. Simplified explanation. This tax targets the increase in value of assets which haven't yet been sold. For instance, if you, okay, I understand that. Investors may be able to pay this tax. Investors might need to sell some of their assets, including stocks and bonds, to generate necessary cash. This selling pressure can lead to a decrease in asset prices. As more investors sell their assets, the supply of these assets in the market increases, which drive prices down. This can affect the broader financial markets, including the bond market. Interest rates. With the selling of bonds, their prices drop, leading to a rise in bond yields. Higher interest rates are often a result of the market adjusting for the increased supply in bonds. Bank holdings. Banks typically hold a significant amount of federal securities like government bonds. When interest rates rise, the value of existing bonds with lower rates falls. This becomes because new bonds are issued with higher rates, making the older, lower yielding bonds less attractive. I know that part, but that wouldn't. We're talking about investors selling previously existing bonds here. We're not talking about new bonds being issued. So it's not like the Fed set interest rates higher and are issuing new bonds with higher interest rates. We're talking about the value of previously existing bonds falling already. These are already pre-existing bonds, right? As the value of these bonds decrease, banks incur capital losses in their holdings. This weakens their financial position and can affect their overall stability. This part is kind of irrelevant, but their actual point, I guess, the point is, if investors sell. If investors sell bonds to cover it, to could suffer capital losses. Apple's future profits and its stockholders' unrealized capital gains are constantly a risk from an unseen and unseeable reality. What not unknown innovators are doing in their garages. Sorry, what now unknown? In the 1970s, supposedly indomitable IMB missed Apple's founders working long hours to supplant IMB's mainframes with desktop computers considered then to be toys. Remember Sears? In 1969, it was the largest retailer in the world. Many of its stockholders had unrealized capital gains. Few had heard of Walmart. Nobody imagined that Amazon would later threaten Walmart after barely surviving the dot-com bust. The anticipated profit streams that most firms had never realized. Remember Kmart, Radio Shack, and Blockbuster? Most firms never realize their anticipated gains. IBM was indomitable. It's a little known. Apple founders rise up. Surprise everyone. Sears had high. High unrealized gains. Until Walmart showed up. Their stockholders once had unrealized capital gains. If Barnes & Noble shareholders have been taxed on their unrealized capital gains in the early 1980s, the IRS would have absconded some of the expected profits while leaving the shareholders to shoulder both the tax and later losses incurred from the market of the internet booksellers. Taxing expected gains. Okay. This is a good argument. Taxing expected gains. Leaves investors Thanks for the sub, Dustin, Babla. I appreciate it, man. What's up, Jamie? Showed both the tax and later losses incurred. What are you doing, bro? I'm taking notes right now. Redistributionists don't seem to understand that their proposal will reduce companies' future profit streams and accordingly the amount of wealth subject to taxation. Mayors Biden and Sanders evidently like the idea because it sounds good and fair to them. It will be neither, especially when some of the lost wealth comes out of the retirement funds of lower and middle income Americans. Taxing unrealized gains. You smoke weed, G? I don't. Reduce companies' future profit streams. And accordingly, the amount of wealth subject to taxation. I just saw 420 in the name. Oh yeah, that's just because on Twitch someone has the name non-font, so I just added numbers. Did you vote Trump? I mean, I wasn't old enough to vote, but no, and I will not be voting Trump in the next election. Okay, I want to add this to the opening somehow. I'm out from 2024. I'm glad you can't even interact with someone who disagrees with you, but okay, thanks, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Anytime. The value of stocks also comes in large part from companies' expected future profits, . that often fail to materialize. Okay, hold on. I like this. I might change this to apples. If IBM shareholders have been taxed into unrealized gains, the IRS, whatever, would have tax expected profits will leave when shareholders to shoulder both the tax and later losses incurred from the market from the rise of Apple. Okay, I think that's good. Fuck, I just realized I should do research in inequality too, because the big point, the big counter to all this is going to be inequality. But there's, I think there's quite a bit of evidence that shows inequality has not risen as much as like progressives fearmonger about. Fuck, okay. I already have some data on this from the real wage notes, which hopefully I can use. Iran and stuff can't really go to war with Israel. Too much distance, exactly, would cause too much instability in Iran, so they don't have a real expeditionary force. If Iran ever goes to fully war with Israel, it would probably just look like a full stand with proxies and nuclear program. Well, yeah. Well, that's the real... I'm not that concerned with Israel full-scale war with Iran, just because, like... I think the way that would materialize, like you said, is basically just a full-scale war with Hezbollah and the Houthis, right? The Houthis would probably send more shit to Israel as well. Yeah, I think like Hezbollah is my main concern for Israel, because invading Lebanon has not gone well in the past for them. So, you know. Maybe not a good idea to do it again, but the alternative, which is keep Hezbollah there, is also not good. The never-ending wealth tax campaign. Vermont is one of 10 states flirting with taxing unrealized gains. Destiny Twin, true. And most of the fighting would be Hezbollah. Houthis are more of a style of economic warfare. Well, I mean, when I say I understand, Houthis can't really... I guess they did attack Israel directly once with that missile that struck in Tel Aviv, but obviously the Houthis are a lot further away that are just going to be... The main concern of the Houthis is that they're blocking trade from the Alat port, right? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I think it's Alat. This port. I'm a Russian bot, like vodka. What's your favorite drink? I don't drink. I don't drink alcohol. I like caffeine. I like Red Bull and Monster. I like Red Bull more than Monster, but Monster's a lot cheaper. Pronounced like I lot? Okay. We don't give a fuck about pronunciations here. I never pronounce anything right. Face. Well, taxes are like a specter in the search of a host, and an already overtaxed New England state may be the first to succumb. Vermont lawmakers want to tax residents' unrealized gains, hoping to finally break the barrier that's kept them from draining asset values year after year. The state's top legislator spent recent weeks pushing bills that would dial up taxes on high earners. The biggest reach is a proposal to tax the paper gains from assets above 10 million. That plan would slap Vermont's 8.5% top income tax rate on half of those gains. That means that a family whose business gains $3 million in value could owe $131,000, even if they don't take out a single dollar of cash. Like levies and capital gains, the new tax will cut into investment returns and leave well-off Vermonters less reason to deploy their money in wealth-producing investments. Hi again, what's up, Hollow Husk? Maxing unrealized gains. Disincentivize. Investors. I'm investing. Wealth-producing investments. What state are you from? I'm from North Carolina. Best and worst state in the US? Well, the worst is definitely Florida, obviously. The best... You vote on Kamala? I am. I gotta get... We're a swing state, okay? I gotta get out there and vote for Kamala, okay? I don't have a strong opinion on the best state. I actually quite like NC. I think NC ranks pretty high. NC has been growing a lot. Is it to become 7th most populous state in the early 2030s? I really don't know that much about other states. Ohio #1? Ohio is not #1, dude. Bro, you know JD Vance is from Ohio? That fucking cringe ass vice president? You guys are barely even a swing state anymore. I don't mean, do we even count Ohio as a swing state anymore? You guys are just Republican now. You guys just got fucked. Honestly, I don't know the actual fucking beats, Ryan. North Carolina's population would be more racially ethnic diverse. There'll be more older people living here. Thanks, Simone Bubby. Haven't you followed before? What's better, Texas or California? I mean, it depends for what, obviously. I like that I like that Texas and red states in general build more. I just realized I wasn't following. I don't know how. Okay, well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for following. Thank you. It helped a lot. Okay, anyway. I like that, like, there's this general trend that, like, red states build, blue states don't. We're reading about tax policy right now. And there are like some like oh shit, all that's good with a gifted sub. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it a lot, dude. That actually, it helps. Listen, anything helps a lot because I'm fucking making 30 cents a day. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Hollow Husk. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Hell yeah. Transfer mark now? Maybe I'll have to do it for the gifted sub, man. The most transphobic arc thing I'll do right now is I'll say, I think, like, I'll throw more money at you if I can. Listen, I'll say a lot of the trans kid stuff is cringe, especially because they're like, I think a lot of kids that identify as trans probably aren't actually trans and probably just having gender identity issues that a lot of teenagers go through. And I think a lot of non-binary people aren't actually non-binary. Non-binary isn't a real thing. The thing is, like, it, like, I should be able to, like, I think the case for non-binary people is basically, there's probably some people who experience, like, gender dysphoria, but also don't feel comfortable presenting as, like, the other gender fully, so it's just a 6% trying to earn impression points. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Oh, my, it's 4 plus 4. Goddamn it. There are a lot of like stupid building restrictions in a lot of these places that are, and like 90% of kids who eventually identify as trans grow out of it. It depends exactly how you measure it. The issue is sometimes like some of the studies that have like really high numbers, when they measure desistance, they'll take like any like gender non-conforming behavior, and if you don't go on to transition, they'll count you as like a desister, and that can be misleading just because like they'll count kids who like just fucking play with dolls as having like gender dysphoria, and if they don't transition, they're like desisting. So that can be misleading. But I think the new thing that came out, the CAS report, does suggest that like a lot of kids who identify as trans are probably just suffering from some other like mental health issue that really should just be addressed. I don't know that. I know Loner Boxer knows it. Well, who knew? Kids who think there's something that they're not are mentally ill. Well, there probably are some kids who genuinely experience gender dysphoria, and like the best option for them is probably to go on puberty blockers to at least allow them more time to decide if they do want to medically transition later on. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a reason a lot of countries have course corrected on this. Like, now that like there's a lot of like Scandinavian countries that are a lot more tight on a lot of the trans kid stuff than we are. Evidence review. Are there any benefits of protectionism? What's up with free trade? Why are people against it all of a sudden? People are against it all of a sudden because people are just more anti-establishment now. They hate like globalism has just become an enemy that people can unite behind because it's a culture war thing. Globalism is a culture war thing now, so people are against it for that. People are against it because they don't understand it. They don't like, they're like Trump either doesn't understand or he's lying when he says that like China pays tariffs. Like, China doesn't pay tariffs. People think that China or whoever we put tariffs on pays them. That's not true. Yeah, like people don't understand it, and then people unite behind the globalist enemy as a culture war thing, and then people the benefits could be, the real benefits could be arguably, well, the first one is going to be national security. There is definitely a national security concern for certain things. For example, one area I will say we should do more protectionism in is drones. The same way that a lot of the chips are being made like in Taiwan, and that's a big issue because if any shit ever goes down in Taiwan, then we don't have access to chips anymore, and that's why we passed the Chips and Science Act. A lot of drones are made in China or are made in Taiwan as well, and that's a big issue because if some shit ever goes down, our military would not be able to produce any drones. So like, I think there's a case to be made that we should do more protectionism in certain industries like that. Another benefit could be infant industries. Is you want to shield your country from competition to develop an industry that can eventually compete on the international market and not just immediately be out-competed. That's a fair argument for some developing countries. I think there's some developing countries that have shown that they protect their own industries and develop them to be competitive in exports until they're competitive. But I don't think that argument works for the U.S. Like obviously steel. I don't think is an infant industry in the U.S. that we need to be protecting. Yeah, but those are the arguments. There's more that you could pull up. I think just like 5 general. It's 5 arguments against free trade. It's like national security, environment. Sorry, spaced out. What are you yapping about? Free trade. Protecting infant industries, national security, domestic employment, which, I don't think that argument works for a few different reasons, but protecting workers from unfair labor practice, protecting the environment. Anyway, back to this. Unlike capital gains, that the wealth tax would create a massive confusing estate appraisals and endless disputes over revenue disparity. This is why no state currently taxes unrealized gains, but the author of Vermont plans this novelty is the point. Given the state of national politics, it is really up to the states to be moving these things along. Taxing unrealized gains. It is less true for capital gains, but also creates a difficulty. Raising portfolios. 100% works against free trade. The loss of manufacturing jobs being exported is not a good thing. I mean, I don't think that's true. One, any protecting those jobs is going to harm other jobs. If you protect... Okay, there are 2 ways to make a car. You can either make a car in Detroit in a car factory, or you can plant crops in Iowa. You can plant wheat in Iowa, send that wheat to Japan, and a few weeks later, the ships come back with cars in them. Everybody knows about the first one, right? The second one, I mean, like, the fact that Japan is a country where Japanese people live and they make cars there is not relevant to American interests, really. We might as well view Japan as a mysterious factory that turns wheat into cars. So any policy designed to protect American car makers in Detroit harms American car makers in Iowa, because the Iowa crop farmers are the competition to the car makers in Detroit, if that makes sense. Secondly, Japanese people in magic? Exactly. Secondly, depending on what you put tariffs on, like the Trump steel tariffs did not protect jobs. They cost jobs because they put other industries into like manufacturing recessions, right? So I think that the Trump tariffs protected about 1,000 jobs in the steel industry, but the increased price of steel actually cost 75,000 jobs. And it also puts U.S. Exporters at a disadvantage against other countries' exporters, because now people who use steel coming from China that now have to pay tariffs in the US that are more expensive, they're paying more for steel than people who do the same thing in Europe, which didn't have the steel tariffs, right? So now the products coming from Europe are going to be cheaper, so people are going to buy the product from Europe. So it puts US firms at a disadvantage on the international market as well, which costs jobs. Anyway. Ron makes some 10 states to work in wealth taxes this year, and she wants the progressive Green Mountain state to enact the first one. Just going with the example of cars, what's necessarily bad about producing cars ourselves? It's just not as efficient as, again, well, your point was about protecting jobs, right? Your point was about protecting, manufacturing jobs. You should just know that you're protecting manufacturing jobs, but that's costing other jobs. It's not actually protecting jobs on the whole. It's just switching which jobs we protect, right? 2, it's just more efficient to trade with people, to specialize in trade. Just like it's just a competitive advantage. The opportunity cost is higher for us to do this stuff. We like everyone benefits if we trade. Like we could run through the whole comparative advantage thing, but what? It's horrible. I feel like I don't know, there's the textbook I'm looking for, but I don't know. Lawmakers 10 states. Okay, Vermont is a popular haven for escapees of punitive taxes in New York and Boston, and Governor Phil Scott has made the modest suggestion that a wealth tax might drive these newcomers out. Alas, has an answer. This guy has an answer for that. Before introducing the bill, she brought a Cornell sociologist to debunk the myth of a millionaire tax flight. Never mind a massive sleep in the Northeast for Florida and Texas. Relying on sociology explains a lot about progressive tax policy. Few states' tax increases are launched without the aid of teacher unions and a national wealth tax push began with the American Federation of Teachers. Miss Kornheiser wrote her bill with help from the Fund Our Future, an advocacy group that traces origins back to the 2019 AFT campaign, and has spawned tax proposals in California, Maryland, New York, and more. The unions want to open tax revenue streams for future contracts. Miss Kornheiser also introduced a bill. Introduced a fallback plan to tax high earners if the wealth tax bill doesn't want enough support. Instead of targeting assets, the second bill adds a 3% surtax on incomes above $500,000, bringing the state's cut top income tax to 11.75%. This plan B could raise roughly. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, what a good article. Okay. I mean, I understand the importance of nations specializing in producing certain things, but it usually leads to better made products. But surely an example of cars in America, fully capable of producing their own cars. True, on par with Japanese cars. True, we could actually be better at producing cars in Japan and still have a comparative advantage, Japan could still have a comparative advantage in producing cars. As well as still making wheat and other products, we might trade for Japanese cars. Okay, so you're right, but competitive advantage is about opportunity cost. So basically, Japan could be, we could be way better at producing cars. Okay, we could have the absolute advantage of producing cars, meaning we can produce more cars for less inputs, and our cars could be better quality. That would give us an absolute advantage. However, comparative advantage comes from your ability to produce something at a lower opportunity cost. So the opportunity cost of Americans making cars means those people can't make iPhones. And since iPhones are more valuable than cars, we should probably focus on making iPhones. There's some mention opportunity cost, but Japan's opportunity cost is probably lower because they don't make iPhone. I mean, Japan's not a good example because Japan's also a super developed economy. But like, we could imagine a different country that isn't developed where the opportunity cost is very low. Really, the opportunity cost is still lower in Japan. That's why they make cars. But we give up less to make the car than Japan gives up to make the car, basically. Let's see the new hate comment. This is practice.
Students, this is Mr.
Oh, it's a new subscriber. Okay.
Clifford. Welcome to ACDC Econ. Today I'm in Hong Kong, China to talk to you about international trade and comparative advantage. Everybody trades, and I'm not just talking about countries. I'm talking about everyone. When one person becomes a dentist, they trade their services to the person who's the lawyer. Since people don't have the time to learn how to do everything, and they have different abilities, they specialize in one thing and trade with other people for the thing that they need. And it's the same way for countries. In fact, Hong Kong is the international hub for finance and trade in all of Asia. It also has the 5th largest skyscraper in the world, the International Commerce Center. Let's look at a made-up scenario to show you why and how countries trade. Let's use the United States and China. And let's assume they can produce only 2 goods,
Here you go.
planes and toys. Now, before we go any further, keep in mind that it
So you're saying it's just easier to have Japan make cars rather than focus on wood and focus on wheat. I mean, that's just an example, but yes. Trying to keep things simple for my brain. Basically, Japan gives up less when it makes cars than we do when we give up cars, because we can specialize in things we're better
doesn't really
at.
look like this
the
in real life.
opportunity cost is
Countries
lower.
produce more than just 2 goods, but we simplify the world in economics, and then we bring in the complexities later on. Anyway, in our situation, let's just say the United States can produce 10,000 planes or 30,000 toys, and China can produce 4,000 planes or 20,000.
Okay, so you notice how the U.S. can make more than China, right? So we're better at producing stuff than China here.
Toys. It's easy to organize this by drawing a grid with the countries on the left and the things they can produce on the top. Notice the United States can produce more of both planes and toys.
Yes, more. Both.
This is called having an absolute advantage. But this doesn't mean that the United States should produce both planes and toys. Both the United States and China should specialize in producing one and then trade with the other country. But how should they trade? That guy just walked right through here. Oh, that's funny. To determine what they should produce, we have to calculate something called per unit opportunity cost. Okay, we know the United States gives up 30 toys when they produce 10 planes, but how
You see that? So if they're making 30 toys, they
How
give
many
up
toys
10
are given out when they
planes.
produce just 1 plane? That's the per unit opportunity cost. The number of units you'd lose divided by the number of units you gain. So for the United States, 1 plane costs 3 toys, and each 1 toy costs 1/3 of a plane. How many toys does China give up when they produce 1 plane? For China, 1 plane costs 5 toys. Now, how many planes do they give up when they produce 1 toy?
You see, they're literally just you see how they're just putting these over each other and reducing them?
The answer is 1/5 of a plane. So which country should specialize in producing planes? The one that gives up 3 toys for each plane, or the one that gives up 5 toys for each plane? Well, the US, because they have a lower opportunity cost, and therefore...
Okay. Does it make sense? The US has a lower opportunity cost because they're only giving up... When the US makes a plane, they're only giving up 3 toys, but when China makes a plane, they're giving up 5 toys.
Comparative advantage. China has a comparative advantage in the production of toys. So if these 2 countries specialize in trade, they'll actually be better off than if they try to produce the products themselves. And that's the whole reason why we learned the concept of comparative advantage. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you. Autograph? Okay. Let's look at the concept of terms of trade. We know both countries can benefit from...
Okay, the terms of trade you don't really need to know, but it's just calculating exactly how much they should trade. So you can make more stuff if you specialize in one thing. Basically, yes. Both countries will be able to have more of what they want if they just specialize in one thing. I mean, like, you can do, like... Who's mentioning it? Sarah, can't comment on the video. Sounds like 2x more than yours. Yeah, I speed the video up. Yes. Yeah, the video is meant to be faster. Like, I intentionally speed it up. I almost never watch any video on 1x speed. I always watch it at least 1.25. You can go to my channel. Like, I'm literally watching videos in 2x speed. The only time I slow it down is when Destiny talks, because Destiny talks fast. I mean, the volume maybe. Oh, the video sound is like 2x yours. Okay. Thank you. I can fix that. It was kind of a loud video, but let me just decrease it. Okay, thanks for explaining. Yeah. Okay, is it better now if I go back to it?
Hey, how you doing, Econ?
Good, now if I talk
with
over
the
it,
countries
can
on the
you hear
left
me better
and
when I
the
talk
things they
over
can
it?
produce on the
Or is it
top.
too quiet?
Notice the United States can produce more of both planes and toys. This is called having an absolute advantage. But this doesn't mean that the United States should produce both planes and toys. Both the United States and China should
that
specialize in
sounds
producing
better now.
one and then trade with the other country. But how should they trade?
You're the same volume, kind of? Hold on, I should be louder. I'm going to decrease it a little bit more. Fuck, what you hear earlier. I already reacted to something, and now... I mean, I apply a compressor in Adobe Premiere Pro, and it ends up...
Oh, that's funny.
It ends up working out. But
To determine what they should produce, we have to calculate something called per unit opportunity cost.
Per unit
we know the
opportunity
United
cost.
States gives up 30 toys when they produce 10 planes, but how many toys are...
Okay, back to this. Maybe it's just video being... That video was kind of loud, but yeah. It's about wealth taxes. The wealth tax. This is unrealized gains. And we read this already. Okay, okay, so those two are wealth taxes. Those three are just blog posts. What is this? Laffer curve for it. So this is wealth tax. Tax. So it's about corporate tax. Corporate tax. Is it about corporate tax? Corporate tax. That just shows that we're already a relatively progressive system. We read that. This is wealth tax. Did we already look at this? Yeah, this is okay. Corporate tax. Well, this is just broadly Social Democrat library. I think I've used this site before. Wealth tax bad, corporate tax bad. Go down bad. Fuck. Well, add this to the corporate tax thing then. This is just going to link to the social democracy in the 21st century, yeah. It's all about immigration stuff. I'm pretty sure I have this fact sheet before. Yeah, I've seen this before. Don't need anything from there yet. There's these things. There's about a wealth tax. These are all about wealth tax. Let's just put it down there. Really, this should go like here. Okay, fire. Okay, we'll read this and then we'll probably be done for the night. This is the last thing we have to read on realized taxes, so. This week, President Biden introduced a new tax proposal as part of the White House fiscal year 2023 budget to raise taxes on households with net worth over $100 million. The proposal would require wealthy households to remit taxes on unrealized capital gains from assets such as stocks, bonds, and privately held companies. Biden's proposal would take the tax code in the wrong direction by imposing a complicated tax on a narrowing segment of high-earning households in a way that's never been tried, adding new compliance and administrative challenges for already overburdened IRS while weakening the U.S. economy or raising the tax burden and saving on saving and entrepreneurship. Unrealized gains taxes. Complicate things. For an already overburdened IRS. Oh, disincentivizing. Saving and investment. What did I say? Saving and entrepreneurship. Under current law, households pay taxes on the appreciated value of assets when they are sold or realized. Gains on assets held for less than 1 year are subject to ordinary income taxes, while gains on assets held for longer than 1 year are subject to a top rate of 23.8%. Additionally, inherited assets receive a step-up tax basis, eliminating tax on capital gains. This is just the fucking inheritance loophole shit. Under the new proposal, households with net wealth over $100 million would be required to pay a minimum effective tax of 20% on an expanded measure of incomes That includes unrealized capital gains. Households would calculate their effective tax rate for the minimum tax, and if it fell below 20%, would owe additional taxes to bring their effective rate to 20%. In other words, households would owe taxes on capital gains each year, even if the underlying asset had not been sold, and amounts paid would be treated as prepayments of amounts paid would be treated as prepayments of future capital gains tax liability. For example, consider a household net worth 200 million, 500 million ordinary income, 10 million in accumulated unrealized capital gains from privately held company, and ordinary tax liability 1.8 million in 2023. When including the unrealized capital gains as income, the household effective tax rate is 12%, below the 20% proposed 20% minimum. To increase the effective tax rate to 20%, the household must remit an additional 1.2 million in tax, 3 million in taxes paid, with a 15 million income. 3 million in taxes paid with 15 million income inclusive of unrealized gains. The 1.2 million could be paid in equal instances over 9 years for capital gains moving forward. Tax owed could be paid over 5 years and would be credited against future capital gains liability on the asset when it's sold. An example of the proposed minimum capital gains tax. This just breaks it down. When the household eventually sells the company, it will square up its taxes by using a prepaid taxes to offset capital gains liability. For example, if the household sold a private company in 2024 and owed 2 million capital gains taxes, it would reduce its liability by its 1.2 million prepayment in the year prior and only owe an additional 800,000. If an asset declined in value and a household had unrealized capital loss, it would receive reduced the household's tax liability. This is just this is what you have to do. Yeah, an unrealized loss would first reduce remaining payments of tax owed on previous unrealized gains being paid over 5 years before being refunded to cash. Overall, the proposal moves in opposite direction of sound tax policy because it would be administrative costly, reducing U.S. savings, and its revenues potentially uncertain. Okay, so okay. Break down how complex it is. There's so many badges now, yeah. Here's an example. If I copy this, does it copy the tape? Oh, fire. Okay. We can probably, okay, consider a household with net worth 200 million. Capital gains moving forward tax could be owed paid over 5 years, and it would be credited against future capital gains as sold. When a household eventually sells the company, okay, fuck, I can't need all this. Can I vote the table? I can't. Okay. Right, the stream deck isn't fucking working right now. I can't. I can click it, but nothing happens. I don't know why. Alright. If I need the table, oh fuck you. I can look at it. I have it linked, so like. Changing the definition of taxable income to include unrealized capital gains presents significant administrative challenges, including how to value non-tradable assets and how to treat illiquid taxpayers who have paper gains but lack cash in hand to meet the minimum tax bill. Does Fred 1 work? No, not anything that requires my stream deck. Hold on, I can probably fix it real quick. Better refund my channel points. Give me Fred 2. Hold on, just give it a second. There you go. Hold on, that's work quick. Oh fuck, I can't stop it. I can't stop. Fuck, it's broken. There we go, okay. Fred 2. There you go, buddy. Thanks, Dad. Including unrealized gains and taxable income. Increases the administrative challenges, particularly with. I prefer Fred 1. Oh fuck, where's Fred 1? Fred 1. Frederick, he's coming, he's coming. How to value. Non-trade wise and how to treat illiquid taxpayers who may have paper gains. Fuck. That is so cool. Non-tradable assets and how to treat taxpayers who had unrealized gains but lack the cash on hand to pay the tax. The proposal attempts to meet such challenges with a separate formulaic rule to value non-tight tradable assets, payment periods of 9 to 5 years, an entirely separate tax regime with a deferral charge instead of payments for illiquid taxpayers. All options, however, introduce complexities, opportunities for tax planning, and the potential of disputes with the IRS. In other words, economically wasteful activities. Those households are good at avoiding tax hits. It's basically a college of industry planning. A hit. I just find a way to tax avoidance. Finance proposal. To meet these challenges. Include a separate formulaic to value non-tradable assets payment periods, and an entirely separate tax regime for deferral charge instead of payments for illiquid taxpayers. A long-term prepaid expense that is carried on an asset till the balance sheet is used or consumed. Additionally, taxes levied on assets and net debts, meaning it could encourage additional borrowing to avoid a tax unless mitigation rules added. What, 24-hour? Okay. All these introduce administrative complexity. Like, I don't want my opening statement to be too long, but I could make. I think maybe I could address more stuff if I made like a 10-minute opening statement. But I don't want it to be that long. It's gonna be so impossibly boring, dude. Just know what, dude. Bimmy is not gonna. This mini Destiny. If you call me noob, you could span true, dude. It's not even like. Destiny's fallen off hard. I used to quite like him. Who are you debating? Just some people. Just some like Twitch politics people. What are you reading this stuff for? A debate. And for knowledge, but... Dude, also... Why are you guys calling me a mini Destiny when I'm... Does Destiny read tax policy shit? I'm just a general listener, mate. I don't even like... Are you ever planning editing or getting an editor? I feel like 30 to 1 hour content is it has best retention. If I had the money to get an editor, I'd definitely do it. I don't like that I edit all my own stuff, but the problem is it just costs too much, and like I'm pretty sure like SoundSoul has an editor, right? So this is like, I don't mean to be rude to SoundSoul's editor, but like, let's just compare one of his videos to my videos. Just for like, the only thing you really edit, or you just do the chapters and the intro. SoundSoul, hey, forgot about that guy. Like no offense to SoundSoul's editor, okay.
This is what Donald Trump posted in 2022. Quote verbatim: "A massive fraud of this type in magnet."
Like this intro is pretty simplistic.
Moron, according to tech.
I think my intros are a lot better. Hold on, what's an intro that goes super hard? No, I don't know an intro that goes really hard. I don't know, maybe this one? What Panda here is citing is basically the Austrian business cycle, which says that if the Fed is in charge of setting rates, at some point it will set rates below... It's literally copy Destiny's intro? Yes, because Destiny's intro is better than like anybody's. Like every no offense, most other people's intros are just worse. Like they're just like simplistic. Like there's nothing necessarily wrong with it. I saw you posted a comment with me one time and it was like, holy shit, I never knew how annoying I sounded. I think it sounded good. I think it sounded fine, but... Maybe I just don't remember. Maybe you were really bad. Maybe everyone thinks that behind your back. But like, I don't know. Because it is mini Destiny. Yeah, like quick hooky intro. Yeah, like I mean, like there's nothing like wrong with the intro necessarily. I'm just saying like I would need an editor to do intros that are also just copies of Destiny's intros. And it doesn't seem like any of the other people's editors are doing it. It just... I just wanted to... If I had the money, I'd absolutely do it. But it just costs way too much. Who are you debating on what topics? I'm debating just some Twitch politics people. I don't know if you guys know who PPG is. You're on YouTube, so I don't kind of assume it. But PPG and Casey Lee IRL, as well as maybe Maida. Maida doesn't stream, but he's in the Twitch politics sphere. Maybe Maida, but I have to hash out a prompt for Maida because his positions are more nuanced than Casey and Boomy's. Plus, I just want to know this stuff because, like, I have opinions on this, but I haven't like read it. Is on about this. Keep grinding, keep seeking truth, and you'll certainly be able to afford an editor one day. Maybe, dude. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, I would love to get an editor. You know what I need to do? I need to make a better outro too that actually tells people to subscribe and stuff. Listen, I'm not that far away, guys. I'm like 1,700 out of 3,000 to get monetized on YouTube of watch hours. I just need more YouTube viewers to come in, like you guys, like all my lovely YouTube viewers. Give me watch time right now. Thank you guys. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and the thumbnails too. Like Soundsel, for example, his thumbnails was just like AI generated. My thumbnails, I'm not gonna pretend like my thumbnails take a ton of effort. My thumbnails take 5 minutes to make, okay? But they're at least like Little Bro thinks people are watching his YouTube channel. Yeah, unfortunately, but listen, when I react to Destiny, I get views. That's like all my most popular videos. What are we discussing today? Well, welcome to the stream, Steed FPS. But right now we got. I was talking about taxes, but I got sidetracked by just discussing my YouTube channel. I've noticed watch hours are done. Will subscriptions become available on YouTube? Yeah, you'll be able to become. Well, YouTube calls them members, right? You'll be able to become a member, and you'll be able to super chat, and I'll be able to get ad revenue. Yeah. Okay. Insurance administrative complexity, which will result in a cat and mouse game. The IRS, private tax lawyers, whose time could be spent in more productive sectors. Or, hold on. Really, if I'm taking notes, I shouldn't add too much of my own stuff. Save this for the opening statement. It's already in the opening statement. Opportunities for tax planning. Oh, good. I'll probably come remember when that's all good. Well, thank you, Kinley. I appreciate it. I appreciate the future offer. And for disputes for the IRS, with the IRS. All of which are economically costly. Dude, I've given you 2 subs in question. Now you want me to give you even more money? I didn't say. I was talking to Kinley. I said I appreciate the future offer to Kinley. I didn't say you Hollow Husk, are under no obligation to give any more money than you have. You weren't really obligated to do that in the first place. It's just that helps a lot. I'm just saying. I was just talking to Kinley. I appreciated Kinley's offer. Okay. Chill out. Everyone's chill here. Everyone's chill. Okay. I like that you guys are watching it all. Okay. I'm making drama. Additionally, taxes levied on net debts, meaning it could encourage additional borrowing to avoid the tax. I don't quite understand this. Make this make sense to me. This means the tax would be calculated on a total value of individual assets minus their debts. Principal tax bonus, because the tax is based on net assets, so it's concerned that could increase wealthy individuals to take on more debt to reduce their tax. Okay. So that's an interesting argument because people often bring up like the billionaire borrowing thing because they're not taxed on borrowing, right? Which is a problem. This is a problem that billionaires can take out loans with their like stocks as collateral and they don't pay taxes on any of that. What are you doing? I'm confused. What are you doing? Or what are we doing? Are you going through the Twitch terms of agreement? TOS research stream. I'm just looking up. I'm just going through tax stuff right now. Tax research. Anyway. This is a good point because you can bring that up in response. Well, if you do this type of tax, you're actually going to increase the incentive to borrow. Taxes levied on net assets, which increases the incentive to borrow to reduce your tax base. The proposal would increase the tax burden on U.S. savers, placing foreign savers at a relative advantage as they would not face the minimum tax. Tax would place foreign savers at a relative advantage. Raising taxes on domestic savers reduces the amount of domestic savings, which means foreign savers could finance a greater share of investment opportunities in the U.S. over the long run, and will lead to a reduction in American income as investment flows to foreign savers instead of American savers. Meaning more investment will come from foreigners. It's like I kind of want to add this to the opening statement as well. Causing a reduction in American income, as investment returns flow to foreign investors. Let's see where I can fit that in. I'm laying out things that disincentivize saving here and explaining how that makes long-run growth suffer. Okay. Tax will also place foreign savers at a relative advantage, meaning more investment will come from foreigners, causing a reduction in American income as investment returns flow to foreign investors. Would also manifest in a shifted balance of trade, increasing the trade deficit, all else held equal. Would increase the trade deficit. I don't care about the deficit. The trade deficit. I care about the government deficit a little bit. Gonna be buying a lot of puts in the market tomorrow. Why? I'm not a very big finance bro, so like I don't follow that stuff too closely. I don't know. Have stocks recovered at all from the downturn? One stock market rotation and then another. Not from what I saw. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. If I just look at the S&P 500, 5 days. It's at 5,000. Yeah. It looks like it's trending upward a little bit, but I guess not. I guess not over today. At a peak July 16th, and then for quite a bit. Downturn could be precursor to a global recession. A lot of big names are selling off significant shares. Uh-oh, that's not good. Hopefully, we'll get a rate cut soon, and hopefully that'll increase investor confidence. Higher price of tax and capital gains could also discourage angel investing, entrepreneurship, and risk taking because the higher the capital gains rate, the greater the tax disadvantage for pursuing risky investment. What's your channel about? Mostly political stuff. High effective tax rate would discourage investment in particular, or discourage angel investing, entrepreneurship, and risk taking. What is the link for this? How wealth fuels growth. How old are you? I'm 18. Because the higher the capital gains act, the rate of great, yeah, great disadvantage pursuing risky investment. That comes a barrier observation. I don't even need it. I'm aware. Taxes disincentivize investment. Yes, you're taxing investment. You're going to disincentivize investment. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Shifting from tax gains when they are realized towards and toward the risky regime Biden outlines in the opposite direction of international norms. In fact, most countries in the Organization for Economic Development, this is just at OECD, developed countries for the most part, tax capital gains when they are realized at lower rates in the U.S. and tax capital income at overall lower tax rates. Tax raise, was in the opposite direction. Most other. I thought this channel was about weed and video games. Yeah. I mean, we play video games sometimes. There is a non-fun gaming channel, okay? I'm not using it. I thought I was gonna, for a little bit, stream gaming on a different channel, but I just stream on the same channel. But there is a non-fun gaming channel with one video on it. Roy Fortnite Cooper. This is the all right, right, my Roy. My computer was when I thought Roy Cooper could have been VP. Before you withdrew,
right now.
Who is DDoSing me, bro? God, it's so stuttery, dude.
Guys, I can't hear Hope. He's telling me
what political topic
stuff.
are you covering right now? Taxes, whether wealth taxes and corporate taxes and various other, I would say, like, progressive, not in the sense of just they're taxed at marginal progressive rates, but progressive in the sense that, like, super progressive people like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are pushing for them. Whether those types of progressive taxes are good, basically. I like taxes. Taxes are yummy. Yeah. Most OECD. Which taxed realized gains. And at lower rates in the US. And capital income overall is taxed at lower average tax rates. Another challenge is the minimum tax would likely not be a stable source of revenue. Much of the estimated $361 billion revenue it would raise in the first decade was from taxing previously accumulated capital gains, which would be payable over 9 years. Once the taxes and past accumulations are paid, the permanent increase in revenue going forward would be smaller. It also introduces instability. Estimated revenue of $361 billion. Is from taxing previously existing or previously built up capital gains that are paid over 9 years. Tax revenue moving forward would decrease. I put this down there already. Yeah. Right. This is what that is. Yes. If you seized all gain and wealth, you couldn't fund U.S. government for a year. $550 billion is worth $2.5 trillion. If it comes to get 100% of wealth, we raise enough to fund the government for less than 8 months. Mostly true. Is it true that if you buried a loved one in the landsless yard, you don't have to pay property taxes at a burial ground? I have no clue. I don't think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you're allowed to just bury them in your yard. I think you probably have to have some permit to be a burial site. I would imagine that they don't want people just burying people in their backyards. I would guess, but I mean, maybe. You can make your house a church. Churches don't pay taxes. I don't think they pay property taxes. I'm pretty sure they don't, because they don't pay taxes. Do churches pay property taxes? Property tax exemption include nonprofit organizations for religious, scientific, charitable. Okay. This is North Carolina, so it could be different. Could be different in other places, but base religious exemption to taxes. True. I mean, I don't really care that much whether they're taxed or not. Once tax paid and past accumulation, okay, it also introduces instability. Most of the revenue generation would depend on how taxpayers' assets perform on paper. This, I mean, could apply to regular capital gains too, but tax would also introduce instability in revenue. Since the revenue generation a year would depend on how taxpayers' assets perform paper. The minimum tax proposal will be a highly complicated new tax regime that would create difficulty for already overwhelmed IRS servicing completely, and complexity for taxpayers without serving as a stable source of permanent funding. The administrative and economic costs would certainly not be worth it. Lawmakers have much better options as progressive consumption taxes to raise revenue from top earners. Okay, I like this. I'm gonna just add this as a quote here, and then I might work it into the opening statement. All right. That's unrealized gains done for now, although there might be more stuff that comes up later. Okay. Unrealized gains, and then second, I have wealth taxes, so we'll add wealth taxes. All right, then I'll set these up so I can go right to reading them tomorrow. This is not like specifically wealth taxes, I guess. This is really everything. All types of complex tax codes, which like one of my main points against all these taxes is that they introduce a lot of unneeded complexity to the tax code. Okay, so that's all the wealth tax things. I'll just put this in here, really. Arline 2, corporate tax. Red. All right, I imagine we'll find more stuff to read as well, because all these are going to have hyperlinks and sources in them, some of which might be good. Forgot I can just drag them up there. It gotta be still up, right? I don't really need a web archive version of it. All right. And we'll add a alternative section as well. And there's like destination-based cash flow stuff that I can add to as well. I already have notes in tax policy that I can add to it as well. All right. Okay. I'm trying to think. Tomorrow. Arcade Junior admits dumping bear carcasses in the Arc Central. Alright, tomorrow I'll stream again. More reading shit. One debate is on Thursday. Probably another debate before that. I need Casey to DM me, which he's not done. And I need Maida to DM me again to set up a full prompt. Thank you everyone for watching. I like streaming. I love that you guys enjoy watching me stream. I love that you guys are here. Who can I raid with my 2 viewers? I think it's just you, Hollow Husk. And okay's there. No, wait. I'll put panel to end a stream. Oh, everyone. No one's in the boss's server because everyone's in neutral waters. Good night, Kinley. Karos I could raid. PPG I could raid. Lanius I could raid. Turbo. Not can. Okay, I'll probably just do. I'll do PPG, I guess. Or no. I'll do Karos. No. I'll do NOK. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah. Love you guys. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Not fun out.